Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Back at you with a new video. Today is Thursday, August 18th, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. So we got a matchup between the Chicago Bears, the Bears, versus the Seattle Seahawks and the 12th man live play-by-play and reactions. We've had quite a few pieces of news that have debuted earlier today and obviously this afternoon. I got a nice slate of pictures here as well. But the main news, obviously, for today is Deshaun Watson. So with Deshaun Watson, this is very intriguing story, and it's confusing to me how they can get it wrong every single time. If they're going to have Calvin Ridley, suspended for a year for gambling, how the hell are you going to have it be from a few games, like 6, and then we're only going to bump it up to 11 and 5 million? I figured the 5 million part, that's what I predicted, but I assumed we were all under the same, understanding that it would be 1 year minimum, 2 years preferred. He's not going to go to prison. And he probably should, based on what he did, based off what's been released. So no prison, okay? Not suspended for 2 years or forever, indefinitely. Not even 1 year like Calvin Ridley got. 11 games, 5 million. And then it just so happens when he's going to come back on his debut, it's going to be against the Houston Texans. Obviously, you think that's a coincidence? Of course not. It's all about ratings and what they can get with the ratings. It's pretty disgusting, if you ask me. They should have been able to get this right, but lo and behold, I guess if you are a superstar player and you got the right lawyers and you got the right people in place that can fork up this kind of money, then you can make anything happen. And obviously, we know Vince McMahon had to get pushed out, and now you got Triple H and Stephanie running things. And obviously, we know with Deshaun Watson, money can't buy you out of everything. Well, apparently it can, because this is crazy. 11 games. So pretty much what you're saying is that if you got money and you are a famous athlete and you have the right lawyers in place, that they can make an agreement. And Roger Goodell, I don't understand how, the NFLPA or Roger Goodell, it's like pretty much if you end up doing drugs or you drink or you get a DUI, depending on what happens, you're going to have a certain consequence. But if you could do assault or sexual assault, and then they kind of turn their head and act like that's not a big of a deal unless there's video. And obviously when we saw Ray Rice, do the punching of his girlfriend or wife in the elevator, then he was, obviously gone forever because that's damning evidence. But 67 girls in 17 months. This is disgusting to me. And they definitely got it wrong the first time around, and they definitely got it wrong the second time around. But on the flip side, at least we end up having a matchup. I'm not sure what we're going to get, how many reps we're going to get from some of these guys, but I ended up throwing up a couple nice Justin Fields, nice HD and crispy. We got David Montgomery, kind of one of the sleeper running backs in the NFL. I see you. Darnell Mooney, obviously, is their wide receiver number 1. No more Allen Robinson since he's on the Rams. It's been Mooney, and it's been Mooney from the very, very start. We will see what Mooney can do if he ends up playing today or obviously in the regular season. And then on the flip side, I got some brand new photos. We got some Geno Smith looking crispy in the white. Got a nice little up-close photo there of Geno as well. Their star receiver, DK Metcalf. I got that one. And I got another one right there. Got another guy here, Tyler. Get to the door and lock it. I see you. A couple different photos. And I'm excited, Like I said, this isn't going to be an ideal matchup for everyone. Both of these teams have potential to get last place in their divisions. We know this. You know what I mean? Obviously, the Detroit Lions have been kind of that last team with the Bears, but maybe the Lions overachieve and the Bears finish in last. With the Seahawks, obviously with the Cardinals and the Niners and the Rams, you're not going to be able to compete with those teams. It's obviously going to be a rebuilding year or a couple of rebuilding years, but we can hopefully get a little bit of a decent football Obviously not going to be a whole lot of wins this upcoming season for either team. I mean, there is a possibility that both teams win somewhere between 3 and 6 games. If they overachieve, the most that I can see both teams getting is maybe 7, but that would be like lots of injuries in the division. They steal a couple in the division games, and then maybe steal a couple, during the regular season. But, 3, 4, 5, 6 games is kind of like what it feels like. And then at the very, very most 7, but I don't really see that happening, at least not for this particular year. But I am excited. Hopefully we end up having a decent game and we get some high scoring. And I'm excited to be here. Sarah's in the building. How are you? Let's get to 100 in donos, baby. Let's get it. Yes. And obviously you can tell there is no remorse for Deshaun Watson whatsoever. First, he said, I'm innocent, and then pretty much was like, well, I guess I had to apologize because people were triggered. Well, we wanted to be able to see if you actually were remorseful for what you did. And if you end up looking on a lot of the comments, it's not looking too good for you. And I would be fucking embarrassed to be a fan of the Cleveland Browns. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where it's like you hope at some point that people will, I guess, be apologetic, have remorse. Just crazy. The NFL and the Cleveland Browns have gone to a decision with quarterback Deshaun Watson. They struck a deal on the disciplinary settlement, 11 games, $5 million fine, and slated to return week 13. Interesting. Against your former team. Ratings. It's all, people want to talk about collusion and cheating in the NFL, and they want to talk about shit is rigged. Well, you can also say, it's about money, and it's about bringing back Watson for that particular game. And that wasn't by coincidence that it was exactly week 13 against his former team. It's going to be ratings, storyline, shit that they can bring up. And then the NFL plans to use the full fine money of $7 million to invest in organizations that prevent sexual misconduct and sexual assault. But this is fucking a joke. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's like he's not even sorry for what he did. And you can hear him in the comments and things that he has said. I would just hope, that you would actually get to a point. But he's like, I stand by my innocence. I didn't do anything wrong. We had to pay all these women all this money. Sad. You know what I mean? Because obviously if you're an abuser, you don't think you did anything wrong. And clearly he doesn't think that he did anything wrong. He still thinks that he's innocent. And then the NFL didn't get it right either. Sad. I feel bad not only for the Cleveland Browns for being so stupid. I feel bad for the owner, the GM. I feel bad for fans of him when he was on the Texans and on Clemson with Dabo Sweeney. But I really feel bad for all the women out there on planet Earth. It's like this is not a good standard to set, saying that pretty much if you're an NFL player and you got money, that you can make anything happen if you got good lawyers. 11 games is fucking disrespectful and disgraceful. And that is big facts. Megan is in the building all the way from Australia. $10 holla. Greetings all. I'm modding over in the Hawk's Nest. Yeah, do what you got to do. If you can bounce back and forth, great. If not, do what you can do. I'm going to be here for quite some time. I don't know how long I'll stream for, 5, 6, 7 hours. We're going to do the whole game for this, and then I'll be on a couple hours after. But yeah, he said, not sure how I feel about the Watson news. Not enough. Of course. $10 holla. And obviously I got some nice pictures up for you. I decided to go. And, even if we don't get a lot of playing time for Gino or a lot of playing time for DK, but I thought I'd throw up a few nice ones there for you. And then I'll even throw up, let me see. Let me get you a nice Pete Carroll as well, since obviously we know he is the head ball coach. So let me do that for you. Appreciate you. So do your modding over there. And then, if you want to hop in and, comment, whatever you want to do, whatever you feel most comfortable doing, you do you. I'll be here and you can bounce back and forth. But what we do know for sure is that we do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Bang, bang. $10 holla for Megan, getting our dono train started off on the right foot. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Let's get it. Yeah. Well, like I said, for me, maybe I think things are, maybe a little bit differently. But if this was anybody else, we're talking prison time, especially for the amount of women that have been affected by it. And, pretty much just saying, yeah, I had to apologize because the NFL, fans and the American public and the global public were triggered. So I had to, pretty much is what he was saying. Sad, sad, sad. No remorse whatsoever. And obviously, if you're an abuser, you don't think you did anything wrong. So it is what it is. We didn't even get 2 years. We didn't get indefinite forever. He's not going to jail. And we didn't even get the minimum 1 year. We didn't even get 1 year. It's almost like laughable, but not. Sad. So if this is the case, they need to reduce Calvin Ridley's to like 4 games. I mean, based off something like, actually, probably 2 games. But if they're going to hold pat on that, that's definitely sad. Brute Saint, how are you, bro? So when I heard Watson's coming back against Houston, it was the one rare times where I said NFL is scripted. Me too. And it's usually hard to defend the NFL against script accusations. But like I said, I don't usually buy into the, cheating and things are rigged. But they do have preferential treatment for superstars. They do. We get it. Superstar calls on the MLB, NBA, NFL, and NHL. But like I was the same way. I normally don't buy into the bullshit, but when I saw when he was coming back, I was like, oh God, really? It's all for ratings and money. It's like, dude, you can't just like have him out for the whole year. And in their mind was like, well, the Cleveland Browns, we need to sell tickets. We need to make sure that they're popular. They got a guy that used to be a top 4 quarterback, with Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Dangerous, Russell Wilson, Mr. Unlimited. Let's ride and go Hawks, right? He used to be number 4, but he hasn't played in a while. And it's like, it's kind of sad that they're like, oh, this is going to be a great time to be able to get the ratings up for the Texans and the Browns, 2 shit franchises. And then you can talk about Deshaun returning. Unbelievable, but it is what it is. But 100%, I agree with you. Sad, sad, sad. And it's like Roger Goodell. I mean, if you had someone, take over this, but with the NFLPA and the lawyers, if you're going to have Ridley suspended for a year, and then you only get, so pretty much he gambled when he was injured, didn't even really win any money, lost a lot of money, right? Put it in his name with his social and bank account, got red flagged immediately. Idiot, have someone place the bet for you if you're going to do that, right? And you're going to have them suspended for a whole year, but then you have, 67 girls or 69 girls in 17 months, and you can touch them, make advances towards them, do a bunch of very lewd and shady things and sexual misconduct, rape, and obviously bad accusations of having these girls touch him or try to get to touch him where they didn't want to. Some of them, it was consensual. Some of them wanted to have sex with him or do sexual acts with him, but some did not. And if even one girl said no, that's a crime. Okay, period. And for it to be only 11 games is probably one of the most embarrassing things in the NFL history to say that we are NFL fans, but how could this be? 11? Really? Like even 1 year is not enough. 2 years is a little bit more appropriate. Indefinitely, forever ban would be appropriate. Prison time, appropriate. But I guess if you're Deshaun Watson, and you have no remorse, you stand by your innocence. I didn't do anything wrong. Well, why the hell are you paying all this money to all these women, right? And I apologize because the NFL fans and the American public and the global public is triggered. So I had to say it. Sad, 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 where money can bring you nowadays. I don't even know what to say. You know what I mean? I can just say I'm glad I'm not a Texans fan, and I'm glad I'm not a Cleveland Brown fan or a Clemson Tiger fan, because I would be fucking embarrassed. I mean, imagine all those people that, have Deshaun Watson jerseys and, ride or die for him and cheer for him like he didn't do anything wrong. It's just disgusting. And I do believe in second chances, but this guy's a fucking predator. It wasn't one girl or 2 girls. If it was 1 or 2, then you could be like, okay, maybe this was just like him drunk or on drugs. But when you see it's, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and this is just in the last, year and a half. If we went back and did an investigation since he first came into the league, how many girls is it really? And, is it like 100, 200? Probably. So I don't know what to say, but the NFL definitely dropped the ball on this one and did not get this one right. I hope you're doing good. Good to hear. Good to hear. Oh, yeah. I saw that. They fucking rocked them. Dodgers lost to the Brewers. Congratulations to them. They were dealing today. Corbin was dealing on the mound. It is what it is. We'll bounce back. Mariners had a day off, and I am here. $12 holla. Let's go. Dylan's in the building. NFL's a joke. Let's be real. I don't think it's a joke overall, but I think in this particular circumstance where Goodell and the NFLPA, if they stop to think about, hey, we need to make money. Hey, we need ratings to be good. Hey, we need the Cleveland Browns to be relevant. I mean, think about the actions and the acts that were done. It's just, now if there was film, and, like actual like cell phone footage or, like a Ring doorbell or security footage of even one that got leaked, which maybe there was, but, the money that was paid out to not release that footage, then we're talking definitely 1 year, 2 years, or an indefinite suspension, or maybe prison. But it shows you if you got money, anything is possible. Yeah, it's crazy. But they're not going to be able to do ban for life because it's too much money that was paid out in their eyes. But definitely prison time would be appropriate. Not just probation, but prison time. Because if it was anybody else, it's prison. Let's be honest. Let's be real. If it's anybody else, it's prison. So it is what it is. But hey, we got a game to be able to watch. But I definitely wanted to address that. And obviously, we know everyone pretty much feels the same way. I feel as a lot of the people that are fans. Number one, it should be 1 year minimum. Number two, if it was 2 years, a lot of us would have felt better. If it was indefinite, it would have been shocking as hell, but we would understand. And then maybe it would set that, precedence that like, you can't do this. Or if, ended up going to jail and no longer being in the league ever again, then you're like, wow. I do believe in second chances for people, but for this guy, that I really liked in high school, at Clemson, on the Texans, sometimes you never really know somebody, even if you're friends with them, behind the scenes. And, you might have, that type of look where your people think, he's a handsome fella. You know what I mean? He's a quarterback. He's making millions of dollars, but we have to be held accountable for our actions. And apparently, when it comes to the NFL and money and ratings, they don't care. The bottom line that they don't care unless there's footage. As long as there's video, then they'll care. But yeah, it is what it is. But oh well. Sarah in the building with the $2 holla. Let me get you. What do you want? You want a Cardinals? What do you want? I can get you. I'll throw up Colts temporarily, but if you want some Cardinal representation for beating the Rockies, 12-0? Wow, that's something special, huh? Let me get you a couple photos here just to show some Colts love. And I know it's preseason, and I know these teams aren't going to be very good this year. But, hey, like I said, the Dodger game is over. Mariners didn't play today. I got to be able to, go on the grind, and it's football. So I'm going to do it. I love it. So, and sometimes when you have matchups on paper that look like they're going to be bad, like on Thursday Night Football, Jags, and Bengals, it didn't really look like it was going to be that good. Or, maybe it's like Jags and, the Jets or something. But sometimes those games end up being one of the best of the year because we have zero expectations and we think it's going to be horrible. And then it ends up being like a really close or some amazing shit happens in the game. And so that's why I'm here always representing, whoever is playing, whether that be the Bears and the Seahawks or anybody else. Let's go. I've got a couple here for you. And let's get it, baby. Yeah, it doesn't matter if the NFL can send players to jail, but based off the investigation, if they would have suspended him indefinitely and actually went through the proper legal process, he should have went to jail based off those actions. So, but yeah, NFL is kind of a joke, man. Like I said, I don't like buying into the whole, we did the right thing. We know what we're doing. But if it shows you, if you got money, you can make shit happen. And it's just sad. But here we go. We got the Bears, baby. Justin Fields. Nice little photos. We got David Montgomery. I like that one. Look at the intensity in his eyes. Darnell Mooney is their wide receiver number one. Even when they had Allen Robinson, Justin Fields loved going to Darnell Mooney. He's got a nice connection with him there. And then on the flip side, Drew Lock's got COVID. So we're going to see Geno and then probably some of the other backups as well. DK Metcalf, like that one. That's one of my favorites. I see you. And Tyler, get to the door and lock it, baby. All right, let's go. We're about to kick off. Let's go, baby. I'll get you a pool host here. I know he's been going yard early and often, 10 homers away, from getting to 700. All right, here we go. Let's go, baby. Appreciate you very, very much. $2 holla. All right, here we go. Seahawks are about to kick off, and here we go. All right, Bears, let's go. Go, go, go. Nice return. Oh, he fumbled. He fumbled. He coughed it up. All right, let's see what we get from Justin Fields. Just making sure all the social media and everything is good. Looks like everything is good here on my end. All right, here we go. See what we can get from Justin Fields today. And like I said, at least, if the team is going to be bad, they have their guy. And that's what we need to have for the Seahawks. At some point, they need their Justin Fields. And, no disrespect to Drew Lock or Geno, but that's not it. They're going to need a C.J. Stroud or a Bryce Young, Arch Manning, down the road. They need to have that guy that could be the face of the franchise. And that's facts. Now they're reviewing to see if this is a fumble or not. All right, here we go. First down and 10, shotgun set. Play action fake, Fields. Nice little smoothness on that little check down. There we go. First down, Bears. That was nice. Nice little smoothness there. Not a lot of heat on that pass. And sometimes you have to have that nice touch on that pass. And I see you. And obviously, if we Drew Lock didn't end up getting COVID, we would be seeing a lot of him tonight as well. You would at least assume so. And I got a nice Drew Lock here for you, too. First down and 10. Fields, pressured. Pass incomplete. Good defense and pressure there by the Seattle Seahawks. And then we got that Drew Lock there. Too bad we're not seeing him because obviously he's the better quarterback than Geno. Geno's a game manager. Drew is someone that has a better deep ball. Geno's just going to do a lot of check downs. Drew can he'll make more mistakes, but at least he gets the ball downfield to guys that you would want, like DK and Tyler, get to the door and lock it. So I assume Drew will be the guy starting week 1 as long as COVID is done. Fields, hands off, second down and 10. No Montgomery today. I assume this is Herbert. Gain of about 5 or 6. There we go. I know, Pujols grand slam, 10 away. He's been on a tear. He had 2 in one game and then hit a grand salami. Pretty good for the grandpa. Supposedly, they like to call him the grandpa. I mean, I know he's old, but he's still got a little juice left. And if you notice, when he went to the Dodgers, he wasn't like this. So I feel that, coming back home has really revitalized his career. And I'm glad they put him in the All-Star game. Mbida, how are you? Can't guard Mike, baby. I totally 100% agree. Fields, scrambling, gambling. Nice tackle. A fumble there, but I think he was already down on the ground. Let's see if they call that. Should be played dead with his knee on the ground. Yeah, I am excited about Michael Thomas as well. Absolutely. How you doing, Mbida? I'm just grinding every day, man. Baseball, NFL, wrestling, whatever it is. I mean, I'm grinding it out. I'll throw up a Michael Thomas for you. It's like a lot of these people don't want to give love to divisional foes, but I appreciate talent. Yeah, he's down. You know what I mean? And if you're talented, I don't care if you're on the Saints. I'm going to show love. Appreciate you. Let's get it, baby. I got you, bro. The only motherfucking guy on planet Earth that's not biased, yo boy, me. You're not going to ever see another Buck fan show fucking love for Michael Thomas, I'll tell you. I'll tell you that. Neutral zone infraction. It's crazy. It took me forever to be able to find a nice background close enough so I can see the field and see Lumen, formerly of CenturyLink. It was just like so many photos. They, had higher angles and like drone shots, and it took me forever, but I'm glad I found one that I like so you can actually see the field behind me, like instead of like a top view. All right, first down and 10 for the Bears. Let's see what Justin Fields can do here. Fields, play action fake, scrambling, gambling, pump fake. Nice play right there. It's crazy is that the Bears have 4 new starters on the line, but they're still shit. They're still garbage on the line. It's like I got it that you got, these new starters, but God, they have so much to improve on. They got to improve on the offensive line. They need more wide receivers. They need more than just Darnell Mooney and Cole Kmet at tight end. Defense, they need a whole new rehaul there. It's going to be a long year for the Bears. Fields, there we go. First down, Bears. Yeah, he says. Yeah, baby. I'll check the Cash App here in a second. And I got a couple here of Khalil Herbert. Not to be confused with Justin Herbert. There's a little bit of a difference, baby. Whenever you hear the Herbert name, fire photo. And then obviously with Cole Kmet as well. All right, here we go. First down and 10. Screen pass. Mooney. There we go. Woo! He broke his ankles there. Someone call 911. Wow. He hit him with a skirt. Skirt. All right, Darnell. I see you, bud. And it's crazy that, they decided Fields had a better chemistry, with obviously with Mooney rather than Allen Robinson. But hey, shit happens. Let's see if they end up going to Khalil Herbert or not. See what we got here. Second down and 4. Play action fake. Wide open. Plenty of time. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Going deep. Just over the head of Darnell Mooney. And I do like Mooney a lot. I think he's a good receiver, but they need more. Yeah, some kind of illegal man downfield or holding. Yep. Larry Borom, penalty decline. So we'll see what we get here. Woo! Crispy photos. Kmet, Herbert, and then obviously their number one option will be Darnell Mooney. But you will see a lot of David Montgomery. He's probably one of their best overall players on the team with Justin Fields. And obviously, you already know what it is, Khalil Herbert. They got quite a few of decent guys, but not a lot of studs. Nice tackle by the Hawks there. On fourth down, I see you. Good defense. But Herbert's decent. You pair him up, with obviously David Montgomery. It's a 1-2 punch. That's not bad. Mooney is nice. He has an opportunity to be a top 20 wide receiver this year because Fields is going to have to throw to somebody. Somebody's got to get open. And I'm not really a big fan of Cole Kmet, but I know he's going to get a lot of opportunities because they just don't have anybody else really to go to. Let's just be honest. So. Good defense by the Hawks. All right, field goal attempt is up. And it's good. 3-0. The Bears. Okay. Oh, thank you, bro. Mbida. Thank you so much, bro. $10 holla from my boy Mbida. You got any specific pictures that you want me to throw up for you for the Saints? We're on a commercial break, so I got some time. Bang, bang, bang. I mean, I'll just start throwing Saints ones up, right? I can just start doing that. So obviously I had that Michael Thomas up. I can throw up a bunch here. So hold on, let's go through.
And t-shirts. Totally awesome, team. What will you design today? Start designing for free.
MT, and you got somebody, new boy Olave. I got you. Yes. I got to make sure we throw up a little Drew and Kamara. You know how much I appreciate Drew and, for what he is, GOAT status. Okay. And then I got to go AK. I got to be able to show the AK love. It's my favorite running back in the league. And I know that's shocking to some. You're a Bucs fan. Oh, how can you love Alvin Kamara as your favorite? Well, why not? Swag, chip on his shoulder. Anyone that goes third, fourth round. Woo! Okay. And then we'll throw up that Michael Thomas. And I'll get you some Olave too. Thank you so much, man, for your ongoing support. And it's funny too, because I got more people that are Falcons, Panthers, and Saints fans than Bucs fans. I don't know where the hell the Bucs fans are at. I know they're on YouTube, but I need more Bucs fans on the channel. Not to gang up on people or anything, but just I know they're out there and they got someone. I mean, I'm the biggest Buck YouTuber out there, but I don't think they know who I am because I don't just have a channel named Buccaneers, Fanatic or whatever. I do all 32 teams, so maybe that has something to do with it. But I need to get more Bucks and more Ducks. That's facts. But let's throw up a couple here. And I appreciate you tremendously.
Back in Seattle, there are number 3 jerseys everywhere. That'll be forever. And they're wearing Jim Zorn and Steve Largent jerseys here too. Why not Russell Wilson jerseys? Many years to come. Carlos Santos put in the air.
All right, that's a touchback. And we'll get more Olave stuff once he starts playing in regular season games. So we'll have more photographers, making more amazing photos. Let me see here. We need Jimmy G freaky fast, is what the Seahawks fan said. Jimmy would be better. We got Jameis there with Olave. All right. And I'll get you another one here in just a second. Oh, false start.
So there is some breaking news. This just into the news.
Breaking news. What is it?
DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett would not play tonight. And presumably we thought that was because Drew Lock wasn't going to go. His opportunity with the ones. But Metcalf and Lockett, as you can plainly see, they're on the field.
Metcalf and Lockett, baby. Oh, baby. Handoff. Nice run. I got you, bro. Appreciate you. I appreciate you, man. I know, seriously. You know what I mean? It's like you got to think about it just like for a second. If for whatever reason Mike Evans didn't end up being a Buck for life and the Saints had an opportunity to get him and at the end of his career and he was still a great player, it's like, what are you going to not root for him? Or if I got Lattimore, I can't like Lattimore because I'm a Bucs fan. Nice screen pass. Nice hit. It's just ridiculous, man. It's like we can all have great players on both sides. You know what I mean? I like the Charles Cross, first rounder, 6'5", 311, Mississippi State. And then they got Abraham Lucas there, third rounder, 6'6", 322 from Washington State, the homegrown kid. But yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, man. And you know how it is in Saints, Instagram, fan pages, Twitter, Buccaneers, Twitter, and Instagram. It's toxic, man. Every fan base has these toxic Instagram and Twitter fan pages or Facebook, and it's annoying. Like, I can't even be a part of them. I was on an Oregon Duck one. I had to leave. You know what I mean? Because not only they flooded my timeline with too much unnecessary Duck bullshit that I don't like to hear people talk shit about the other teams for no reason. You know what I mean? Just because you're a fan of the team and then other teams in the division got great players and, you make a comment about one of those that you like and then you're just like castrated and you're just, Yeah, hung to dry. Yeah, stupid. What up, Jake? How are you? Let's go. Yeah, 690. Love it. Finley, how are you? I talked about it at the beginning of the stream. Like I said, I will talk about it here once we go to commercial break. All right, 3rd down and 5. Let's see if Gino can get them a first down. Shotgun set. Good protection up front. Gino going long. Ooh, just out of the reach. Pass incomplete. Swain was the intended receiver. All right. So Gino trying to fire it in there. Good protection up front. Looks like Cross is holding a little bit, but was not called. There's going to be holding a lot. And I wanted to see Drew Lock, but he got COVID. But you want to make sure you get a little bit of chemistry with DK and with Lockett. Those are two of my favorite. I mean, if we're talking about receivers, I mean, as far as a 1-2, that's one of the best. Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, very, very good, as well as Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. And also now Mike Thomas, Landry, Olave. I mean, there's a lot of duos at wide receiver that are, kind of intriguing. But 0-0 with the Seahawks with the punt. And we went over this at the beginning of the stream. And obviously, this is, hey, Orion, I've been meaning to ask you how you feel about the Watson suspension. Do you think it's fair or should have been a year? Goodell loves to play a good guy. With this right now, for me, I might be a little bit more critical than others. But if he wasn't a football player, he's in prison. You know what I mean? 67 girls or 69 girls in 17 months. That's insane. You know what I mean? And then he was like, I'm claiming my innocence. I didn't do anything wrong. Well, you didn't do settlements, for 100,000 or more per girl if you're not guilty. And then even now in his press conferences, he was just like, well, I had to apologize because people were triggered. So he doesn't think that he was the victim, or he doesn't think that, he thinks that he's the victim and these other people, he just apologized because he had to, because everyone was triggered as NFL fans and globally, and women out there were triggered by his behavior. He's not apologetic. He claims his innocence, and he should have been suspended a minimum of 1 year, but he has this. He should have been suspended probably 2 years, okay? But he's got this and good lawyers. It's just really, really sad. For me, if he was suspended indefinitely, right, I would be okay with it. Prison time, I would be okay with it. I'm all about second chances, but this guy's a fucking sexual predator. If it was 1 or 2 girls, it's one thing. But when you're going 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 in a year and a half, imagine if they investigated from when he first came into the league. This might be in the hundreds, like 100 to 200, maybe more. You know what I mean? So for me, I do believe in second chances, but this is like a sexual predator thing. So I feel bad for all the women out there globally. And Calvin Ridley, right, ended up getting, 1 year for gambling, didn't even win any money, right? So how the hell are you going to go 1 year with Calvin Ridley, which, for gambling? And I mean, he's an idiot. He should have probably gave the money, obviously, to a friend and had the friend, make the bets for him. But if you're going to end up having Calvin Ridley suspended, nice catch right there by Ridley, for a whole year, how the hell are you going to go from 6 games to only 11? And on top of that, his return is against the Houston Texans. Talk about the NFL being scripted. A lot of people don't want to admit, when things look scripted. And normally I don't buy into that bullshit. But for this particular circumstance, for him to come back exactly against the Houston Texans, it's about money and it's about ratings. And they know the Texans are going to be shitty, right? The worst team in their division. The Browns will probably be the worst. And so this will be something to talk about when he comes back. Ridiculous. Absolutely 100% ridiculous. A very minimum of 1 year. Handoff. Boom. Big hit by the Hawks. Minimum 1 year is not enough, but it would have been like, that's what it should have been. 2 years would have been acceptable. Forever, I would have been happy with it. In prison, that's what it probably should have been. Either indefinite or prison. But when you have money and you're like Vince McMahon, as we know, sometimes when you got money, things happen and you can get away with shit. It's sad, but it's just true. Sad, sad, sad. Handoff on 2nd down and 8. Nice tackle. If you have good lawyers, you can make anything happen. If you got good lawyers, You can make anything happen. Ask Mr. McMahon. It's just crazy. What is our world coming to? You know what I mean? It's like if you have footage, obviously with the whole incidents that have happened with Vince McMahon and now Deshaun Watson, you got money, right? You can get out of anything. But Vince did so many things over 30 years. Enough was enough. Nice run. First down, Bears. Move the chains. 3-0. The Bears. And I am happy that obviously Triple H now is running things and WWE has been better than ever. We had Kenny Omega make his return for AEW last night, which was great. But I don't know, man. It's just sad to think that, and it's anybody. Look at OJ. Some people to this day still think OJ Simpson is innocent. It's like if OJ was a bus driver, he'd be OJ, the bus driver murderer. But he played at USC. He played on the Bills. He was famous. You can do so many crimes over time, but eventually enough was enough. And if you got money, you can always make things go away. And it's just sad. And the thing that pisses me off the most about this guy, he didn't even apologize. Denial. And then, sorry that the women were affected. And then he said, I still claim my innocence. So he's not even remorseful for what he did. He thinks that he's not a sexual predator. And this is bullshit that he got 11 games and $5 million. He thinks that in his head, legitimately, and that's what predators think. They think they're not even in wrong. That's really scary. You know what I mean? And I don't care if you do counseling or therapy. There's nothing coming back from this guy. I think that he will continue to still be Deshaun Watson, and he'll just have to try to be a little bit more careful. Because obviously he didn't want to do OnlyFans or prostitutes and hookers and get caught. So he thought he could do massage therapists, and he would be going to these girls' houses. It's like he was going to facilities. You know what I mean? Like these girls were coming to him, but mostly he was going to their houses. Like imagine just being like a therapist locally, and he just like knocks on the door and you think like, oh, wow, Deshaun Watson, and then he has like one little small towel that barely covers him, falls off. And then all these crazy things start happening. Disgusting, man. Disgusting. Yeah, they made a hype video for JJ Arcega-Whiteside. That's not what you want to do. There is no hype video for JJ Arcega-Whiteside. Eagles fans know, and I know. Second down and 12, shotgun set. Nice, Trevor Siemian. First down, Bears. Move the chains. What a dude, man. Congratulations on your dub. Corbin was dealing today. So what is puzzling? He went on an interview, said he's innocent. And a written statement, he said, yeah, because it's all bullshit. Exactly. 21-6. Wow. Woo! That's nuts. Loyal Rami, how are you? I saw that. And Aqib Talib was going to be doing those broadcasts, obviously, on Fox. And he was pretty good as a color guy, but, I'm not sure if any implications pass incomplete. I don't know if you're going to have any implications with him. He obviously, I've seen some of the footage, and they didn't show a lot of the footage of the guy getting murdered, obviously. But he was right there and pulled his brother away. What is our world coming to? Shooting Pop Warner coaches because you don't agree with play calling or calls on the field? Some of these people are fucking crazy, and I absolutely agree. A life was lost based off a mentor that was coaching up our young youth, our brothers, and obviously white, black, Mexican, Asian, and all they're trying to do is play football. And so sad that Aqib Talib's, but Aqib himself is kind of crazy too. When the Bucks first got him, he was firing guns with his mom, like in the backyard, and there was all kinds of arguments and shit. And there was a lot of. He is kind of hood. He went to Kansas, and that's not really known as a hood school. But Aqib has always been kind of hood, and apparently his brother is too. So, yes, I know. Well, we'll talk about it, but yeah, they want to just push it under the rug, pretty much. So, Simeon, little flip pass. Well, the NFL is the most popular thing. So, the fans aren't going to boycott just because of him. They're fans of the name in the front, not the name on the back. You know what I mean? So, yeah, they're maybe some Browns kids, they're like, who cares? I've heard people that are like, whatever it takes to get to the AFC Championship game, whatever it takes to be able to, get further than Baker did. because that's all they care about. Browns fans, they haven't been good since really Bernie Kosar days, and they want a championship. They want AFC championship game appearance. They want to go to the playoffs. They want to win by any means necessary for some of these fans, and that's sad. So it is what it is. That's not at my place. That's actually at Megan's mom's house, and that's in Ridgefield. Guy does his own beer, and it's all like 8%, 10%. You drink like one, and you're fucked up, and you're like, whoa. You know what I mean? You start getting sleepy off of them. And I think he grows, probably his own weed and stuff, but he did his own beer and has like 8 beers on tap all year round. Pretty cool. Nice big property area. It's like $1 million house in Ridgefield too. So very, very living large. That's for sure. I know you saw that, huh? It's a nice little place. Said ever since Steve Smith embarrassed Akib on Monday night, man's never been the same. Yeah, absolutely. And you're not going to get people boycotting the games. He's like, if people would boycott the games he played, not attend, not watch, he would be out of the league. People, it wouldn't matter if they boycotted. You're still going to get people that love the Browns. They just don't love him. So they don't give a shit who the quarterback is. They just want to be able to win. But the Browns are just being the Browns. This making the wrong mistakes over and over and over. So, it is what it is. I'm just glad I'm not a Browns fan and I'm not a Deshaun Watson fan. But obviously, clearly, they care about ratings. They care about money. And it's not a coincidence that he's coming back exactly on the Texans game. Because, he could have came back for any other game, but there's some precedence there. That was his former team. They're both going to be bad. They're both going to be in last place. So this will drive some ratings because we're going to want to see how does he play against his former team. Does he play like ass? Does he play great? And there's going to be a lot of talk for those two teams. Normally, we wouldn't even bring up those two teams at all. You know what I mean? But if he ended up playing from week 1, you bring that up because it's his former team. So it is what it is. But you think Brady will retire? Yeah, I think he's fine. I think just Giselle probably, is not. I think that they want to spend family time with Brady. And then obviously with all the injuries that I've had, I told you, man, offensive line is brutal. And I felt that if we don't re-sign key pieces, JPP, Ndamukong Suh, we got these injuries on the line. I still think we can be the second best team in the NFC to the Rams, but the Saints are coming. The Eagles are coming. The Packers are coming. Cardinals should be there. Niners, Vikings will be the sleeper team, but I'm not sure if we're good enough to even get to the NFC Championship game with all these injuries. I hope so, but I think Brady will be there. But obviously losing these key pieces can't make Brady feel that good, but Brady is also one with worse offensive lines than what I have. And the rookies like Luke Gadecki, he's stepping up. So, it's not all lost, but Wirfs got hurt today. Jensen's probably going to be out for the year. I just need to get healthy at the right time, but I think Brady will be back. He wants to try to be able to win. He's already committed too much to the fans and obviously their organization and obviously his family. So one more year, I would assume. 3-0 Bears. Let's see what we can get here from Gino. Drew Lock, I wanted to see you, but we get Gino here. Play action fake. Gino, scrambling, gambling. Throws it away.
Communicating who the Mike linebacker was, 53 single, bringing the motion down, trying to communicate to everybody what play call we're going to get into. That's the strength of the senior back.
Shotgun set, 2nd down and 10. Gino with the draw. Nice run.
Washington, grew up for 30 minutes north of this stadium, did not play in the opener for the Bears. He said it was God's plan to make his NFL debut here in his home, Washington. An undisclosed injury, of course, going to miss that game. Real nice prospect, but rookie corners in this league, look out. Third down and 3.
All right, 3rd down and 3. Shotgun set. Gino, batted down. Good defense. Hit him with the Mutombo. 4th down, 3-0, Bears. Hey, hamburger help. It might not be burgers and steaks and beers and all that, but bro, that's not bad. Dude, once you end, you or with the kids, and you're used to having kid meals and you got 4 kids, you're super dad. You are an inspiration to all of us for all the things that you do on a daily basis. Keep being you. Nice return. Go. 1st down, Bears. We'll see if there's a flag on that play for holding. But hey, it is what it is. Yeah. 8%. So yeah, some of them are really strong. 8, 9%. So it's like you have, and it's right out of the tap. Dude, it's so smooth. And he's got all kinds of flavors in there. But like I said, you can't drink too many of them before you literally want to go to sleep. Like it's like so smooth, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna slam this shit like Budweiser, and then all of a sudden you're like, after it hits you, like 1 or 2, you're like, fuck, like I gotta lay down. You're like, there's been plenty of times where I have almost got sleepy nappy, like I took a gummy or something. So hamburger helper ain't bad. Handoff, big hit. Yeah, well, you just have to understand, Gino's never, going to be the quarterback like a Russell Wilson. Like Gino, when he was at college, he's at West Virginia? You know what I mean? We obviously saw something there. And it looked like at one point when Gino was in college that he might be a 1st round or 2nd round prospect at one point when he was in college. But, obviously some guys hit their ceiling. Nice handoff up the middle. One thing that I'm noticing in this game, 1st down, Bears, that the running game for both is pretty good. For both options, Evans with the carry, but it also means that the obviously the offensive line for both teams is not very good, and the defensive lines for both teams are not very good either. So, yeah, go get some. I got Modelo right here. I got my pineapple beer. I got 2 of them. All right, 1st down and 10. Handoff. Evans with the carry. At least he's trying.
The Bears are in a situation where we know they had Darnell Mooney, who's this kind of budding star at the wide receiver position. And then there's the Equanimeous St. Brown, Byron Pringle type of guys. Who is going to step forward and really kind of become that number 3 receiver? They need somebody. And this Luke Getsy offense that is going to be able to cross the field, create some big chunks, or go vertical with their speed.
Mooney, Newsome, Jones. God, they need a lot of help. Jesus. Shotgun set. Simeon. Nice catch. 1st down, Bears. All right, I see you. One thing that's concerning me about the Seahawks, because both of these teams are going to be bad. We know that, right? But the Seahawks defense, O-line, D-line, and defense. No Bobby Wagner, no KJ Wright. This team is going to get fucking tore up this season. If the Bears are tearing you up, that's not a good sign. You know what I mean? Especially even if it's 2nd string, 3rd string, 4th string, you want to at least see your defense and your O do something. It's kind of alarming, but not really. Simeon. Oh, good tackle. Two-yard line. Nice. Stafford, 1st ballot Hall of Famer. Hey, don't encourage them. Don't encourage them. How are you? Raiders in the building. How are you? Oh, yeah. Dog is much better than a cat. I'm not a cat person as much as a dog person. I'm more dog for sure. Yeah, I mean, it could be 2 games, that they win. Both of these teams are going to be bad. Like at the very, very least, would be like 2-3 games, realistically 4 to 6 games, and then at the very highest peak, 7. And that's if everything goes right and they steal a couple. But I don't see the Bears winning 7 or the Seahawks. I think it's more like, 2 to 3 it could be, but I think 4 to 6 is probably more accurate. And I know this is not the most ideal matchup. Embiter, Mbite a $10 dono earlier because I keep doing what you do, bro. I appreciate you, man. I'm always hustling and always grinding. And even though it's the Bears and the Seahawks, honestly, I still get excited for any matchup. It's NFL. It's just NFL games. It's one step closer to getting to the regular season. When we get college football, and then I'll be in full swing. It'll be NFL, college football, and then we'll get into the NBA, college hoops. MLB will be getting to the playoffs like NASCAR, and we still got AEW and WWE. So, and we got World Cup this year. So, I'm already streaming now, typically 4 hours or more, but sometimes I'm streaming 7 or 8 hours in a day. Like last night, I did the Mariner game, and then I ended up doing the AEW Dynamite with Kenny Omega and the end of the Dodger game. So sometimes it gets tiring, but I wouldn't want it any other way, so.
Browse this week's meals at Tabala.com. Do you want to be a better investor? Public.com is an investing platform that helps you build, grow, and manage your
Yeah, beating the Broncos ain't going to happen, and you're not going to sweep the Niners either. The Niners are going to be very good this year. Trey Lance is actually the truth. But we'll see what happens, but Russell Wilson will probably get 5 touchdowns against the Hawks. Yeah. It's going to be bad, but think about this way. It's better to be shitty, like when you're going to be bad. If you're a bad team that's like a 4-win team or less, why the fuck would you want to win 7? You want draft position. So you want to be able to get that CJ Stroud from Ohio State or Bryce Young or maybe Arch Manning in the future. You want to be bad, like bad. So that way you can get a top 3, top 4 pick without having to trade up to get it. You know what I mean? You want to be able to get the best players, but it's up to the GM, Pete Carroll, as well as Schneider to be able to make the right moves happen. And the Bears and Seahawks have a long ways to go, but at least the Bears have Justin Fields. The Seahawks don't have their guy just yet, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I know, right? I think the Ducks could beat the Hawks. Simeon, the Bears are going to win this game. Touchdown, Bears. Jake Tongas with the touchdown. Okay. Yeah, this one's going to get ugly. You know what I mean? But like I said, we have, lots of Seahawks fans that are on the channel, but sometimes you just have to be real with yourself. You had a good run. Normally teams are only good for about 4 or 5 years once they make the run. Like, remember when the Niners were good with Navarro Bowman and Patrick Willis and Kaepernick when they were going against Legion of Boom? It's usually about 4 or 5 years of elite football, and then you have to rebuild. But when you had Russell Wilson, I think, some Seahawks fans maybe took him for granted. It's like you went to the playoffs like every year except for one. You don't really realize what kind of player that you had, with Danger Russ. Russ is going to win a Super Bowl with the Denver Broncos, before his career is over. He might actually, get to 2, win 1, lose 1, and maybe 3, win 2, lose 1, or win 1, lose 2. That's the best case scenario, but there's so much competition in the AFC. I don't think the Broncos are going to get to 3 Super Bowls, but I could see 1 or 2, win 1, lose 1 before his career is over in Denver. But Seattle just needs to be able to get the right quarterback. They need to be able to get the right offensive linemen, and they need to be able to get the right defense. And they have to decide if Carroll and Schneider are right for the team, or if it's, time for a change. And sometimes, you need to make a move. So, but Seattle will be in last place for how many years? Because I don't see the Cardinals with Kyler, the Niners with Kyle Shanahan, or the Rams with Sean McVay slowing down at all. Seahawks are going to have to try to catch up to them. And I don't see it happening anytime soon. Same thing with the Bears. I don't see them being good for quite some time. I know you got Justin Fields there, and you got guys that I like Montgomery, Mooney. I like some of those guys, but they just don't have enough talent. Even the Lions have a chance to beat the Bears this season, as far as third place. And they're nowhere near being as good as the Vikings or the Packers. And Seahawks are nowhere near being as good as the Cardinals, the Niners, or the Rams. I mean, it's clear. These are two probably most likely fourth place teams. So 2 of the top 5 picks in the draft, more than likely. So, well, I don't think he'll step down. He'll have to get fired. I mean, Schneider and him, I don't know. I mean, they never address the O-line or the D-line, and that's how you win football games. It's after their Super Bowl run, handoff on 1st down and 10. Nice. Go. First down, Hawks, the first entertaining play of the day. Move the chains. That was a great run right there. Look, he runs into his own guy, breaks it. Keep pumping those legs, young man. Pump it up. Going down the sideline, switching the. Nice job by Homer. And Homer he's been on the team for the last couple years, so. Yeah, but Carroll's not going to step down either, Schneider. They're going to have to, And also the big problem with the Seahawks is like the Blazers, Paul Allen died. And when Paul Allen died, the Trust Group and his sister have been running the Blazers and the Seahawks, and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And obviously, me being a Blazer guy, we need to be able to sell the team to an owner like Phil Knight or someone that actually knows what they're doing. And if you can get people that know what they're doing, that's going to equate to more wins. Uh-oh. We got an injury here. He's grabbing his knee. And we got a Hawks player right behind him. These guys collided. Something happened, but both guys are down. Uh-oh. This is not good. And for the Bears player, he immediately clenched a knee, and that's usually ACL, MCL, or PCL, typically. So hopefully they're okay. Yeah. Well, you got to think I know we had Megan and a lot of these other Hawks fans, and you can love your team, but I have to keep it real. Some people think I'm going on an attack, but I mean, when the Buccaneers were bad, you never heard me say, we're going to the Super Bowl with Jameis Winston. I'm not a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? I call it how I see it. When my team is good, you'll know it. When my team is bad, you'll know it. Why lie? Why sugarcoat shit, But obviously, they need to be able to have the right players at the right time. And everyone is like, Russ is turning his back on the Seahawks. Imagine if you didn't have an O-line for almost your whole career. You know what I mean? And you still won 10 games every year and got to the playoffs almost every year. And you were a top 3 quarterback every year. But he's a complainer. He's a bitch, is what they said. Fuck him. Fuck him like fuck Ken Griffey Jr. You should have heard these Lyft and Uber drivers when me and my boy Jay Graves went up there when we went to go see the Royals. These guys were like, fuck Griffey, fuck Russ. They're fucking prima donna bitch asses. I was like, you realize that these guys were big, for Seattle and obviously Oregon in the Northwest. But some people watch sports and some people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know what I mean? But you got to understand, it's you can have running backs, like Chris Carson and Penny and all these guys, right? You got Kenneth Walker from Michigan State like him. DK and Tyler get to the door and lock it. They haven't really had good tight ends, but O-line is so critical for the success of a football team. Ask the Rams, ask Tampa Bay, ask the Chiefs. You got to have O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching. Okay, and so let's look at the teams. All right, do you have a good O-line? No. Do you have a good D-line? No. Do you have a good defense? No. Do you have good coaching? Debatable. You know what I'm saying? And you got to think, it's and not only were the O-lines bad for the Seahawks, even though people wanted to act like they weren't, they had a bottom 2 defensive line and a bottom 2 O-line. How the hell are you supposed to win games when you're bottom 2? 30th? 31st? 32nd? Bottom 2 O-line, bottom 2 D-line. What do you expect? And you had Bobby Wagner, you had KJ Wright, you had a couple pieces, but once Frank Clark left, you started not having the same kind of results, obviously with the team, and Bobby Wagner was the heart and soul, still a top 6 linebacker in the league. Most people think he's still top 5. You know what I mean? You got, obviously Shaq Barrett. No. Shaq Leonard. All right. We want to call him Darius Leonard, but we have to call him Shaq or Shaquille Leonard for his middle name. So you got Shaq Leonard, Darius Leonard. You got Devin White. You got Micah Parsons, you got Fred Warner from the Niners, and you got Bobby Wagner. And there's other guys that are like prototype guys, like Von Millers and Khalil Max that can play D-line or linebacker. And you got TJ Watts and a lot of these other guys that are hybrid. But you got to be able to have O-line, D-line. It's good for the running game, good for the passing game, and it makes your quarterback. I mean, just imagine right after the Legion of Boom started to get disrupted with Brandon Browner, right? And then you ended up having Earl Thomas III, Richard Sherman, Cam Chancellor, and then Marshawn Lynch, right? You should have addressed the running back position right after Marshawn. You're not going to get another Marshawn, but you should have got something close to that, right? You should have built the O-line immediately right after that point. You know what I mean? You should have been able to go after and started to build up that secondary, and they didn't really do it. I mean, you're going for guys like DK Metcalf in the draft. I mean, if you would have not got DK and started getting some first-round talent on the offensive line, there's a chance that maybe Russ would still be there, and they would still be like a 10-win team. Because, I mean, if you got Russell Wilson, you're looking at 10 wins. But if you have a great team around him, then you're looking at 11 to 14 wins and maybe a deep run. So, and the same thing goes for the Bears. Yeah, you got Justin Fields, right? But you need the O-line and you need the D-line. They don't got it. You know what I mean? This is not the same Bears defense, when they had Khalil Mack. And obviously when they had, everything, rolling. Things have not been the same since the Khalil Mack. And that's sad. It is what it is. So.
I just need him to be more attentive.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to live with someone who can't even set a
And like I said, I mean, I hope, some people understand, like, this is a rebuilding year and it's going to be rebuilding for maybe a while. Because even if you got Bryce Young, let's say the Seahawks get the first pick in the draft, that doesn't mean that he's going to be great. Because if the O-line stinks, yeah, you got DK and, Tyler Lockett or whatever, and your running backs even have post Chris Carson, fine. But it's not going to be a fluid offense if you can't block, especially if you're going to go against Nick Bosa. If you're going to be going against guys like Aaron Donald. I mean, what do you expect? You know what I'm saying? So. You got to understand, though, with Russ, I mean, imagine being a top 3 quarterback and not getting help. You know what I mean? Like, what's a quarterback's best friend? A good running game, but you need an O-line. O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching. Every time I make a Super Bowl prediction, right, it's not about quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. That's why I've gotten like 21 in a row. I can win a lot of money, but I usually am superstitious. But like I said, I can get NHL predictions correct without watching any NHL or NBA. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, I get the Joe Burrow hype. You know what I mean? And they almost won, but O-line, Rams. D-line, Rams. Defense in general, Rams. Coaching, Rams. You know what I mean? It's like when I even played the Chiefs. You had the number 1 quarterback in Mahomes, number 1 tight end in Kelsey, number 1 or number 2 wide receiver that year with Devontae Adams and Tyreek, and they couldn't even throw a touchdown pass. So what does that tell you? You can have number 1, and number 2 and still not even score a touchdown because it's defense. It's simple as that. You got to have O-line and you got to have defense. They would have had, Mitchell Schwartz and Eric Fisher. I still think the Chiefs would have lost, but they would have thrown up some touchdown passes against my Bucks in that Super Bowl, and it might have been much closer. Who knows? Maybe the Chiefs would have won, if they would have had those offensive linemen there. I still don't think they would have, but it would have been a hell of a lot closer. And who knows? Mahomes with more time means wins. So. Could be. I definitely think the Broncos, I've been a big Bronco, supporter based on changing the culture. And the 2 teams I'm the most excited to see, Broncos and Minnesota, based off their new coaching, options with Nathaniel Hackett as well as Kevin O'Connell. So I'm excited to see where that goes. But for all the people that think that Russ is just going to be shitty, it's laughable. 10-0 Bears. I could see that. I was hoping for Buccaneers, Broncos. And honestly, the only team that I think that could, there's going to be Chiefs, Raiders, Chargers. The Chargers could be the Bengals of this year, and that could throw a thing on the loop. But for me, the Bills are at the top, but the Broncos, I feel, could be the number 2 team in the AFC. I think they really could, even though they have, injuries with Patrick and whatnot. But I still think that if there's one team that could beat the Bills, it could be Russ and the Broncos in the AFC Championship game. Even if Denver had to go on the road, I think that there would be a chance where Russ could compete with Josh Allen, touchdown for touchdown. Play action fake. Simeon scrolling to his right and throwing out of bounds. Yeah, but once you've already been there, you can already tell it's over. Like, there's nothing that shows you that they were going to be good in the next 5 to 10 years. It's like you're not beefing up the O-line. You're not beefing up the D-line. So why am I going to stay here for my whole career and just get fucking my body just like mutilated and just massacred running for my life? And even when he was running for his life, they were still winning 10 games every year. People in Seattle definitely took Russell for granted, and then now they're getting all salty. It's like he got you a fucking Super Bowl. You think you really would have had a Super Bowl if you didn't have Russ? Fuck no. You know what I mean? Like, stop playing with this man, dude. Like, this guy's one of the best quarterbacks that we've ever seen. Russ and Drew Brees are the 2 best short quarterbacks of all time. But as soon as a guy leaves your team, people get, salty. I get it. I got salty when Sapp left to the Raiders, the A-Guys team. I got salty when John Lynch went to the Broncos. Why? But it's a business. So 3rd down and 1. Let's see if they go for a draw here. Shotgun set. Flag on the play. Well, obviously, if you saw that matchup, you could already tell in the beginning of the game, the first snap that went over Peyton Manning's head. You know what I mean? You already knew the game was over. You know what I mean? Because you could tell that when they had that snap happen, you're like, 2-0. Like, you start off the game like that, Uncle Mo was already in their favor. But then when they played the Patriots, they could have won that game just by running with Marshawn Lynch instead of being cute. But if it would have worked, Pete Carroll would have been a genius instead of being like that guy that was an idiot and didn't go to Marshawn. But you have to have somebody to facilitate the offense. And, defense won, but you still needed to have a good quarterback, and Russ was that. And on a rookie contract. Nice. First down, Bears. Having a quarterback on a rookie contract so that way you can pay all the other guys to build that roster. That's usually what's key when you get a quarterback. If you can go to a Super Bowl within the first 4 years from getting your rookie quarterback, that's what you want before you have to pay the big money. Once you pay a quarterback money, usually then the teams aren't as good because then you can't uplift and upgrade the O-line and the defense because you paid $50 million a year for your quarterback instead of having the quarterback under a rookie contract. Play action fake. Simeon scrambling for his life. Pass incomplete. Yeah, I would have done that too. I would have got rid of Schneider and Carroll personally. I think that both need to go. It's just a new change. I think Carroll's a good coach, but I think sometimes when you're there too long, they're not listening anymore. It's like you can rah all you want. Like you've had managers at companies, but sometimes like the message goes on deaf ears, especially when you're like, we're going to turn it around, rah. And then the same shit happens and you fail over and over. You stop listening. That's just how some people are, Hand off. Yeah. Yeah, just like Indy ended Luck's career. I mean, just imagine if Indy would have focused on that. Andrew Luck would still be playing, right? And he would be going to AFC championship games. There's a chance the Colts would have had a Super Bowl appearance. Maybe not win, but Andrew Luck was that dude. You know what I mean? So same thing. You just don't want to run there and, run for your life. It's just sad. I mean, that's very, very true. Very, very true. Oh, high snap. Ooh. Oh, my God, he caught it. Oh, incomplete. And he got pushed there at late. That should be a flag. Pass incomplete. I totally agree with this. Yeah, Grigson is an idiot. So it's like you can, focus on wide receivers and running backs and tight ends, but you just need to look at the blueprint. O-line is important. And it's not only for the quarterback, but it's for the running game and for the wide receivers to get open. If they get jammed on the line by a Jalen Ramsey, you need time to get past that. You get jammed in the shoulders, timing is off. You know what I mean? Especially if you have a timing route. Because I don't know if a lot of you guys play Madden or you watch football, but sometimes you throw at the receiver when they're open, right? But sometimes quarterbacks throw at a spot. So it's like, hike, 1, 2, 3. They throw it, and they expect the receiver to like not be looking at the ball and to make their cut to get to the spot. You know what I mean? So I don't know if you guys know that. I know a lot of you in the room do know, but a lot of interceptions are caused by timing routes. Hike, 1, 2, 3, boom. And you're just throwing it. And you're not even looking at the receiver. You're throwing it at the spot that the receiver is supposed to be at. And if he gets jammed on the line or slips, that's how you get picks. It's not only like hike. Oh, you're open. Let me throw it to you. So, you have to understand the way the game is played now. And there's a lot of plays that are like that. And you got to be able to pull. You got to be able to have your guards or tackles pancake. And it's also good for pass protection, run blocking. There's a lot that goes involved with having a good O-line and obviously defensive line presence to be able to get to the quarterback. You're not even sack lunches, tip passes, strip sacks, getting the hands in the quarterback's face. That's almost as good as a sack lunch if he can't see. Jumping in the air and trying to swat the ball down. There's just like these little techniques that the good defensive linemen use where they jump in the air and they get into the quarterback's, vision and a path of vision. And, sometimes when you have a guy that maybe can't get sack lunches, but he can be disruptive by putting his hands up, that's just as good as a sack lunch. But some people are fucking idiots and they don't recognize that. So I don't think it's the toughest position to get right on. You just have to have people to evaluate talent that watch, you don't pick based off fit. You pick off talent. You know what I mean? But certain guys don't pan out, but you have to do your due diligence. And the teams that do their due diligence have better scouts, have people that have watched the kid in Pop Warner, high school, college. They interview the families. And some people say that they do this, but certain teams don't. They don't go the extra mile. It's not only about the man off the field, which is very, very important, but sometimes guys bust. Sometimes guys hit their ceiling in college and they never get better. But for me, I've already seen enough with Schneider and Carroll, that, it might be time for a change. Are you going to get somebody better than those guys initially? Maybe not. Pete Carroll is a big, popular, famous name, but at some point you're going to have to move on. And more than likely, they'll fire Carroll before they fire Schneider. But Schneider probably needs to go too. There's no excuse not beefing up the O-line and the D-line. And the Seahawks are lucky that they got the 2 Super Bowl appearances, won one, lost one. But just imagine if they would have kept building it up. There's a chance that they could have made another NFC championship game after that run if they would have just been developing those positions instead of focusing on running backs and wide receivers. This is where my thinking goes. So. Well, Nick Foles was in a good situation because they had great running game, great O-line, great defense, and it's just getting hot at the right time. And for that circumstance, you're going to see Brad Johnson, for my Bucks, and Trent Dilfer for the Ravens, where there are guys that are, maybe, most people would say like average. But if you go back and look at, Dilfer's stats, and then you look at Brad Johnson's stats that were actually not that bad. I think Brad had 22 touchdowns and like 6 picks. And that's very rare for a quarterback that's like middle of the pack. But Gruden made that difference. But when you have good coaching and you have Frank Reich, calling plays, and you have Dougie P, Foles didn't need to be a superstar. But that's like a very special circumstance where you end up having amazing talent all around. But you're not going to typically win a Super Bowl that way with a guy like Nick Foles. It was just a special circumstance with the proper coaching, the proper O-line, the proper D-line, 4 running backs. So you're not going to get the Nick Foles situation all the time. Trust me. I know you watch a lot of, Mariners, but you don't watch as much as me on the NFL side. You know what I mean? I watch not only Seahawks, I'm watching everybody. So Nick Foles is one of those guys. I mean, he's a journeyman. And sometimes you can have a journeyman, win something big like that. But even with Nick Foles himself, he played better than expected. But if you got a good O-line, it shows you can win with Nick Foles. There we go. First down, Hawks. Because if they didn't have a good offensive line and a good defensive line, you really think that they would have won that Super Bowl? Fuck no. O-line presence is huge. Because if he didn't have time to go through his progressions, he's not making the throws. And he got hot at the right time. Eagles have a horrible O-line. They don't win that Super Bowl. That's 100% true. So, well, that worked for you guys. You have Sean McVay going deep. Oh, first down, Pass incomplete. Yeah, but it doesn't really matter if you can't really develop them with great O-line presence. You know what I mean? Like Carson was good. Penny was a mistake. I think Kenneth Walker will be decent. But, I mean, if you don't have a good O-line, I mean, imagine a guy like Carson, if he actually had 2 Pro Bowlers on the line, or back when we had Sean Alexander, here in the Northwest, right? What did you have with Sean Alexander and Hasselbeck? Why did they go so far? Because you had fucking Walter Jones and Steve Hutchinson, 2 Pro Bowlers, Hall of Fame with Walter Jones. You know what I'm saying? So Sean Alexander was a beast mode, but if you don't have a good O-line, you think Sean Alexander would have been as good as he was? Fuck no. You know what I mean? I was watching Sean Alexander on Alabama. So when he was on the Crimson Tide. So, I mean, running backs are good, but it's not going to help you win anything if you just have running back play. You know what I'm saying? So high pressures is more important than sack numbers. Yep. Sacks get you paid, but being able to deflect passes and to be in the quarterback's, path of vision is very important. And being able to jump with your nose tackle and D tackle and sometimes get a tip football, that leads to picks and that leads to momentum. Uncle Mo. Gino? Ooh, right through his fingers. What happened to my hands? So, and I know, obviously you're a Seahawks guy, but it's going to be rough for a couple years. At least you got the Mariners with me, so I'll tell you that. The last great, obviously Carson was good when he was healthy. Sean Alexander, Marshawn Lynch. Marshawn Lynch obviously is fantastic. Sean Alexander, those guys were the 2 best. But obviously offensive lines were a key contributor to those guys having more success than normal because the O-lines were good, especially for Sean Alexander. Steve Hutchinson from the Vikings. Why do you think the Seahawks fucking ran left every fucking play? Because both the guys were playing guard and tackle. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Well, they don't have any choice now. Yeah, but running down your throat doesn't work when you're getting 1 yard, 3 yards, -3 yards, 6-yard gain. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be that confident. Carson's good, and now he's not there, right? And he was a good running back, but he got injured a lot. But you can end up being an average running back, and if you have a great O-line, you can turn into a good running back. You know what I mean? But if you're a great running back and have a shitty O-line, you're going to go back to being good or in the average category or slightly above average because you're not going to be able to go through the holes unless the guy has amazing vision or an amazing burst. Field goal attempt, 47-yarder. Oh, what's new? No good. I like Carson. I picked him in fantasy for my flex every year. If I could try to get him as my RB2 or flex, I'd have other guys, but he was pretty solid because you knew that they would like to pound the rock, but it is what it is. (10-0) Bears. Yeah, exactly. The best example I can tell you is the Chiefs Super Bowl against the Bucs. You know what I mean? Awesome team, but when you have Mitchell Schwartz and you have Eric Fisher both out, I knew we were going to win. We were going to take advantage of that. If they had those guys, I think we still would have won, but they would have thrown some touchdown passes with Mahomes. He wouldn't have been scrambling and running for 500 yards. Number 1 quarterback, number 1 tight end, number 1 or number 2 wide receiver, Devontae Adams, Tyreek, they were the guys. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't have O-line, it doesn't matter. You're not going to have time to go through your progressions. And that's what we're saying. So O-line is very critical. And that's why I love it. I'm a defensive guy. I'm an O-line guy because I know what it takes to win. O-line, D-line, defense, and obviously coaching. And I'm a big coach guy too. A lot of people don't want to give the O-line credit. They don't want to give the D-line credit. They don't want to give defense credit. They don't want to give the coaching credit. All they want to do is talk about these fucking idiots at quarterback, running back, and wide receiver and tight end. There's more to football than those guys. But that's where the eyes go for 99% of the American public, when they're watching football. Oh, they snapped it to the quarterback. Oh, the running back. Oh, wide receiver, tight end. There's more to football than those 4 or 5 positions. I like those positions too, especially when you get an 80-yard bomb with your favorite wide receiver or a 90-yard run, breaking 10 tackles. But, there's more to the game than that. So.
Pixel 6a, the smarter phone that can see in the dark with night sight, fix your photos with Magic Eraser, and photograph all skin tones accurately.
Jesus Christ, Jeff Fisher. Yeah, they're already going to be bad for a long time. Then you don't want to go backwards even further. And I think, for certain people, you can be real. If you actually think you're going to get close to like 10 wins as a Hawks fan or a Bears fan, you're dreaming. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen. But best case scenario, 7-10. But if you're going to be 7-10 and be bad and be a bottom 10 team, you might as well as be horrible and try to be the worst team in the league and try to win like 2 games. So that way you can get the top pick and build from there. But even with you getting a top pick, what happens if you miss and pick the wrong guy? Like the Jags and Trayvon Walker. If you could have had Aiden Hutchinson, the next Nick Bosa or Joey Bosa. Trayvon Walker's got skills, but what happens if he tears an ACL and gets hurt? Then you fucked yourself, and you could have had Aiden Hutchinson, maybe a former Hall of Famer or future Hall of Famer, but you went for Trayvon, which still he could be a Hall of Fame player, maybe, but I think Aiden Hutchinson's better. But that's the type of scenario there. You could still have the first pick. Trevor Lawrence was the right pick, but I'm thinking the Trayvon Walker was the wrong pick. Still think he'll be good, and I think he'll get sacked lunches, and he could still be a potential Pro Bowl player, but I think Aiden Hutchinson obviously would have been the smart player to pick there. But him being in Detroit will mean more because he played at Michigan, so I'm glad the Jags were being the Jags. It's not Saxonville anymore, except maybe Walker. Nice pass. Damn, we're about to hit 17-0 here. This is not like last week for the Seahawks. Yeah, they're starting, but still nowhere near what they deserve. I think kickers need to be paid way more. Obviously punters, they're not going to get the money, but I think there is an importance of field position. But as far as games being 7 points or less, kicking extra points and field goals, I mean, kickers should be, some of the top positions paid, in my opinion, because games are won and lost by 7 points or less all the time. So handoff. Short. Exactly. You don't even need to worry about wide receivers and running backs because, like I said, you're trying to get elite wide receivers and elite running backs with your elite quarterback. But if your O-line stinks, you're not going to get them the ball, and they're not going to run well. I would rather have, Pro Bowl linemen, 3 of them, quarterback, and then average wide receivers and running backs, because if you have amazing guys up front, those average wide receivers and running backs will end up being good because they'll actually have time to go through their progressions. It's better to have amazing elite O-line talent. I mean, it's awesome if you have those elite talents at wide receiver, running back, and tight end, but you don't really need those as much. They can be good or average, and they'll get better because the offensive line will give them more time to run their route and more time to open up the holes. So just like defense, if you have a good front and defensive line, you can get away with your linebackers, corners, and safeties not being as good because they're getting pressure on the QB. You can hide some of your weaknesses that way. And that's facts. Yeah, right? Kickers, to me, should be paid maybe not as much as like a quarterback or like a defensive lineman, but I think that out of all the positions, wide receivers, tight ends, linebackers, I get it, but they should be, maybe like, to me, like maybe the 5th or 6th highest paid players, kickers. Why not? You know what I mean? They help you win games all the time. And sometimes you lose games when they play like shit. So why not pay them based off their importance of games? It's not like games are won by 14 points or more every game. There's a lot that are 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 4 point, 5 point, 6 point, and 7 point. So you could end up losing a game by missing an extra point or a field goal. So why not treat them with the importance of being top 5 paid? Like, paying a kicker $20 million a year, why not? If he's the best one, Justin Tucker, why not pay a guy 20, 25 million, 30 million a year? He deserves it. That's my thought process. But of course, the NFL has their standards. Everything's ass backwards in the NFL, Sexual misconduct, boom, 6 games. Sexual misconduct, boom, 11 games. Sad, sad, sad. And then he comes back to the Texans. Bullshit. Talk about scripted. Ratings, money. Exactly. Yep. More. More than WNBA. And WNBA players need to get paid, or female players, they need to be getting paid more too. I know they don't drawing the same kind of revenue, but I mean, I don't know. I just feel that, they're not going to ever get as paid as much as the men, and they're not going to get ever that much because the ratings aren't there and the skill set is a little different. But like Sabrina Ionescu from my Ducks, there's certain players that deserve to get paid. Paige Bueckers, obviously from UConn, there's certain faces that should be getting paid more. Nice screen pass. Go, 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 go. DJ Davis, first down, Hawks. DJ Dallas, excuse me.
Swain's been struggling with a back issue. Picks up 6 yards on the play. No T. Eskridge as well in the game tonight. He's been nicked up with a hamstring. Was a second-round pick.
All right, DJ Dallas.
I want to get him off the field. He's doing everything he can. Hope that him ready for the opening.
Looking at Dallas Cowboys stuff, got confused. All right, here we go. Seahawks, a little bit of Uncle Mo here. 2nd down and 4. Oh, he fell down. Go down. Gino just slipped. What's new? Pulled the Jameis Winston. Did he get stepped on? Travis Homer. Seahawks doing Seahawk things. Oh. Come on, baby. See what they do here. 3rd down and 13. This drive is stalling now. Gino. Pass incomplete. Where are the Boo Birds? Are they out yet? Not yet. 4th down. Johnny Hecker, I always liked him. I like punters. I don't like punters as much as Holly because that's like her number one thing, but I do appreciate punters and kickers and special teams, placeholders. I'm a defense and O-line guy first, but I do appreciate guys like that. That's what I'm saying, that if you are Justin Tucker, Koo, Evan McPherson, Harrison Butker, those guys should be paid, 20, 30. Why not? You know what I mean? Like, if they're going to come out and help you win games, and especially clutch moments, when the game is tied. Yeah, there's a lot of bad ones, but for the good ones, pay them 20, 30 million a year. Why not? Are they not important? You know what I mean? It's like, why are you paying the 3rd wide receiver more money than the kicker? Doesn't make any sense to me. $450. Oh, man. Chief, how are you, bro? Yeah, Sarah's Colts fan. All right, 10-0, Bears. 2:52 left. Handoff. Decent run. Yeah, I missed you, bro. It's early for you. Good to see you, man. Ancient Aliens tomorrow, I believe. Or is it Thursday night or Friday night? The new episodes. I have to look on the DVR. Face mask Seahawks. Was hoping to get more of a Drew Lock, but obviously he has COVID. But at least the game might not be the most entertaining, but at least you can have some sweet pictures for me. Shotgun set. Handoff. Good tackle. Hey, if the game is, doesn't have the best offensive stats, hey, at least I can give you some sweet pictures. All right, Justin Fields, I see you. I do like Khalil Herbert, and I do like David Montgomery. So, and I do like Darnell Mooney. So, I mean, there are certain positions that, Cole Kmet, I'm not really a big fan of him, but they could do some much better than that. And then obviously we know the Deshaun Watson story. Sad, sad, sad. Sad, sad, sad. Not the game plan that Seattle fans paid all that money for at the game. Can you imagine paying $500 for the front row for preseason and having them put up a 0? Hopefully they can get some points. So 22, let's get to a hundo. And then after the game is over, we'll continue to keep streaming. I'll keep grinding. So I know every year, I mean, they said that he had a horrible tryout, but shit, if you've been away from the game, even Deshaun Watson, I mean, his accuracy has kind of slipped quite a bit, based on what I've seen. So if he's going to be suspended, it should be a year or 2 years or forever. Is he ever going to be a top 5 quarterback ever again? I say no. I don't think he'll ever, can he get top 10 numbers? Yeah, I think it's possible for him to be, maybe the 10th best quarterback, 11th, 12th, 13th, but to be top 5 ever again, I don't see it. You know what I mean? When you're not playing in the game and you've stepped away, I just don't see him. I mean, especially when you got guys like Herbert, Burrow, Allen, you still got Russell Wilson and Rodgers and Mahomes, Stafford, Brady, guys like Carr, with more weapons and more coaching. I mean, I just don't see it. Dak, I just don't see Deshaun Watson being a top 10 guy anymore. But we'll see. Best case scenario for him, somewhere between 11 and 15. But we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, COVID boy. Take care of yourself, boy. Get vaccinated, boy. Don't be like Cole Beasley and act like this doesn't exist, boy. Crazy, too. I just saw monkeypox, obviously how that's going around, and they got the sores on, the lips and the mouth and the nose. I saw this one photo of a guy, nose is rotting from the monkeypox. It's this weird yellow, crusty, and, you got the sores all over your face. Damn, that monkeypox is... I mean, COVID, you didn't really get those kind of symptoms, but goddamn, with that monkeypox, that shit is not looking good. Not looking good. Monkeypox, nose rotting, mouth rotting, face rotting. Not a good look. Not a good look. Yeah, I am too. I could give two shits if even if it was the Jags and Jets or whoever. I enjoy football. So I mean, as long as you got guys out there, I'm gonna enjoy it. Yeah, I saw that Dawson Knox, his brother, died. Did they say how he died? Was it suicide or how did he die? Yeah, and Aqib Talib's brother. Aqib is a gangsta. So for his brother to do that, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I knew that he wasn't coming back. People got to get over that. Shotgun set. Simeon. Check down. Nice screen pass. You can tell even with the Seahawks second, third, fourth string and the Bears second, third, fourth string, it's much better for Chicago. So.
Why do you want to be out there with this squad right now so bad?
I want to be out there. I want to just play the game and
Good play.
How's Gino looking tonight at quarterback?
he's doing real good.
Of course, DK, he looked real good. What are you going to say about your quarterback? He sucks ass. You know what I mean? If players could tell the truth, what they really think of the situation. My quarterback sucks. It's you're going from Russ to Gino and Drew. I mean, even Jimmy G would be an upgrade. Like I said, you just want to tank. And like I said, taking one step backwards to go 10 steps forward is going to be much better than trying to be relevant when your team doesn't have the pieces to be relevant. Just lose as much as you can. Can't tank on purpose, but, for certain teams to try to get that next guy, Arch Manning, the Bryce Young from Alabama, CJ Stroud, you want to get those guys. So. Well, of course, Lockett's one of the best wide receivers in the game. As far as number 2 options, it's one of the top, 4 second options in the league overall. Lockett's awesome. I actually like Lockett more than DK. I think DK is the bigger name and he's more popular, but Lockett doesn't, drop passes in the red zone or in the end zone for that matter. DK is going to be, the guy that's the better player. I get it, physical, like an AJ Brown. He might be the 10th or 11th best, but I kind of like what Lockett does with his route running and his hands a little bit more. Everyone's going to have their favorites. I just don't buy into the media where, I'm supposed to like this guy much more, but I like the guys that are underappreciated too. Into the end zone, 10-0 Bears. Yeah, he's never coming back, dude. It's not happening. Plus, the thing is, if you come back and he's a second string, he's going to get more attention than the quarterback, and it's going to cause problems in the locker room. That's why he hasn't come back. It's political, but it's because you're going to get more interviews for Kaepernick than the starting quarterback, and you don't want to have that drama in the locker room. That's the number one reason why Kaepernick hasn't been signed, and that's the number one reason why it hasn't been discussed. But it's like a hidden thing, you know what I mean, that no one wants to bring to light. But that's the reason why Kaepernick hasn't been signed. Number one reason. Dodger game. Dodgers all the way. But the Dodgers played earlier today, so I couldn't do it. But I still like preseason, Oh, that's crazy. Bain, I remember him. Yeah. Well, also when you have Russell Wilson throwing to you, it helps. Russell Wilson can make anybody look good, just like Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you put Allen the Lizard Lazard, MVS, and some of these other guys. I mean, even Devontae Adams wasn't supposed to be Devontae Adams. You know what I mean? Like Rodgers developed him, in the first couple years, and then Devontae took off on his own. You know what I mean? But sometimes the quarterback helps. It's true. Like I don't think anyone thought Tyreek was going to be this good or Devontae. But sometimes you get coaching, Stafford, Cooper Kupp. You can, like, I always thought Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods were the most underrated with Tyler Lockett and DJ Moore. Those were my four most underrated wide receivers for a long time. Then Stafford came in, and obviously we saw what Cooper Kupp did now. And the DJ Moore probably now is the most underrated. And the guy that I like the most is Hunter Renfrow. He's very slept on, but now you're starting to see what he can do. Collegiate Art Designs, my dude. How are you? I'm grinding, man. We're going to have to link up for a new chain. I'm going to have to figure out a Buccaneer chain, a Duck chain, some kind of alternative, or, more than likely just an NWS chain, and an NWSF chain with a new look. Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. We're going to have to link for a game, too. We're going to have to link for a beer or go to a Duck game together. I mean, if I'm going to go to a Duck game, I want to sit front row. So we'll figure it out. And I know you're very busy with your job. And obviously, if you don't know, the NWSF design and obviously the guy that makes the Oregon Duck chains is Collegiate Art Designs, my boy Brian. Appreciate you very, very much. How are you doing, bro? And if I'm not at the games, I will be calling the games as well here on YouTube. So, and I'm full time now since January. So let me show you a little bit of love here so you guys can see my boy's work. Obviously, I bring the most swag when I go to Eugene. There's nobody that's going to out-swag me in Eugene. The people know me down there. The gloves, the chain, and Collegiate Art Designs. If you guys are looking for a Duck chain, if you are a Duck fan, yellow, green, white, chrome, pink, all the colors, black, all the colors. And I got almost all of them. And they look good. And they're high quality, too. And that's facts. Hope you're doing good, my dude. It's funny that you had this on your website before I even knew you, but obviously being in the front row, I got Pac-12 photographers, obviously getting on the Duck Vision board. If I go to, tailgating or if I go in the bar, no one knows me for YouTube channel. They just know me as being that Oregon Duck guy. You know what I mean? But maybe I should start promoting my YouTube shit a little bit more down there. Yo, boy, Alex, what to do? How are you? Appreciate you, man. I'm always grinding. First down and 10. Draw. Go. First down. Bears. Move the chains. Now they're in the 1 minute, 2 minute drill. Well, I don't think that he's most underrated now. We already know he has a potential to be a top 10 player at wide receiver. So he's not, DJ Moore is more underrated than Allen Robinson. Allen Robinson was a top 10 wide receiver every year besides last year. Just for some weird reason, Fields decided that, hey, instead of going to Allen Robinson, I'm going to go to Darnell Mooney. And it ended up working out because now he's like, all right, fuck the Bears. I'm going to go to a Super Bowl caliber team. So it worked out. But no one thinks that Allen Robinson is not money. You're a Rams fan, but DJ Moore is more underrated than Allen Robinson. DJ Moore has never been considered top 10. And he is, based off, usually, progressions and, he's never going to be a top 10 guy, but DJ Moore needs to get a lot more love. And if he actually got a proper quarterback, maybe DJ Moore could be in the conversation of being an 11 through 15 wide receiver. So that's just a biased comment right there. Allen Robinson. We already know he's great. Doug Baldwin. Yeah, I like Doug Baldwin. Let's go, baby. Oh, absolutely. Never gets the respect that he deserves. It's always Keenan Allen, Stephon Diggs, and Mike Evans. They always get left like 5, 6, 7, 8, and they definitely deserve a lot more, based off their skill set, route running. Keenan Allen might be the best route runner in the game. He's great. I mean, it's very debatable. Stephon Diggs is good at route running. There's a lot of guys that are very, very good. Devontae Adams is very good at it as well, but they always get shit on, for the top guys. So, yeah, and Collegiate Art Designs makes custom chains too. You just have to come up with an idea. So, right. But actually, how many guys watched Fresno State football besides me? I doubt a lot of you guys watched Fresno State with Carr and, and Adams. I mean, and even when they were there, Carr got more of the love than Adams did. And there's also like trademark stuff he has to be careful of. You know what I mean? It's 12 noon. You know what time it is? It's time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. I mean, I need to be able to come up with, I was thinking, you could always do like $100 bill, design, and it could have my face on the $100 bill, NWSF. We could do something like that. That could be kind of swaggy. You just got to be able to, come up with ideas. And I came up with the idea of the NFL logo with the NWSF, and he obviously made the chain and did a great job with it. I mean, it's like Flavor Flav. Thing weighs like 5 fucking pounds. It's nice. I love it. Well, people are sleeping on him because he didn't get good stats with Justin Fields, but he's going to be a guy that could be in top 10 with Cooper Kupp this year because you got Sean McVay and you got Stafford. I've always liked Allen Robinson. He just had one bad year and everyone just forgot about him. He's got a big body, good hands. Allen Robinson's on the Rams. Fumble. Touchdown, Bears. And then another bad play by the Seahawks. What's new? That's why the Seahawks are the Seahawks, unfortunately. Anybody you can add to the Cowboys will be beneficial. Johnson, bye. You're not on the team anymore. Cut. Touchdown, Bears. I mean, anybody that you can have move to the Cowboys is going to be beneficial. The real question will be the offensive line. Zeke Elliott, obviously Tony Pollard. Dak will be fine. CeeDee Lamb will be fine. Micah Parsons will be fine. But it's always going to be about Jerry Jones. It's going to be about the coaching. And, obviously McCarthy's garbage. Kellen Moore, stupid. I mean, you could have been a head coach by now. Why run a QB draw with 15 seconds left with no timeouts? Once Sean McVay comes, no, Sean Payton comes, then maybe, you can win a playoff game. But, I mean, the Cowboys can finish in first and second, but I got the Eagles winning the division this year. But anybody you can add to the defense will help. Yeah, I think Mike Evans is the most underrated because Keenan Allen gets love and Stephon Diggs gets love, but Mike Evans, even since we won the Super Bowl, still doesn't get love. All right, let's go over the extra point. I imagine Megan and a lot of the Seahawks fans are loving this game. Extra point is up, and it's good. Imagine paying $500 for first row or a couple hundred for this game. You don't want a refund. Yeah. You feel it. And he did it twice on TV, too. So, it's kind of crazy that people like Peter Schrager and EA Sports and Madden watch me, but they do follow a lot of the top dogs. They do follow, NWSF, they follow Grossi, maybe Sports Fury. They're just looking for the guys that know football, that have a pulse on the league. So, that's an understatement. Fucking Peter Schrager. What about the biggest fugazi fake? He's supposed to be the most intelligent guy, besides Mina Kimes and Cynthia Freeland that are on the NFL. It's a joke. It's a joke. You know what I mean? These guys that are considered so good, all they do is watch other people. They can't even come up with catchphrases of their own. Sad. But people on YouTube, we know. If you're going to be bad, be really bad. Bottom line. I mean, what am I going to hear for excuses now for this game? Oh, we're not that bad. Well, you're pretty fucking bad. And the Bears are going to be bad, and they're up 17-0. And they'll be third or fourth place. I'm hoping the Lions beat them out this year. So, all right, I need to go get a beer. And these guys suck. Orlovsky, Riddick, Levy, get out of here. Garbage. Garbage dog.
So the energy and the effort has been very impressive from the Chicago football team.
All right, last 20 seconds. I guess I'll wait. Maybe we'll get a pick six here. Shotgun set. Nice little dump down. And, of course, he falls down before getting the first down. Oh, DJ Dallas, DJ. Pete. Russ can't save your job now, and you'll learn that this is all predetermined. If you don't go for Jimmy G and try to improve, you're tanking on purpose without saying you're tanking. You're going for Bryce Young. You're going for C.J. Stroud, hopefully Arch Manning. Because, I mean, when you go from Russell Wilson to this is not a good look. I mean, that's just – if my team was the Seahawks, I would even admit that. It's facts. Shotgun set. Second down and 1. Gino. First down, Hawks. All right, DJ Dallas. And for all the people that are talking shit about Russ, you will start praying and wishing that Russ was there very, very soon. Especially, that first game where you lose, 40-0. You'll be like, fuck. You know what I mean? That maybe I shouldn't be talking shit about this guy. Maybe I should have appreciated him a little bit more. Once you start losing bad and then the Boo Birds come out, you'll see. 1 second left. What are they trying to do here? Try to get a long field goal? I'm confused. Yeah, Devontae Parker is not bad, but there's other guys like DJ Moore that if he actually had a good quarterback, he could be a top, 10 receiver, possibly like 10th. 11th, 12th, 13th, but not even 10th because if you got guys like DK Metcalf that's, competing with AJ Brown for 10th, then it has to be, 12th through 20th. There's just other guys that are much better, That's why I'm keep telling people this, I know what's good and what's not good. So Jeff. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, A lot of people are going to be missing this. And you have no Carson anymore. Obviously, running game will be decent. And, you'll be able to see the rookie Walker. I watched him at Michigan State, but, oh, God, this is rough. This is rough. But if you don't want to get better and you want to try to get the first pick in the draft, just tank, Take, one step backwards to go 10 steps forward, But at least you got this. So at least you got that to look forward to. At least you got this, Tyler Lockett, right? Could be worse. You could have this. If you're a Seahawks fan, could be much worse. Yeah, you could be winning more games, but what about the reputation of the league, But the number one thing that Jeff does have, the Mariners, just like me. Okay? We got the Mariners, Julio, Frazier, Winky, Haniga, Suarez, Crawford, Santana, Cal Raleigh, Haggerty, Mariners. So at least you got that. right? It's going to be rough, but you guys were spoiled. You guys had like 10 years of good football, So, it's like you're not going to be able to have it forever. So, Pete Carroll for USFL, no. But I do think Carroll and Schneider need to go, as my personal feelings. They need to move on, but once you end up getting your franchise QB, things will get better. So, false. If you're a Cowboy fan, that's, Dak Prescott is a good quarterback. I think he's top 10. I think he's better than Kyler or Lamar, but he's not better than Russell Wilson. That's just facts. Dak is good, and I'm not a Cowboy hater or a Patriot hater like everyone out there, but Russell Wilson, to me, is still a top 3 quarterback. Russell Wilson can win a Super Bowl, all right, with the Denver Broncos. Dak is never going to win a Super Bowl there unless you get Sean Payton there, and Jerry Jones takes the strings off to control it. I like, obviously, Dan Quinn. I like Micah Parsons, but Jerry Jones is not good for the league. It's not good for the league and for the Cowboys. McCarthy is one of the worst coaches in the NFL. Facts. And Kellen Moore would have been a head coach already, but when you call a draw with 15 seconds left with no timeouts in a game that you could have won, there's a stigma with the Cowboys. And yeah, you can have these amazing skill position players, quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. But what about the O-line? What about the defense? What about Jerry Jones? What about the guys calling the plays? This is a very Homer thing to say. You're a Cowboy fan, correct? So, it's a very Cowboy opinion. Russell Wilson is a Hall of Famer. Dak's not even a Hall of Famer yet. You have to understand that. Russell Wilson's the best short quarterback of all time, not named Drew Brees. Russell Wilson's going to win another Super Bowl in Denver. Dak is probably never going to win a Super Bowl unless he leaves, Dallas. That's just facts. Hey, legend. Wagner's a great one. You can always go throw back Steve Largent. You could always go back. I don't know about Marshawn Lynch now with him getting arrested. It's not very, very good look. You could always go for Earl Thomas. Oh, he doesn't have a very good look in the media either with him getting in trouble. Sherman, if you don't have any of the Legion of Boom, at that point, you might as well just wait. Wait and see. You could go DK or Tyler Lockett. That would be, respectable. You could go that route, but just hanging on to the Bobby Wagner would be good. That's facts. You have the one. Yeah, they are. Trust me, I have a lot of jerseys. Good to see you back in here. Jeff is my Safeway guy. I end up going and getting groceries almost daily. And, I talk to a few people at the Safeway through the checkers, and they know I do YouTube and whatnot. And, but I talk with him because he's Mariners like me. So, and I told him what I do, and I didn't know if he'd actually hop in. And obviously you can see what we do here, and it's awesome to have another Seahawk and Mariner guy in here. So Seahawks jerseys are just like NFL jerseys. A standard screen print is 100 to 120. You know what I mean? If you want a sewn jersey, it's 150 to 350, depending on if you get the ultimate one through NFL Shop, the closest thing to what is a Mitchell & Ness jersey. And those cost, 250, 350, 400, you know what I mean? So even if you get a sewn one, the cheapest sewn one is like 150 to 180, which is like a tier below the authentic, which is usually over 300, but I looked up one of my Griffey jerseys that I have through Russell Athletic. I bought it for $250. That's a sleeveless, and it comes with a turtleneck. I bought it for $250. It's worth $600 now. With the turtleneck, it's $650. So jerseys can go for a lot, and I have a lot of them. But yeah, Seahawk legend. Yes, Wagner is. So, you can have Russell, you can have Wagner. Those would be the two that I would have. And then obviously you can go to Sean Alexander, Marshawn Lynch, DK, Tyler Lockett, Largent. One that I think is cool that not really a lot of people have is Walter Jones. The best offensive lineman you guys have ever had, Hall of Famer. I think rocking a Walter Jones would be awesome, but a lot of people don't like wearing offensive lineman jerseys, but I think they're cool. So says a lot about the fan. $2 Hulla. Well, you already knew that it might be a little rough. You're not going to win every preseason game or even compete in every preseason game. Both the teams are going to struggle this year, and it is what it is. You just have to tank, be bad, own it, own this for a year or two or three, and then hopefully you get the proper quarterback and the proper coaching and the proper players to be at least close to the Cardinals sooner than later. Niners and Rams are going to be at the top for a long time. But if you can get closer to the Cardinals, that's all what we're talking about. So I wouldn't say that for sure, because if he gets on another team, Dak could win a playoff game. Dak could get to the AFC, NFC. I think he's a top 10 quarterback. He's my number 10. So, I mean, if you put Dak, on a team like the Steelers, you could go a little bit further than people think. If you put Dak on the Ravens, you could go a little bit further. If you had the Dak on the Buccaneers, I would take him. You know what I mean? It's just, if you had Dak on the 49ers, you're telling me Dak on the Niners? I mean, it could be much, much better. You just have to have the proper coaching and the proper players. So. Yeah, Drew and Russ. But I love Dak. I know you're a Dallas Cowboy guy, but I have to keep it real. And, Dak is good, but he's not as good as Russell Wilson. You know what I mean? But Dak has a chance, to better himself. And I like Dak more than Kyler and Lamar. And that's kind of a hot take in itself. A lot of people that don't know football want to argue with me all day if you're a Ravens fan or a Cardinal fan. But just look at what Kyler does in, November and December. Case closed. Dak is better. He's gotten better year in and year out. And you're like, oh, look at what Kyler does. Okay, I see what Kyler does. He doesn't step up in November, December. Oh, I see what Lamar does. But, he runs a lot, but he's not as good with his arm than people speculate. 16 touchdowns and 13 picks is not top 10 material. And they haven't been the same since Marshall Yanda retired. And guess what? He was a Hall of Fame lineman. Linemen matter. It's facts.
Thank you for watching the All-State Halftime.
Yeah, well, it happens. It's preseason, Yeah, right. I'm a jersey guy, though. I have a bunch. I mean, like for me, it's worth the cost because I'm a fanatic. I honestly have like 20 or 25 jerseys in my closet. I used to buy a different Buccaneer jersey every year, and I typically get sewn ones. I got a couple sewn Devin Whites. I mean, I got Griffey jerseys. My most expensive jersey is worth $650, $600, so I usually don't try to spend that much. But, jerseys, if you're looking at a good NFL jersey, you don't want to go screen print. You're going to want to go sewn. So you ordered what? You or both of us? Oh, nice. Thank you. Thanks. Oh, I guess I'm getting a burrito. From where? Chipotle? Oh, burrito bowl. Oh, yeah. Love burrito bowls. Yes. Orion, do you think I can sell a blue Bills, Mitchell and Ness, OJ? Oh, absolutely. Because even in OJ, if OJ was the bus driver murderer, we wouldn't be talking about him. But OJ, you can sell OJ stuff for Bills because Bills Mafia, I mean, they're the most hyphy. The Bills Mafia will jump into tables. And even though it's OJ, Simpson, the murderer, if you have USC OJ or Bills OJ, people will rock that shit because it's a throwback. And if you actually go back and look at OJ, he's actually one of the best running backs of all time. Like he actually was very good at USC and he was good on Buffalo. I have Sports Illustrated's of OJ Simpson, on the Buffalo Bills. But yeah, you definitely can. Even if it's a small, a medium, a schmedium, a large, extra, whatever. Bills fans will buy that for sure. Or a throwback fan. Absolutely. Yeah, it's halftime. It's looking ugly, but it's preseason. But also you have to recognize, not being biased, there's going to be games that are like that this year. It's going to be rough. But at least a lot of Seahawks fans are Sonic fans, right? And that hurts, but maybe they'll come back soon. But Mariners are really exciting right now. So you can at least hold your head to that, where one team was good and now they suck, where one team sucked and now they're good. So just got to be thankful for what you got. Lamar is a top 10 fantasy QB. True, just like Kyler. Because the organization doesn't want to pay him money for a guy that can't win a playoff game, who's top 10 popular quarterback, likable quarterback, social media, everyone likes Lamar. He's seen, he's got a little bit of hood in him, you know what I mean? But he's likable and he won MVP. But the thing is like, do you throw the football well? Can you go through your progressions? Are you getting better year in and year out? And also the Ravens on the flip side, like the Seahawks, they haven't addressed getting a better wide receivers and running backs and O-linemen to help him. And there's a stigma around Lamar. Lamar is better than Kyler, period. I don't give a shit what you say. You can be a Kyler fan, and Kyler's more of a natural quarterback, but he needs more help. And he likes to run too, but he shrinks up, like a little pea in November and December. He relies on James Conner, Chase Edmonds, who's on the Dolphins now, Larry Fitzgerald, DeAndre Hopkins. He relies on people to help him. You know what I mean? And he's not that accurate. Sometimes he can be accurate, and sometimes he can be a better quarterback than Lamar. But guess what? Lamar's never had a true number one. He's got Mark Andrews, who might be the second best tight end. Travis Kelce's one. And then who's number two? Is it Kittle? He gets hurt. Is it Waller? I like him. Raiders. But a lot of people say, we got Kittle, who's good. But Travis Kelce one, Mark Andrews in most people's books two, Darren Waller three, and then George Kittle four, unless he can stay healthy. If Kittle's healthy, he's two. But Mark Andrews gets a lot of opportunities. So, and then obviously you got guys now, Dallas Goedert, and you have other guys, Hawkinson, and obviously on the Kyle Pitts, you got guys like that. But Lamar needs a true number one. Now, just imagine for a second if Lamar had DK Metcalf. Are we really talking about Lamar not being a top 10 quarterback at that point? No, he will be, because he just needs, you had fucking Hollywood Brown was your number one, and he's a number two, and he averaged 7 touchdowns a game and didn't even really go to him. You know what I mean? So he just needs help. Give Lamar 2 good receivers with Mark Andrews, beef up the line, get better running backs, build up the defense, and then we don't talk about Lamar ever again. But they don't want to pay a guy, $50 million a year, $60 million a year for a guy that can't win a playoff game. Look at the rest of the teams in the AFC. Does it really look or feel like with no wide receivers, you know what I mean, and with Lamar and what they have, that they're going to win a playoff game and get to the AFC championship game and win a Super Bowl? Fuck no. Well, I'm telling you right now, Russell Wilson's going to win a Super Bowl with the Broncos. They have a chance to go to 2, win 1, lose 1, like Seattle. Trust me, out of all the predictions that I've predicted, 21 straight Super Bowl winners. I predicted the Colorado Avalanche being Tampa Bay Lightning in 6, and I don't even watch hockey, okay? I also predicted the Warriors being the Celtics in 6, and Curry, winning the MVP. I watch 0 NBA. How do you explain that? Trust me, if I can make one prediction in NFL, Russell Wilson is going to win a Super Bowl in Denver before his career is over. Stamp it, write it down, take notes. It's going to happen. And guess what? It's going to happen within the first 3 years, more than likely. And it could happen as soon as this year. New team, new offensive, scheme. He's never had an offensive scheme quarterback, coach or head coach. When he was at NC State, defense, right? When he was at Wisconsin, defensive-minded coach. Seattle, Pete Carroll, defensive-minded coach. This is the first time. Nathaniel Hackett made Aaron Rodgers win the MVP twice. Just like, Kevin O'Connell is going to make the Minnesota Vikings relevant. He helped Cooper Kupp turn into the best wide receiver in the game last season. So you'll see. That's a fire jersey. I'm a big Duck. So I go to the Ducks games. I usually sit front row. So we haven't really talked Ducks, Jeff, and obviously, we talk only Mariners, but I'll show you. But Collegiate Art Designs is the one that makes the Oregon chains, and I usually go every year, but COVID has fucked that up, obviously, for the last couple years, but I'll show you. Check this out. I get on TV every time I go. I get on the Duck Vision board. Nice hit by the Bears. Let me show you. Here we go. But I'm excited for Georgia week 1. But I'm always about the fits and always matching and stuff. So it's like you got to have the Duck hat, you got to have the stunner shades, you got the gloves from 2011, and that was the year that we played Russell Wilson in the Rose Bowl. You got the Duck chain. And then I had to dress my friend. That's my Black Mamba custom jersey in black. With Mamba written on the back. Oregon chain is mine. Shades are mine. Hat is mine. And I ended up even buying a jersey, a Herbert jersey. And I took my friend to the game. He ended up having his kid die of SIDS. He has a pacemaker at 24, was homeless, beat up. Lots of bad things happened to him. And I worked with him in sales for a couple years, and I took him front row, paid for everything. and made a memory for both of them for their whole lives. And right there in front of the Duck bench, cheerleaders right in front of you, the cameramen are right there. And when you got the gloves and you got the chain, you're getting on TV. And I love going down to Eugene. That's my home away from home. So I go to Mariner games. Apparently I get baseballs and I get violated. I got Kike Hernandez ball. Obviously, when I got that one, got violated by obviously a fan there. He body checked me. Got a Julio ball this year and an Aaron Judge ball. But I love going to Duck games. My favorite thing to do. Now, if I live closer to Tampa Bay, I'd be going to Tampa Bay games left and right. But it is what it is. Yeah, but that jersey is Herbert, and Herbert jerseys representing for Duck fans are awesome. You know what I mean? It's like he's going to go to the Hall of Fame, and he is going to be the best player that Oregon has ever produced, even more than Haloti Ngata, even better than Dan Fouts. I mean, he's going to be the best that we've ever had, and I'm proud of that. I always got to rock the green apple, and I never wear pants, but I do actually have the sweats that the Duck players wear matching with that jersey, and you got to make sure you're matching out there for sure. But I got an amazing stat for you, Jeff, for the Mariners. I'm going to go through the comments here. My favorite alternate helmet is all of them. I love them all. They're very, very good. I like the new jerseys and the new helmets, all of them. But yes, you can. Russell jerseys are going for cheap now. You could probably get Russell jerseys for $75 to $100 now. Nice pass. And the thing is, Megan, you're a Seahawks homer. You love them with all your heart. You love Jim Zorn. You love Largent. You love the team with all your heart, right? And it's not that they're not taking it seriously. The Bears are just better. It shows you the O-line, the D-line. It's really important to have skill position players. And yeah, DK didn't play a lot, or Tyler Lockett, and you're going to have some good running back play. Your running back room is amazing. You got a lot of guys there, Walker, Penny, obviously we already know, DJ Davis, Homer, you got guys, but defense is a team accoladed thing with teamwork, and offensive line is teamwork. And I do like Cross, the obviously first rounder, but it's all about effort and skill set and actually having talent. And you can kind of see with certain teams at second string, third string, fourth string, if you have depth. And if you don't have depth, it shows. And I don't think the Bears are going to be great, or the Seahawks. And this is just one game because they competed against the Steelers. You know what I mean? But you just have to, take it for what it is. It's just a bad game. You know what I mean? And just, hopefully that you don't have DK. Hopefully you don't have, Tyler get to the door and lock it, and some of your key guys get hurt. You're going to need every single one of them. So, well, if you look at Russell Wilson's stats, he's a great player. Dak is a good player too. Nice. Is that touchdown? Just under a touchdown there. Yeah, but that would be nice. But I got a cool Mariner stat here for you. Hey, there you go. I'm telling you, there are I research it. See, Jeff doesn't know, the research and stuff, but I'm a madman. 16 hours a day I dedicate to this channel. I go to every team website. I watch film every day. I read every day on all 32 teams. I'm not biased. I call it how I see it. Hand up the middle. Touchdown, Bears. And the Chargers could be the Cincinnati Bengals, from last year. But the thing is like on paper, the Chargers have the fourth best talented team, or maybe even higher. It's the Rams, the Bills, the Buccaneers, and the Chargers. Player for player, J.C. Jackson, one of the best corners. You picked him up. Khalil Mack, you picked him up even though he's old. Like Von Miller, they still have game, And then you got Herbert. Herbert's got the most touchdowns, yards, and 300-plus yard games in the first 2 seasons of any quarterback in NFL history. And people are like, oh, Tua's better, Burrow's better. No, they're not. Burrow, you can argue, you know what I mean? But just because Herbert is on the Chargers and they have a bunch of injury problems, the defense sucked. They couldn't stop the run. Derwin James was getting hurt. You got Joey Bosa. He was getting hurt. But if you look now, with all the players that they got, Rashawn Slater on the draft, obviously with the offensive line, you got Keenan Allen, you got Austin Eckler, you got Mike Williams, you got a lot of great pieces. And if there's a team that, could win the division besides the Broncos, it could be them. Raiders and Chiefs made it last year, but there's a chance that we could get Chargers 1, Broncos 2, Chiefs 3. They all make the playoffs. Raiders 4. Or you might get the Raiders finishing in second place. We'll have to wait and see. But you could get the Raiders, Chiefs, Broncos, Chargers. Any of those teams could finish in first. But I definitely think that the Chargers are like that team that if they just had good coaching, I'm not big on Staley, way better than Anthony Lynn, but I don't really like him. Too many 2-point conversions, too much bullshit. But if they can get the defense on point, that's the only thing that's holding back the Chargers. So they're going to be good this year, and they're going to be very good moving forward. Yeah. Let me see here. He's better than Zeke. I've been saying this for a long time. It's all political. Zeke is the starting running back because of Jerry Jones and Dak. It's his best friend. But after you don't have those 3 offensive linemen with Smith and Travis Frederick, and you have all the studs when you had the 3 offensive linemen there. What do you mean? What are you supposed to do at that point? When he was a rookie and coming out of Ohio State, he was great. But once you didn't have those 3 offensive linemen anymore, it wasn't the same when you had those 3 Pro Bowl linemen. It's just facts. I mean, I love Tyron Smith. I love Travis Frederick. Those guys were studs, but going from 3 to 2 and then having 1 get hurt, it's not the same. Tony Pollard puts his foot in the ground, and the plays that they play for, the opportunities that he gets, the offensive line tries harder when Tony Pollard is in. Zeke goes, okay, 2-yard gain. All right, 3-yard gain, -4. 8-yard gain, 1-yard gain, -3. Tony Pollard gets the ball. It's like 12-yard gain, 8-yard gain, screen pass for 7, -1, and then he goes for 15 for a touchdown. It's just more positive, but it's political there. And I like Tony Pollard better, but he's not Zeke Elliott's name. But at some point, that's the problem with the Cowboys. They are too political. Jerry Jones, let me pull the strings. Let me pull the strings too much. You're too involved. Once they get Sean Payton as coach, you know what I mean? And they still have Dan Quinn there. You got Micah Parsons. I like that. You know what I mean? But you need more. You know what I'm saying? It just can't be running back, wide receiver, tight end. Dalton Schultz is nice. You need O-line. You need defense. You need D-line, and you need coaching. If you want to be able to go to the playoffs and win a game and get to the Super Bowl or at least the NFC championship game. So go. 24-0. This one's getting ugly. I need to get a beer. Yeah, Roquan Smith. Talk about a top 5 linebacker there. You could argue Roquan Smith's better than Bobby Wagner at this point just because of his youth. But, Roquan Smith is the real deal. I love him, bro. I love Tony. I've been talking about Tony Pollard for years. I'm always ahead of the curve, dude. You know what I mean? If I'm watching film and I watch games based off every team is my team and I don't have that bias, like I look at, who's good, who's bad, and to give you real opinions, not homer opinions, not biased opinions, but real, true opinions of football, not hot takes, not, homer takes, but just what the reality is. It's like Trayvon Diggs is overrated. He got 11 picks, but he gets burnt in coverage all the time. In camp, he had to turn off his Twitter because he was getting burnt by second, third string tight ends. That's not good. You know what I mean? I know he's got good hands, but he was able to take those chances like a Marcus Peters because he knew he had guys behind him and he had Dan Quinn coaching. I think he's a good player, but he's not as good as the 11 picks. I need to see you in coverage and don't get burnt as much. Gave up the most yards at cornerback last year. I think he's good, but, he could be better. Yeah, jerseys cost a lot. I got a Mariners thing here I'm going to go over with you. Brute Saint. I know, imagine if the Chargers, didn't get Herbert. Imagine if the Miami Dolphins, they would have made the playoffs year 1, and they would be a contender every single year. Even with the Bills being as great as they are, Herbert on Miami, they're going to be going to AFC championship games. Like, it wouldn't take them that long. You know what I mean? Like, they've been drafting really, really well besides that pick. You know what I mean? They have a stockpile of draft picks the last couple years. The Miami would be able to go to the wild card every year. And at some point within Herbert's first 5 years, you're getting an AFC championship game and possibly a Super Bowl if he would have stayed there and been on the Miami Dolphins. But they fucked up. They tried to act like Herbert was like every other Oregon quarterback. That was a failure. You know, I already knew he was different. I watched him front row. I know. Sarah with a $5. Appreciate you. And I always make sure I represent each fan. Sarah's my lead mod, obviously, always here taking care of business. And I always make sure that we throw up photos of, every players, teams, stadiums, wrestlers, whatever it is. You want to make sure you're showing that proper love. Baseball, basketball, football, wrestling, whatever it is. Appreciate you. Gang, gang. $5 holla. Fumble. Get rid of it. Oh, he took a big hit. Big fucking hit there. Appreciate you. Cactus Jack approves. Bang, bang. $5 holla. I don't got that Breaking Bad bread. Hey, but I'm trying. I'm grinding, man. All I can do is just grind and hustle. Most people aren't going to have the work ethic like me. And I laugh when I see people on Twitch and YouTube saying, oh, I work hard. Like, what? Because you do a video a day or 1 hour a day? It's like you got to be putting in 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. All right, that's work ethic. One video a couple days a week. Get out of here. And you can definitely tell who the grinders are on YouTube compared to the ones that are not. That's facts.
These guys say the number one thing as to why they came together is because they share a common vision for how to build a football team.
24-0 Bears. I need a fucking beer bad. Shotgun set. Screen pass. Get that first down. Get that first down. Nice tackle. But I do know one thing for sure. For the Colts, Sarah, you're going to make the playoffs this year. You're going to win the division. And this is much better than Carson Wentz and Phillip Rivers. Matt Ryan still has a little bit left in the tank, not like Big Ben and his noodle arm at the very end of his career, last year. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of awesome helmets for sure. Yeah, the Dolphins messed up by picking Tua when they could have picked Herbert. Them picking Tua over Herbert is like Sam Bowie over Michael Jordan. And I already have pain for that here in Oregon. Or it's like picking Greg Oden over Kevin Durant. I mean, that's how bad it is. Tua's never going to be a Hall of Famer. Tua probably will never even go to a Pro Bowl in his career. Herbert is going to be going to multiple Pro Bowls, multiple All-Pros, multiple AFC championship games, and hopefully he makes at least one Super Bowl appearance. And I don't know if he'll win it, but I hope he gets, I hope Burrow wins one, and I hope Allen wins one, and I hope Herbert wins one. But, I mean, we don't know. I mean, there's so much competition. So I think it's very political because you've seen over the last few years, Pollard has been a better runner, but his best friend is Dak. And it's political, man, just being able to, it's like he's a popular name. And sometimes the popular name, they know they can sell jerseys and put butts in the seats. Hey, our starting running back's Tony Pollard, even though he's better. Oh, our starting running back is Zeke. Zeke is more the prominent figure on social media. Zeke is kind of a goofball to me. Whenever I see him, he's never taken shit serious. He's always got the nose ring, it just seems like he's always thinking about what's for dinner and what favorite meme he saw earlier before the game. He's just never serious, just always too just laughing and it's cool to laugh and be, kind of upbeat. But when the game is serious and you're getting blown out by 20 and I see you laughing on the sideline, that's not a good look for me, Jerry Jones. Yeah. If Jerry stays there forever, they're fucked. I mean, until he passes away. Yeah, I definitely could see a Rams Broncos this year. I'm hoping Buccaneers Broncos or Buccaneers Bills, but I can't be a homer. No JPP, no Ndamukong Suh. Yeah, we have some other pieces. offensive line, 3 guys got hurt. Today, Tristan Wirfs got banged up a little bit. But, when you don't have your Ryan Jensen, top 5 center in the league, out for the year, more than likely, our chances are definitely less than what they were. But with that being said, I still think that the Bucs can be better than the Packers, the Saints, or the Eagles, because those are the next teams up. Then you got the Niners, who are going to be a sleeper. You got the Vikings and the Cardinals. So even with my team not being as strong as it was, I still think that we can be better than the Eagles, the Saints, and the Packers. And all 3 of those teams are going to win 10 to 13 games. But it just comes to playoff time. I think I trust Brady over Rodgers, Brady over Jalen because it's new, and Brady obviously over Jameis. The only one that really the Saints have my number in the regular season, and the Rams do too. But in the playoff time, the Bucs and Rams step up, and we've won Super Bowls, so we know what it's like. Eagles aren't underrated. Everyone knows they're going to be good. They're going to win the division. I've already told you the reason why the Vikings are going to be good. It's because it's Kevin O'Connell. They are going to be the sleeper team of the NFL, and I've said this for months. So it's just a matter of time where you get all the media guys to start watching, me or the herd, Colin, to tell you guys that this is the real deal. If you're going to look at, these other idiots, on there, they maybe don't know, but I know what I know. Yes, I am doing fantasy football this year. I am going to be doing the league. Oh, yeah. Come on, bro. Do I look like a fucking bandwagon guy? I'm 40. I've been watching games since 85. I've been watching sports since 85. I've been a Bucs fan since 95. So I've been a Blazer fan, since the 80s, around maybe 85, 86, 87. Mariners around that same time, obviously in the 80s. Ducks since the 80s, the early 90s. And the only reason that I didn't choose, the Seahawks, because I was more of a Niner kid growing up. Joe Montana, Jerry Rice. But I didn't want to be that bandwagon guy choosing the Niners, winning 4 Super Bowls in the 80s, right? 2 in the early 80s, 2 in the early 80s, and 2 in the late 2 in the early 80s, 2 in the late 80s, 2 without Jerry, 2 with Jerry Rice. And then when Steve Young got the monkey off his back in 94, I was 12. And I could have been like, yeah, but one thing you didn't know about me, Jeff, I'm a defensive guy. I am not an offensive guy. So I see the league differently, and I watch games differently. Most people watch the quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. I watch the game from an offensive lineman perspective. I'm a linebacker guy, safety guy, D tackle, DN, corner, and offensive line. So I like, defense and offensive line first. Special teams, kickers, and like I said, I've been a fan because of the Florida Gators. I liked, and obviously Steve Spurrier, being the first quarterback for the Buccaneers when they were the Yucks, 0-26. They were horrible. Came in the same year as the Seahawks, 1976. Now Jeff is like, oh, this motherfucker, he actually knows sports. That's why I am Northwest Sports Fanatics. But, I like linebackers, and John Lynch was already there. And I like the Florida Gators when they had Steve Spurrier at coach, in the mid-90s, and they had obviously Danny Werfel, Ike Hilliard, Jaquez Green, Rydell Anthony. One's a quarterback, and they had 3 receivers. Jaquez Green and Rydell Anthony got drafted by the Bucs. Ike Hilliard went to the Giants, came later. But I always liked that offense, and then I always liked watching them. But really, the main thing that made me a Buck fan is this. I'm a defensive guy. Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks. You're not going to have a better draft in the first round besides Ray Lewis and Jonathan Ogden. 2 Hall of Famers in the first round, 2 Hall of Famers for the Ravens. And we already had John Lynch there, Mike Allstott, you know what I mean? Rondé Barber, got Simeon Rice. So I've always been an old school Buck fan. And I don't look like a fucking bandwagon guy. Of course, I'm not going to be just like a Brady guy, but most people, when you tell them you're a Bucs fan, that's what most people think. But no, I don't even have any Brady jerseys. I don't own one. I probably will never buy one unless I just have it as a throwback before because once it becomes a throwback, then you're going to have to pay like $350 on Mitchell and Ness website for one. So maybe I'll get one at one point, but I have defensive player jerseys. That's what I get. I want to get O-line jerseys. I have a couple, I have a Doug Williams creamsicle. I have a Doug Williams. Who else? I got like 10 Buccaneer jerseys. I got Simeon Rice, Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, 2 Devin Whites, Doug Williams, Doug Martin. I just don't like Keyshawn Johnson. I just don't like offensive jerseys that much. And I like guys that we draft, not guys that we bring in from free agency. So yeah, but I follow all the teams as if they were my own. So yeah, I'm not bandwagon whatsoever. Yeah, fuck Brady. Just kidding. I'm glad he came. You know what I mean? Brady, Gronk. I mean, if you would have told me years ago that they were going to be on my team, I was like, you're shitting me. And I was like everyone else younger. Fuck the Cowboys. Fuck New England. You know, and we said fuck New England because of the cheating with Belichick. And Brady was associated with Gronk. And we were jealous and we had envy and hate because they were winning so much. I don't want to see the fucking Patriots in the Super Bowl every other year. Fuck that. I want someone new, right? And we hated the Cowboys for no reason besides their fan base just being annoying, thinking that they're going to go to the Super Bowl every year. You know, and then the media programmed our brains for Skip Bayless to hate them. You know, but I don't hate the Cowboys and I don't hate the Patriots. You know, so sometimes you got to mature. I just appreciate greatness, whatever sport I'm doing. So $31. Let's get to a hundo, and then maybe 2 hundo, and then 3 hundo, and then 4 hundo, and then 5 hundo. Let's do it. Oh, there is definitely a lot of new Bucks fans. Trust me, I know this. And I don't put up with the slander. And you know what I mean? Like, you know, there is guys that followed Brady from the Patriots that switch teams. You know what I mean? But I don't own any. The only thing I own that's Bucks, Tom Brady. I got a Foco bobblehead that my dad got me for Christmas. That's like $100 bobblehead, a limited edition. And I got a Brady t-shirt. Instead of Bucko Bruce, you know, the old logo with the pirate with his knife in his mouth. I have that with Brady's face. And I got that as a gift. I didn't even buy it myself. So, Micah Parsons is the real deal. I mean, if you're a Cowboy fan, you should come on, Alex. You got to have better takes. First, you're telling me that Dak is better than Russell, which isn't right. Okay. Now you're telling me Micah can't be Lawrence Taylor. Why not? He can end up being the best linebacker in the whole entire league. The best 3 linebackers in the league right now are Darius Leonard, aka Shaq Leonard. Thank you. Right. Devin White for my team. And Micah Parsons. And if anyone can overtake Micah Parsons as being 3rd best, you know, to being number 1 over, you know, Darius Leonard, aka Shaq Leonard, or Devin White, it's him. I mean, there's a chance that he could end up being like the best linebacker in the league. And Lawrence Taylor, that's a big comparison, right? But who's to say that he can't be in that same realm of Luke, Kuechly or a Brian Urlacher? You know, Lawrence Taylor is great. And we know he's a Hall of Famer, but he was on cocaine and hookers. No one's going to be Lawrence Taylor. You know, Darryl Strawberry was having sex with hookers and doing cocaine and doing that obviously in between innings. Lawrence Taylor was doing so much cocaine that he had 3 girls at once. And then he would just go to the game and get, 3 sack lunches. Yum, 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 yum. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Lawrence Taylor, sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. You know? So you got to get your priorities straight. Dak is top 10, but he's not as good as Russell Wilson. But Micah Parsons, to me, could end up being the best linebacker in the game. He's that good. But also, too, yo boy, Alex, I guarantee you don't watch Penn State football. And you got to be able to watch college football to be able to evaluate talent. If you don't watch high school or college football, the opinions you're going to have are just what you're going to see on the NFL side. And a lot of times with me, that's my favorite thing to do is read and watch film. Micah Parsons is the best player on your team, not named Dak. Yeah, CeeDee Lamb is great. Trayvon Diggs is good. All right. And you got Tyron Smith and you had Frederick and all these other guys on the line. But Micah Parsons has the chance to be a Hall of Fame linebacker and one of the best that you guys have ever had overall. That's how good Micah Parsons is. Like, no joke. Sideline to sideline. I mean, he's that good. And I don't think, maybe some Cowboys don't know. But if I'm buying a jersey of the Cowboys, I'm buying Micah Parsons. So believe the hype when I tell you. You don't have to listen to NFL.com or Good Morning Football or ESPN app. Micah Parsons is the truth. And like I said, I love Devin White on my team. And I love, obviously Darius Leonard, a.k.a. Shaq Leonard. But if anyone could take their spots as being the top 2, it's Micah. It's not going to be Fred Warner. It's not going to be anybody else. Bobby Wagner's getting a little older. Now, Roquan Smith is another name that could be up there as well. He's nice. But I still like Micah even over Roquan. Loyal Rami. I was a pre-existent Dodger fan from the 60s. Well, you're an OG. You know what I mean? Like my dad's been a Dodger fan since the 50s. So, yeah. But I don't think you really know how much I know, though. You know what I mean? Like, we talked a little bit, and there's people that do channels, but I don't think there's people that put in the time and the effort, because I do not only NFL, I do college football, I do MLB, I do college hoops. I'm going to do wrestling, AEW, WWE, ROH, Impact, NJPW, NASCAR, soccer. Like, I take this to a whole nother level, and I think that's why people respect the hell out of me, because anybody can do a channel and be a Bucks fan, but what about to be a fan of all 32 teams and not have bias? and actually know the roster and the pronunciation and the enunciation and the history. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things. And I like old football, old baseball, old basketball. I like stuff from the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. I'm kind of an old soul. You know what I mean? Like, and people will know. The more that you're in here, you'll see it. And that's facts. Jameis Ameza with a 3-year. Appreciate you. A lot of people know sports, but I'm on the extreme side, because like I said, all I do is read and all I do is watch film. There's other people out there, that have channels, but they don't know as much as me. Like Good Morning Football, Peter Schrager on Good Morning Football watches this channel and steals material from me and puts it on the show. Believe it or not, Jeff. EA Sports and Madden in the video games have stole stuff, catchphrases that I've made up, like sack lunch, and put it in the video game. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people that are on CBS, Fox, Good Morning Football, NFL Network that watch this channel. Believe it or not. I might not be famous yet, but they're watching because they know no one's going to outwork me on reading and analysis and film study. There's a lot of other channels that got way more subs than me, but they don't put as much work, based on knowledge of the game. And that's why, I succeed the way that I do. That's facts. For all the Raiders, clickbait channels. Yeah, I know. Exactly. You know what's up. $34. Let's get to $100. Let's do it. Because I take a lot of pride on not being biased, because everyone's biased. It's all for, like, everyone likes seeing fighting videos, World Star, or they like seeing people argue, or they want to see people yell. That type of sports talk is dead. No one gives a shit about you, Stephen A. Smith or Skip Bayless, and you're lucky you got Shannon, Sharp there to do Undisputed with you, because Shannon is more, realistic, and you're biased, but you're doing it because the, studio producers are making you be biased for ratings. I don't like that shit. Everything that's fake and biased. It's stupid. I mean, NFL fans deserve to be able to hear from somebody that's not a fan from their team, call it and tell you how it really is. As if I'm a fan of the Seahawks myself or the Bears or any other team, to just like, stop the bullshit, stop all the, overhypeness. You know what I mean? This is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, stop acting like, the team is good or the team is bad. Like, this is what it is. And the people deserve to hear that. And that's what they get here. That's facts. Third quarter, 2:45 left, 24-0, Bears. The Bears. All right, I got this nice stat here for the Mariners here real quick for Jeff. All right. So obviously you're not going to have a whole lot of love and a lot of luck with the Seahawks. What happened to my hands? But check this stat out. For any of the Mariner haters that don't think that we're that good, at baseball. I mean, we've had 21 years of suck, right? But we're actually special. You know why? The Mariners are 44-25 since June 2nd, 28-12 since July 2nd, 10-5 since August 2nd. We have the best record in the American League over all three of those spans. Okay? If anyone can beat the Yankees or the Astros, it's us. And I know the Astros are tough, and I know, Jeff, you don't think we can do it, but the way that Uncle Momentum is working, if anyone can do it, it's us, and no one's going to want to play us. You know what I mean? We got one of the best bullpens, closers, mid-relievers. When Julio's playing, anything is possible. Handoff, sit down. So hopefully the Seahawks can get on the board. And like I said, I think we're the third best team in the American League. Yankees, Astros, Mariners. Now, I know we got, the other teams in there, the Guardians, White Sox, Twins, Blue Jays, Rays, Orioles. Fuck all those teams. Mariners, okay? And then on the other side, we already know it's Dodgers and the Mets. But guess what? You also have the Braves, right? And a little bit of that Cardinal love. And there's a few others that are kind of creeping up. But don't ever underestimate some of those teams like the Cardinals and the Braves. Yeah, I know the Dodgers and Mets are good and the Yankees and Astros, but who's to say that third best team in the American League or National League can't make some noise? Shotgun set, quarterback, floater, pass incomplete. Looking like a Paxton Lynch throw there. Tyler, appreciate you. Sarah, appreciate you. Obviously, we got Sarah with a couple of the Colts representation. Appreciate you. I'll get you some more as we're going into a commercial break. And then let me go back and get Tyler. I always take care of people because that's what you do. People take care of you, you take care of them.
I think you're going to go cover three. I always like, give me a receiver towards the back of the end zone. I can try to throw a ball up high and see if he can go make an extended catch.
Everyone else just gets their name, called out in the donation or the message. But for here, I give you much more. It's about showing that extra gratitude and appreciation, for what you're doing. And plus, you're not going to get this anywhere else. And that's facts. And maybe that's what they're going to say about Russell. I'm excited to see what he does. All right, Tyler is a big Vikings fan. Skull! Let me get you a little Jay Jetta. Shotgun set, 3rd and goal. Not even close. That was a shitty play call right there. Jay Jetta, baby, could be the number 1 receiver this year, especially under the tutelage of Kevin O'Connell. And he made a Caucasian wide receiver like the second coming birth of Steve Largent 2.0, but even better last year. He had the Triple Crown. You got to understand, even Jerry Rice didn't do the Triple Crown. Go back and look at the stats. He had one of the most incredible seasons of all time. Field goal is up, and it's good. No more goose egg for the Hawks. Yards, completions, touchdowns. And now this guy has a chance to be number 1. Woo! Crispy, Tyler. Appreciate you. Jay, Jetta, baby. All right, Jameis Amaze next. Big Titan fan. Let's get him some representation on the channel. $3 holla. Give me some Derrick Henry. Russell Wilson, half price. Why is it cold? He's no longer there anymore. $3 holla. Let me get a couple more things. Let me get you Malik as well, because we want to make sure we're representing what's going to happen this season. At some point, even though Tannehill's the starting quarterback. Tannehill to the Bucks after this year. I hope. Appreciate you, Jameson. One of my mods, OG, always here.
I think the Broncos are the team to beat AFC West. I think Kansas City, LA is going to be phenomenal. I think the reason why is Russell's never had the situation he has there now. He needs scheme, which Nathaniel Hackett brings over, and high-end talent. He's had
Oh, go, 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 go. Kobe Bryant. Can't believe they let him have that same number, too. Appreciate you. $3 holla, Jameson Meza. So which team do you think has the better history? Steelers, Dallas, Patriots, or 49ers? All of them. I mean, they all went through like the 70s and the Steel Curtain. You're young, Alex, so obviously you didn't get a chance to see the Steelers and the Steel Curtain. 4 Super Bowls in the 70s. Terry Bradshaw, Mean Joe Green, Jack Ham. I mean, I like to be able to watch and do my history and due diligence. The Steelers were the team of the decade. And then obviously you got the Dallas Cowboys, the team of the 90s, 92, 93, and 95. Patriots with all their cheating, 20 years of greatness, right? And the Niners, 4 Super Bowls in the 80s, 2 with Jerry Rice, 2 without. Joe Montana, 4 Super Bowls. And then you had one with Steve Young in 1994. So all of them are very important, to what we have in the NFL today. There's not just one that's better than the other. Megan with a $5. I almost had ready to resell my tickets for week 6. Hey, it's preseason, but you also have to realize there are going to be results like this in the regular season. So anything that you saw with Russ earlier, I mean, that's gone. I mean, so there's going to be bad games. There's going to be games where they start screaming at each other. They start yelling at each other. It starts to boil over. Everything is cool when you're winning, but you guys are really going to understand what Russell did for you. And you want to be like, Russell wasn't really that big part of the team. We can win without him. No, you can't. And you will see why. Because Drew Lock and Geno, even if you get Jimmy Garoppolo, you're going to understand that once you see your team compared to every other team in the NFL, there's a lot of holes. There's some promise there with Kenneth Walker at running back and Charles Cross on the line, but no Bobby Wagner, no KJ Wright, no Russell Wilson leads to not a lot of wins. So, I mean, it's going to be rough. Just have the proper expectations. You're going to win some. You're going to lose some. You're going to lose a lot. You're going to also steal some games. Maybe you steal one, in the division against the Cardinals, maybe. But more likely, you're going to go 0-6 in the division. You know what I mean? And there might be a game like against the Panthers that you win that you're not supposed to, that you steal one. But you just have to proper expectations. The Bears can finish in 4th or 3rd. I'm hoping the Lions finish in 3rd and the Bears in 4th. And the Seahawks will finish in 4th. And there's going to be games where it's really fucking ugly. Like you're going to fucking want to turn the TV off and fucking throw something. You know what I mean? But you have to understand, you've been spoiled for 10 years. Enjoy what you had. And not every team stays good for that long. Usually it's 5 years and you rebuild. So you doubled that. And even if you have 5 or 10 years of ass and suck, it'll get back, but it's going to take time. Just have proper expectations that you're not going to turn it around in a year or two. This rebuild for Seattle might take 5 years to be able to get the right pieces in place. And that's not me being an asshole. That's just me being honest, because I can see it from, if Seattle was my team, I see what they have and the talent level compared to the other teams in the NFL. Same thing for the Bears. You got a long ways to go for both of those franchises being competitive in the division. You're not going to be the Vikings. You're not going to be the Packers. And once Aaron leaves, they'll probably get someone halfway decent, and they'll still be better than the Lions and the Bears, unfortunately. And the Seahawks are nowhere near the Cardinals, Rams, or Niners. And the Niners and Rams aren't going anywhere. The only hope the Seahawks have is to catch up to the Cardinals. And it's going to take time. You just have to be able to have proper expectations. And that's facts. Let me get you some Pete love. You got some Seahawk love here. And I just have to keep it real, because anyone that, you know what I mean? Like if I had Geno or Drew Lock, I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, we're going to be good. It's not that bad. Yeah, it's bad. You know what I mean? Like this is good. So if anyone wants to slander DK, there's nothing you can say. He's great. You know what I mean? He's the number 10, number 11 wide receiver in the game. You can't say anything bad about DK. We just hope his route running gets a little bit better. You know what I mean? He's awesome. Tyler, get to the door and lock it. He's great. I love him. You know what I mean? And it could be worse. Imagine if you're a Seahawks fan and you had this. So think about that. Yeah, that might lead to being competitive in the division, but what does that mean based off the franchise? It would be disgusting. So it could be worse, And sometimes it's not all about wins. It's about holding, a certain type of respect to your fan base. It takes time to get good. So just be ready for some big wins, but there's going to be some bad losses. Like, don't be surprised if there's like a 40-0 loss this year for Seattle. There's going to be a couple bad ones, where they just don't play good football. And then some of the other teams in the NFL just have more depth. And that's another thing too. If you end up having DK or Lockett go down, what do you think is going to happen? You know what I mean? Like there's not a whole lot of depth behind those guys. So just keep that in mind. Hey, but at least you have USC football, Megan. So, hey, if the Seahawks suck ass, hey, at least you got this. And they're going to be fun to watch. All right. You still got USC football. They might even be better than my Oregon Ducks. Utah might be better than my Oregon Ducks. And I love playing USC because every time I play them, we might lose. And I like that. I don't want to play against Oregon State every year, knowing we're going to win almost every year by 30. I want to be able to lose sometimes. And, and I want to be able to get punched in the mouth and have a good game, Floater. Pass incomplete. And also, don't be surprised if, just to be honest, don't be surprised if Pete or Schneider gets fired in the next 2 years. They are going to move and change that up at some point. Probably for you would want Carroll to stay and Schneider to get fired. But in all reality, coaches get fired before GMs, unfortunately. That's just the business. But at least you have this. You know what I mean? It's just like Seahawks are bad. At least you got USC. For Jeff, Seahawks are bad. At least you got the Mariners. The Mariners, got to put it in perspective. Need a beer. I got my Chipotle here too. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. Megan with the dono from Australia. Bang, bang. And Megan's traveling from Australia all the way to Washington and to Seattle and to California to be able to watch games. So you're going to have a blast. Even if they lose 40-0, just being there, it'll be fun. I mean, interacting with a bunch of Seattle fans, all wearing the same, jerseys and, drinking some beer, eating the food and taking in the scenery. It'll be fun. Obviously, it'll be more fun if you win, but it is what it is. Probably, but the Cardinals still have a chance to make the playoffs, though. They don't have DeAndre Hopkins for the first, 6 games with the PEDs. And I think I like the Niners and the Vikings more than the Cardinals, but the Cardinals could definitely make a wild card for the last spot with the Vikings. 80s or 90s, absolutely. Field goal attempt is up. And it's good. 27-3, Bears. I love the Niners. And honestly, if I wasn't a Buck fan, I'd be a Niner fan. But the Niners didn't have defensive players. Now, in 1994, if Deion didn't jump to the Cowboys after winning the Super Bowl with the Niners in 94, I might be a Niner. You know what I mean? Because I really love Deion. He's one of my top 5. Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Bo Jackson, Barry Sanders, Deion on the Niners. No disrespect to Deion on Florida State or Deion on Atlanta on the Falcons or Deion on the Cowboys or the Ravens. But Deion in 94 has the most swag of any player I've ever seen. And if Deion would have stayed, maybe I would have been a Niner fan. But they didn't have him. They didn't have anyone else. And I like Derek Brooks and obviously John Lynch and Sapp. And I'm like, those are my guys. I'm a Sapp guy. I'm a Derek Brooks guy, a John Lynch guy, a Rondé Barber guy, a Mike Allstott, A-Train guy. Those are my guys. Physical, run your ass over, sack lunch, punch you in the mouth, pick 6, knock you on your ass. That's my type of football. And that's why I'm a Buck fan. I like defense. I'm a defensive guy. Said, yeah. We're gonna get first place in the wild card. We play the Blue Jays, hopefully beat them. Play the Yankees, beat them, and then see what happens. But more than likely, Yankees could beat us. But I mean, even if we just beat the Blue Jays, hey, that'd be awesome. You know what I mean? Beat one team, but I think we would match up much better against the Yankees in the next round than the Astros, because the Astros are probably the scariest team besides the Yankees in the American League. And I still think that we could beat either one, but the Yankees would be easier. Astros, if Verlander pitches 3 times in a 7-game series, we're fucked. But if Uncle Mo and Uncle Momentum is a real thing. Once you get that momentum, look at what our record is. Look at our, belief. You know what I mean? It's a different kind of vibe here in Seattle. And this is year 1 of moving forward and getting better. So said Pollard over Zeke. Barry was great. But imagine if Barry had the Cowboys O-line. Staubach over Aikman. Dez over Irvin. Irvin was better than Dez Bryant. I mean, you're just young because you didn't see him. But Michael Irvin was the legit, the dude. Dez was okay, but Michael Irvin's a Hall of Famer. Dez is not. Dez is a really good player, and that's the difference. But you're young, man. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's easy to say the guys that you watched. You know what I mean? But if you didn't watch, it's like these people that didn't watch Jordan or Bird or Magic, and they're telling me that LeBron is better than Jordan and Kobe. It's dumb. You know what I mean? You have to either be there and alive, and you can't watch highlights. You have to live it. And if you can't live it, your opinion isn't going to be right, because you have to see it with your own eyes. If Dez Bryant and Michael Irvin were playing at the same time, you would agree it's Michael Irvin, and it's not even close. Michael Irvin, I mean, they've had Drew Pearson, they have Michael Irvin, they have Dez Bryant, they have CeeDee Lamb. But Michael Irvin was built different, just like Emmett and Aikman. The offensive line with Leon Led and, a lot of the other guys, O-line, Leon Led, defense, Dion, coaching, Jimmy Johnson, another thing that gets not a lot of love. Barry Switzer. What up? Message from a Golden Eagle. How are you? Aaron Rodgers, $5. Yes, I will. 27-3, fourth quarter, first down and 10. Let me get you a Corbin Burns. JJ Arcega-Whiteside, trash. What a horrible player. And they did actually a fucking like hype video. Eagles fans were just laughing to the bank. Like, why would you do a hype video for JJ Arcega-Whiteside? Like JJ Arcega-Whiteside got picked, over. You had okay. The Eagles picked JJ Arcega-Whiteside and Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson and DK Metcalf. It's just funny to me how certain organizations do funny things like that, but third down and 8. 27-3, Bears. Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Just sad that Madden not only had to steal sack lunch, and then every time you got a sack, it would display sack lunch in words on the screen, but then they say it in the game. It's just stupid. You know what I mean? It's like, give me some credit. You know what I mean? Instead of just stealing my material. Even if I trademarked all my catchphrases and all my unique nicknames, they're still going to get stolen from people on TV, other YouTubers. Like, it's not that hard being unique and different and not having to be, someone that's fake. Like, can't you just come up with your own stuff? But I guess people can't. They're not original enough, I guess. I got you. McCutcheon with 2 homers today. Yeah, I did enjoy it. I actually flipped back and forth with it. Is Bob Euchre still doing it too, right? Euchre is still doing broadcasting, radio, right? Nice little check down.
I don't think that story's been told enough. I'm not sure enough people realize how great a player Robert Quinn is and what he's dealing with to get to that greatness at all time.
Yeah, he absolutely is. He's such an even keel, soft-spoken individual.
All right, I'm going to get you a photo from even today, my boy. Sometimes I'm not able to find the stuff from like the day, but sometimes I get lucky. Andrew McCutcheon was dealing. Corbin was dealing. McCutcheon was dealing. 2 homers against the Dodgers. But again, it was one against one of our shittier pitchers. But I do want to give you credit. You guys kicked our ass. No excuses. But, it's pitching is everything. You know that. Good pitcher, good things happen. Bad pitcher, bad things happen. And sometimes good pitcher gets rocked. And that's from today. Shout out. McCutcheon with 2 homers. I appreciate you. $5 holla. $39. Let's get to a hundo. Tyler's in the building. Wolford. No, I don't need him. Nice try, though. I don't need you to pawn off your guys that you don't want anymore to me. I'm trying to get better and beat you. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. And after this year, my dreams are over. Like, this is the last year unless we get somebody that can get us to that NFC Championship game. Maybe Tannehill, you know what I mean? But It is. I mean, like I said, I just try to give you the truth. Fumble. But also, you guys remember, Megan, I was a Buccaneer fan. And for the longest time, I was the laughing stock of the NFL for 12, 13 years. And even in the beginning of their history, 0-26, the Yucks. I mean, Tampa had a good run from 95 to 02, right? Then after the Super Bowl, sucked ass. 05, we had Chris Sims, lost to the Redskins. And then in 07, we had Jeff Garcia, which was nice. And then after that, from 08 to 2019, we were ass. And we were horrible. Jameis Winston and another Gradkowski and a bunch of shit quarterbacks and shit teams, So if anyone knows suck, it's me. Buccaneers, Mariners, Blazers. I mean, if anyone is the definition of suck, it's me following these teams. I just got lucky with my dad's Dodgers, Mariners now, Blazers a couple years ago, even though we got swept in the Western Finals by the Warriors. But Blazers normally, you know what I mean? Mariners, until now. Buccaneers, until recently. The only thing I have to really hold my head high is the Oregon Ducks. And even that being said, we can't even win a fucking natty. Only a Rose Bowl. So it is what it is. But again, being bad has its perks if you can draft correctly. Be bad for a year, get your franchise quarterback, and be good for 10 years, or at least be better competitive. You know what I mean? Be bad for 2 years and start getting the building blocks in place. You have to build it, and they will come. And also, you guys got, let's be honest, you guys have been spoiled with Russ for 10 years, just like the Packers were spoiled with Bart Starr, Brett Favre, and Aaron Rodgers. They don't know what it's like to have a team winning 3 games in a season. Spoiled. And then they don't have the Super Bowls to show for it. Yeah, Bart Starr got his, but with Rodgers and Favre with only one, talk about being spoiled. I mean, even Eric can contest to that. So, yeah, very vanilla. But it also shows you depth. And if you don't have depth, that's what makes you worried. Because if you're getting your ass kicked in preseason, that means if your starters get hurt, you're fucked. Lot, Hacksaw Reynolds. Oh, yeah. I loved Mike Orvin. I loved Emmett. You know what I mean? I love Troy Aikman. I'm a Niner guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I respected them. I was Niners, and I always wanted to beat their ass. And that's why, some of the Cowboy hate comes also. If you're a Niner fan, you don't like the Cowboys. If you're an Eagle fan, you don't like the Cowboys. If you're a Giant fan, you don't like the Cowboys. If you're a Redskin, Washington football team, Commando, you don't like the Cowboys. But you respected, those Cowboy teams in the 90s. They were damn good. Bills fan, you don't like the Cowboys, But I love Michael Irvin. Yep, or Euchre does radio. There we go. Seriously, they were doing like Justin Jefferson highlights with J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. Like they were like showing literally every best play he had. They probably went through like 16 hours of film to be able to come up with that 2-minute highlight film. That shit was hilarious. Which loss crushed a fan base more? 1989 NFC Championship game. Rams lost to the Niners, or the Niners lost to the Rams last year. Probably the Rams to the Niners, because the Niners didn't even expect to get there. They, you know what I mean? They crawled in. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing was crushing for them. You beat the Cowboys, who always fail. You beat the Packers, who always fail. The Rams were the better team. Even though they're the rival. You know what I mean? The Niners, they needed better quarterback play. So I don't think there was anything crushing for last year. All it shows you is that Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan are the 2 best young coaches in the league. And I've been saying that for the last 5 years. They're going to win Super Bowls. And they have. Sean McVay. Kyle Shanahan's been to 2, but he will win one either with the Niners or with another team before he's done coaching. So Jim Everett. He's like, yeah, whatever, Chris. Jim Rome. Call me Chris one more time. Yeah, whatever, Chris. Jim Everett, man, what a name. Fade route. Incomplete. And that's very true. Sometimes having the number 1 pick doesn't matter at all. You still got to have O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching. 100%. I agree. Yeah, 89. Some of these people weren't even born in 89, though. It's like, that's why I don't like to have arguments with, kids that are, 10, 12, 15, 18, even kids that are like young men that are like 18 to 24. It's like, dude, you don't understand because you weren't alive. You know what I mean? Anything you know about football or sports is not going to be the same because you weren't alive. Oh, I watched the highlights. Highlights don't do it justice. It's like you either watch Jordan and Gretzky and Tiger Woods, and you watch Mario Lemieux. You either watched, Ken Griffey Jr. or you didn't. And if you didn't watch it, you don't understand. You don't understand Gretzky. You don't understand Ken Griffey Jr. You don't understand Magic, Bird, and Jordan. You don't. You know what I mean? And these people are like LeBron, Kevin Durant, Embiid, Luka. Give me a fucking break. These guys would be good, but if they were playing in the 80s, they would get their fucking ass kicked. They still would be a good player, but imagine Carmelo or Charles Barkley elbowing Luka in the mouth, or Embiid. They wouldn't be talking very much after that. It's a different league. Man, look at that woman. She painted her whole body like Guardians of the Galaxy for 3 points. That's rough. Yeah. Call me Chris one more time. And obviously Chris was a female tennis player. Well, at least that's the highlight of the game. Low defense, right? I need to get a beer. Did I get everyone's photos? I don't mind them. You know what I mean? Like the fan base is passionate, just like the Eagle fan base. And honestly, you're a Raider fan, right? And that perception, the Cowboys, are the AFC equivalent to the Raiders, and the Raiders are the NFC equivalent to Cowboys. The difference is the Raiders actually have, coaching, and their owner, is obviously, we already know with, Al Davis and how polarizing of a figure he was. And now with his son having a Jim, Carrey, Dumb and Dumber haircut, he needs to do something about that. But at least you have coaching, and at least you have, a direction, and you can win playoff games with the Raiders. Cowboys are never going to win unless they get Sean Payton, to my opinion. So, I mean, you just have to understand, as a Cowboy fan, if you think you're going to have a good season, you have to stack up compared to every other team. You might finish, in second, but you lose Amari Cooper, and you can't act like that's not going to matter. You lost Randy Gregory, even though he got a lot of penalties. That matters. But honestly, McCarthy's one of the worst coaches in the league. Honestly. Yeah, it's like John Gruden. You might have been good back in the day. The league has changed. It's a passing league now, not a running league, And Kellen Moore had an opportunity to be a head coach, but once you call a draw with 15 seconds left, that was the dumbest play call in NFL history. You're never going to be a head coach in this league because of that. Just facts. But if you get Sean Payton and Dan Quinn is there, you can go to the playoffs, you can win a playoff game, and you might even go all the way to the NFC championship game if you can build. But if you don't have that combination of Dak, Sean Payton, and Dan Quinn, it's never going to happen. That's me being real. Oh, yeah. It's him getting ratings, dude. Rome liked to poke the bear. Rome was the first guy, but he was like the Howard Stern. Rome was the guy that was getting paid for doing a show before all these other podcasters and, other people that are out there. Before Pat McAfee, there was Jim Rome. We would listen to him on the radio. People would call in. I've had friends call in and get roasted, All right, this might be a safety. Hopefully they get out of it. There you go. 27-3. Yeah, you don't need Odell, and they're not going to get him. Cowboys need talent. What they need is offensive line. No, because the thing is, it wasn't the dumbest call. It was a questionable call. But think of it this way. If Pete Carroll called that and it was a touchdown and they win, he's the most brilliant coach of all time because you think they're going to run the ball, and that's what you should have done, but you did the opposite. He caught it, then they won. So incorrect. Not the dumbest call. The dumbest call was calling a draw with 15 seconds left with no timeouts, because if Pete would have made that play work, he would have been known as the genius. Safety. Called it. I don't know. They should have come on safety for that shit. Yeah, and Odell has got an ACL. The only places Odell are going to go, back to the Rams, maybe to the Bills if they're interested with Vaughn or the Saints. But the Cowboys wouldn't even know what to do with Odell. He wouldn't even get the ball. You got CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup. You know what I mean? You got Dalton Schultz. There's no room for Odell. He's not a good fit there anyways. Nice. Because like I said, that was, you could say that was a bad call, but if they complete it, it's one of the best calls in NFL history. Like, oh my God, you had number one running back Marshawn Lynch and you threw it and he caught it and you won. They would be celebrated forever. 2 Super Bowl wins and to win the blowout against Peyton Manning and then to beat Tom Brady that way, that would have been epic. So you have to think about it from that perspective. So 27-3. I need a beer. All this talk of NFL.
There's 31 other teams that are going to watch this. There's 30 other teams that are going to watch this game and try to find a young player that maybe is on roster, practice squad. So these reps for these young players, it's not only impress the Seahawks coaches or the Chicago Bears coaches. It's the tape is your resume. We hear it all the time in the NFL. It takes.
All right, let me go get a beer. Let me go get a beer.
Maybe it's hard to keep your focus, right? You know, it's final.
Hey, it could be worse, guys. We could be Browns fans. We could have this. I'd be so embarrassed right now. So let's look at something great. There we go. Him and Jamar Chase could end up being 1-2. We already know Cooper Kupp is great and Devontae Adams, but pass incomplete. All right, let's look at a little bit of Jay Jetta, and then we'll go with my boy.
Just take number 46, Sam Kamara. Just watch him play on the left defensive side for Chicago Bears. The pass rush he keeps getting around the right side of the offensive line for the Seattle Seahawks. And look, he's going up against Abe Lucas, who looks the part, who looks like, well, Abe's not playing right tackle right now, but he was playing against him a couple series ago. And this guy is getting consistent pressure on the passer. And that's what scouts love to see at this time of year. They're going to be scouts here right now. Yeah, four teams are represented with scouts in the building. Everybody watching. Delivering complete. Flag is down back at the 6-yard line. I know.
Illegal use of hands to the face, offense number 78. That penalties decline.
All right. That's what Jamar is. Oh, hey, Justin Jefferson. Jay Jetta, what are you? Damn right. All right, time for this fucking beer. 27-3.
That's going to be one of the things that 12 penalties. That's going to be one of the things that they emphasize, really this next week going into the regular season is that can't be the way the roster is. That can't be the thing that they have to deal with.
Fumble. All right, so we got a bowl from Chipotle. Guacamole, white rice, black beans, chicken, queso, mild tomato, sour cream, cheese, and lettuce. Oh, this looks so good.
That's his teammates' fault. And you just have to be better in terms of your awareness when you're talking about trying to set up a return like that. Because it's tough. Anybody who's ever gone out there and tried to field a punt, especially when there's a lot of lights bearing down on you, and you know people are coming down there to take your head off, it's a tough proposition. You just have to be aware of where your teammates are, so this kind of mistake doesn't happen. Team Williams able to recover.
Chipotle is fire.
First turnover of the preseason. Pretty impressive.
All right, 27-3. Had to have a couple bites. Nice throw. Just a lackluster of first downs. And I mean, I kind of had a feeling that this game was going to be this way, but even with that being said, I thought it would be a little bit closer. Oh, 85 Bears. Are you kidding me? Dude, when you end up going back and looking at these stats, Alex, just go back and look to see how many points they average for the season. When you end up only giving up 10 to 12 points for a season, 85 Bears, 2,000 Ravens, 2,002 Bucks. Those are the 3 best defenses. Legion of Boom defense was pretty good, but the 85 Bears is much better. Even the 2,000 Ravens and the 2,002 Bucks. Going long, going deep, out of bounds. Eight 3-and-out. The fans are booing, but again, they're going to be bad. I mean, it's just this the it's just it is what it is. I mean, you got to remember, Alex, I'm 40, so I've been watching football since '85. So, and I've watched a lot of the old stuff too, the history. Because I mean, the history of the game. To be able to see what the players are doing now, you got to be able to see what they were doing back then. I know. That's why I stopped. Barry Sanders was the truth, man. Go back and watch Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Barry Sanders, Bo, and Dion on the Niners. It's a thing of beauty, especially watching Barry Sanders stuff. I mean, I could watch Mike Allstott and Barry Sanders are the most entertaining to watch, I think, just for how their bodies were built. Yeah, drugs are bad, boys and girls. Drugs are bad. Drugs are bad. 27-3. Bears. I was hoping to actually call more of the game there, but there's not a lot of first downs, like just a lot of punts. There we go. But 3 points is not ideal. I watch everything, bro. I mean, if I'm doing this full time, all I do is read and watch film, like of everything. I mean, the XFL will be better than the USFL. You know what I'm saying? Like, I watch the championship game and I watch a few, but there's quarterback play sucked. The kicking game sucked. The only thing cool about the USFL was the camera angles. That Jacob Eason. I think the XFL with The Rock will be much better. Shotgun set. First down and 10. Eason. Good catch.
That's a nice contested catch. Strong hands, ball placement by Easton is great.
Did he get it? Touchdown, Hawks. There we go.
Leave the offense on there. Go for a 2-point conversion. That's just a nice tough run from Thompson. Had another one going the other way in the third quarter. Yeah, seems insignificant at this point in terms of the overall structure of the game. As far as
They get this 2-point conversion. Eason, shotgun set. There we go. 2-point conversion is good. That's a little bit better. Yeah, but if he's young and he's never seen it, I don't think people realize how good 85 Bears, 2,000 Ravens, and 2,002 Bucks were. Brian Bosworth. I mean, he was great in college. Just a lot of injuries. There you go. And the 2-point conversion. Now it seems better because 3, even if it's preseason, sucks. But 7, 10, 11, 13, 14, you lost, but at least it's not as bad. It's going to be a long year for both teams.
You're a foodie. Is that going to be okay? Yeah. I wouldn't say I'm a foodie. I don't know if he's a foodie. I put some blue cheese. Let's go with a cupcake now. Some blue cheese on top of that. Blue cheese is gross. This cupcake is fantastic. I'm usually a chocolate guy, candidly. Okay, next year on your birthday.
Fumble! Oh, they got the onside kick. Wow. Onside kick recovered by Seattle. All right. A little bit of excitement now. Okay. Oh, he just timed it wrong there, and it bounced into his chest. All right, Seattle. Now, if you can get another touchdown and 2-point conversion, obviously you're not going to win the game, but best case scenario, you get 27-19. Looks a lot better than 27-3 or 27-11. So at least you can get a chance to get another garbage touchdown in garbage time and get another 2-point conversion. So let's see if we can get to 19 points. There we go. Going long, going deep. Oh, penalty. Laundry dog.
Defense number 26. The ball was placed outside the foul. Automatic first down.
That's why you take that deep shot. For sure. The double moves. They're tough to defend now. You have to make sure your eyes are in the right spot. Keep your eyes down low. If he's in good position, now just run to the hip and defend the pass. Don't look a little ticky-tack, but come on,
Bank believes that if a pair of goggles can help your backhand get better, then your bank should help you budget even better. Virtual Wallet is so much more than a checking account. Its low cash mode feature gives you at least 24 hours of extra time to help you avoid an overdraft fee.
You see that?
Virtual Wallet with low cash mode from PNC Bank. One way we're making a difference. Meet Google Pixel 6a, the smartphone that can see in the dark with night sight, fix your photos with magic eraser, and photograph all skin tones accurately with real-time Google Pixel 6a. Up and get the all-new Google Pixel 6a, all for a smarter price.
It's the all-new Subway Series menu. 12 irresistible new subs. Like number 9, the Champ rotisserie style chicken. Double Monterey chips. The Champ is truly made for a champ.
Gee, thanks, Chuck.
Who said anything about you? Subway's biggest refresh yet.
Let's play Unwind Your Mind. IKEA.
People assume these photo shoots are easy. Just like they assume they can't afford great insurance. But State Farm has rates that fit any budget. What? All in the cool. A surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor.
Hi, Paisley.
Farm is there. field today. You know what beats next station? Getting it
All right, man. Have a good rest of your night, dude.
online and get free in-store or curbside pickup right where you
All right, Matt.
get what you need.
No worries. I'm going to keep grinding. I mean, usually I'll grind for 5, 6, 7 hours, so no worries.
How are you, Scott Van Pelt here in D.C. Coming up after the game, full coverage of the Deshaun Watson 11-game suspension. Adam Schefter on how he got here, plus Tom Brady absent from Bucs camp. RG3 stops by to discuss that and more from around the NFL.
27-11 with 2 minutes left.
Steve, shout to all our friends out there wondering if there'll be any more scoring.
Quick math says people are hanging around these last 2 minutes. After a 28-yard penalty for pass interference, and it's still being argued about.
Shotgun set. Jake Eason.
Ortega Whiteside and Bo Pete Keys. Keys knocking it away in the last second. Ortega Whiteside had a chance to make a big play.
Good throw by Jacob Eason, giving Ortega Whiteside an opportunity. That's a big-time contested moment. It really pops out when he hits the ground, right? He just gets strong hands on it, and just when his back hits the ground, it pops out.
That's a nice job of concentration. Ortega Whiteside.
Look, Keys had his hands on the football. He actually deflected it. He still got his hands on it, 2 hands on it.
Just couldn't finish it the last part of the down. But that's a nice throw again by Jacob Eason. Who again is putting some nice tape on film for other people. Depending upon how many quarterbacks they keep here, what the configuration of the quarterback room looks like here. I mean, what an opportunity for him, right? He doesn't know if he really expected to play this much during this game, but now he's getting
Taking a look at the
a lot of different situations.
Padres and the Nationals. All right, it's 1-1. All right, I think we'll go with the Braves and the Mets real quick just to kind of take a peek.
To his second round billing as a draft pick, just 16 catches in 3 seasons in Philadelphia. He'll get a nice play there.
All right, here we go. Second down and 10, 27-11 Bears. Shotgun set. Good pass. Gain of about 8. Now you got all like the 4th stringers, 5th stringers out there. Shotgun set. 3rd down and 4. Eason. There we go. First down, Hawks. Move the chains. I feel I've only been able to say that like 3 times today. But it'll be nice to get back into some baseball tomorrow. I'm going to look at the schedule. And then after the game is over, I'm going to grind it out. I'll take Paisley for a walk at some point. But what do we got tomorrow? Panthers and Patriots at 4. Saints and Packers. That's interesting at 5. Maybe I'll do that. And then Texans and Rams. So Rams will blow them out. That's on at 7. But, yeah, maybe I'll stream Saints and Packers. That might be interesting. And then Saturday, Broncos, Bills, Lions, Colts, Commanders, Chiefs, Bucks and the Titans, Raiders and Dolphins, Niners, Vikings, Steelers, Jags, Cowboys, Chargers. And then Sunday, Eagles, Browns, Bengals, Giants, Ravens, Cardinals. Monday, Falcons and Jets. And then I got to see what baseball games are on tomorrow. Mariners and Athletics at 6:40. And then Dodgers and Marlins at 7:10. Awesome. So there'll be plenty of things for me to watch. If I do the Packers and the Saints or Dodgers or Mariners or all of them. Ooh, I got slammed. All right, 27-11. Floater. Touchdown, Hawks. He injured himself, but that was a hell of a catch, though. All right, Fuller. So now they're going to try to score and do another onside kick. The guy turned around with his Marshawn Lynch jersey. Oh, that hit the ground. Incomplete. Incomplete. Yeah, incomplete.
No challenges inside of 2 minutes. Analysts upstairs.
Rolling on the field and the touchdown is under review.
It's a great shot by Jacob Eason. You see some of the athleticism by Fuller elevate.
Just could have kept that ball a little bit further inside. The safety wasn't going to get there. He was too far inside. Yeah, by Fuller, that's a great job. Get the body twisted around. Ball can touch the turf. Not that much.
You're also sitting here, one of those young players go make a play for your quarterback, right? We saw, I think, a Whiteside have the opportunity, and Fuller right there, one of those guys you'd love to see them at this moment come down with that completion.
You wouldn't think this is a critical call, but it is so.
Stanford Steve is smiling sunlight.
Nobody's kicking a field goal here either, by the way.
After review, the ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. On the second down at the 17-yard line. Gamecock operator, please set the game clock for 1 minute and 33 seconds.
So those 6 points will come off the board.
Why don't you take her for a walk? Take a gummy or something. I'll take her for a walk.
I think if you're Jacob Eason, you want.
What?
I kind of want the same play call.
Well, I got to make money. I'm grinding.
Gotta get wider and wider. I might try to throw a ball down the middle of the field. Thinking we can get inside that kind of thing.
Oh, that grandma's losing her mind. She says, I don't know rules of football. 27-11. The ball hit the ground. And come on, Grandma. Grandma, you got to know the rules. Okay? Know the rules, Grandma. Of course, everyone wants touchdowns. We all want points, but you know, they can't be giving touchdowns away that aren't touchdowns. All right, 2nd down and 15. 13 penalties for the Hawks. See if they can get one more touchdown here before the game's over. Shotgun set. Go. Go. There we go. There we go. All right. I think so. I think I am modless right now. We're at $44, I think, is what we were at. Just trying to get to a hundo before the stream ends. I mean, I'll go past the game is over, but I need to be able to just keep pushing and keep grinding. So, yeah, I don't know if I necessarily call it a great job. I just try to entertain. Normally, when there's more touchdowns, that's a penalty. Normally, when there's like more, it's a regular season game. Then you know I'm not going to be doing pictures on donations during the game. I'll wait for it to be commercial or halftime, and I'll call the game every single play. But obviously, with this game, there's just a lot of punting and whatnot, and it's preseason, so I like to talk to the fans and answer questions and throw up pictures, but I do appreciate that. Because obviously when it's a regular season game, my energy's on a whole nother level, and we really get into the game. I mean, for the longest time, it was 27-3, so. Yeah, if you could, that would be great, Eagles. Just the standard, we're at $44. Let's get to a hundo, and then if someone donates, just the total from there. I don't know how long you're going to be in here for, but I would appreciate that instead of me saying it. I don't need to be saying, hey guys, donate to me, Cash App and Super Chat and all that shit. So, hey, donos come, and sometimes there's a lot, sometimes there's a little, but I'm grinding every day. So whatever happens, happens. But I would appreciate that. I mean, Jameson was here, but then he dipped and Sarah wasn't feeling well. So, yeah, kind of more of a watch along rather than actually calling the game. I just like to be able to entertain and throw up photos and, talk about a little number of things, Kenny Omega coming back or whatever, little Mariners. Oh, bobbled. But I think that this, as far as scoring is concerned, this is going to be probably one of the lowest scoring games. And as far as excitement level, not very exciting. You know what I mean? It's just I'm grinding. So I think the other preseason games this weekend will be better. 3rd down and goal. Let's see if Eason can punch this in. Shotgun set. Pressure coming. Pass incomplete. But I do appreciate that. I mean, I just tried to educate, and we'll talk about different opinions, and talk to Deshaun Watson. Watch the game. I just wish it was a little bit more higher scoring, but again, it's preseason, so you can't really read a lot into preseason. Fourth down and goal. Let's see if they can punch this one in. Shotgun set. Eason. Back shoulder fade. Nope. Out of bounds. Nothing there. I think we got 10 on the Cash App, and then the rest is on the Super Chat. But I scrolled up, and we'll see if we get Holly or some of the other goats to come through. So we last ended at 44. So let's get to a hundo. So pretty much just like that. $44. Let's get to a hundo and then go from there. And then we'll throw our thank yous up if we go from there. I walked Paisley for an hour earlier today, but sometimes she needs more than one walk. But I definitely want to try to get to at least a hundo. I mean, the goal before was 2, but it all depends on how many people are in the room and what goats are in the room. And if the goats aren't here, heavy donators, then obviously donos sometimes end up being a little light. But, sometimes that's why I grind for, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours, because I need to make sure that if I'm putting in the time that, you hopefully get compensated properly, for putting in the time and the effort, But I know most people, even though this is NFL, a lot of NFL fans were not interested in this matchup. I don't blame them. I mean, I get it, unless you're a really big Seahawks or Bears fan. I mean, I guess besides seeing Justin Fields, that's really the only reason people are watching. Or if you're a Bears fan or Seahawks fan. Are we at 54? Let's go. Let them know. Are we at 54? Is that what we're at? 44. Yeah, I think we're at 44 total. Not $10 on the Cash App, and then I think 34 on this on here. I'm going to scroll up and check. So 5, 10, 13, 15, 20, 22, 24, 34. So 10, 12. And then here's the Cash App. So 22.
I just don't think that they necessarily settle on that quarterback situation this year. It would be Jimmy off of a potential
24. 29. 31. 34. 39. 44. Yeah, 44. I wish we were at 54. Yeah, we're at 44.
interesting is to see what other starters could potentially be around him offensively. But they're still very much committed to this being a quarterback competition. And Pete Carroll said, man,
All right, 27-11.
Drew Lock can't do anything to help himself tonight, but has been really good and impressed the staff. And he felt like it was a huge missed opportunity for Lock, unfortunately.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers obviously criticizing a lot of the wide receivers. It's going to happen. I mean, there's not Devontae Adams there anymore and no MVS. There's going to be I don't know how that's going to work out, though. I mean, I know it's Aaron Rodgers, and the young guys are going to probably respect him, but probably going to cause some conflicts. Oh, it's all good. I would like to say that was one of the more entertaining games I've ever seen, but I would be lying at that point.
Monday, don't miss our second NFL preseason game. The Jets will host the Falcons. Sports Center Scott Van Pelt is next here on ESPN. Happy birthday, Dan. Zerowski, Louis Riddick, Laura Ruffles, and our time crew of Steve Levy. So look, Seattle, here's Scott Van Pelt.
Well, the ladies, we thank you very much. Coming up on Sports Center, both head coaches, what they like, what they didn't.
All right, I got to make sure ESPN doesn't keep playing because ESPN gives me brain damage. It's so bad. So let me go and change it up here. Wisconsin Football Classic, Wisconsin and Minnesota. What's the NFL Total Access? They're going to replay the game. Already watched it. All right, maybe I'll have to. Let me see what's going on here. Maybe I'll watch the Padres and the Nationals. Hi, baby. How are you? Braves beat the Mets 3-2. That's huge. All right, the Nationals and the Padres are the only game going, so I guess I'll watch that just to have something on. Obviously, I got other things I got to watch too. And then hopefully we'll get some goats to come through. And
200 student class. Wow. Yeah. Very successful. Yes. Wow. So I do. I like country music. I prefer that.
Okay. And so we'll see how long I go for. I mean, obviously you want to be able to get to a good number. Jameson, are you back? Eagles John was trying to take over for you. He was nice enough to seeing if I was modless or not. I mean, normally, there's other channels that got so many people in them. But I got the Washington Nationals and the Padres top of the 7th. So just something else to kind of watch while we're grinding it out. And then, like I said, we'll go for, 18 more minutes would be 4 hours. But it just depends if we get some goats in here. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't mind going for another hour and 18 minutes, and trying to do it like that to make sure we get 5 hours, because that's kind of like the sweet spot. And I understand a lot of people don't enjoy the Bears and Seahawks, so a lot of them really didn't give a shit about that matchup. But yeah, we're still at 44, unfortunately. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate that you were kind enough to, speak up and do that. Honestly, if I had more spots open, I would make you a mod, Eagles John, because you've been really consistent. You're smart. You're funny. You have a lot of knowledge. You're always here. You know what I mean? So I do appreciate you very much, man. Yeah. Yeah, we're still at 44. Like I said, that's what happens when the Bears and Seahawks play and you do live play-by-play reactions, But at least tomorrow, the games are better. Dodgers and Mariners are on late. And then we have Panthers and Patriots at 4 on NFL Network. And then at 7, it's Texans and Rams. So I can watch a little bit of Texans and Rams, watch a little bit of Dodgers, Mariners, and then the Saints and Packers are on at 5. So, and all kinds of games on Saturday and Sunday and Monday. So, man, I hope people didn't spend a lot of money there in Seattle.
economical, but also has a different purpose. When he has his slider cutter combination.
All right, 1-1, Nats. Yu Darvish is on the mound. I wonder where Elliot is if he's watching. He loves Yu Darvish. Just became a baseball fan this year. Ooh. Machado. Nice. Nice play by Machado. I got to eat a little bit.
He's done a great job all the way through.
Next up for you guys, the Browns.
Yeah, at the very least, if I end up stopping the stream and we stop it in 4 hours and 16 minutes, I think that if we stop it early like that, I don't necessarily want to go for 7 hours today. You know what I mean? But I know if I go longer, there's going to be a better opportunity for more people to show up and, donos and whatnot. But, sometimes you just got to take your L and then just worry about the next day. So pretty much anything that you guys want to touch on, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here and watch Padres and Nationals. And, I got Simpsons, Gordon Ramsay, King of the Hill, Master Chef, NXT. I can watch NXT. Bear Grylls. I need to watch that as well. So we'll go for another 15 minutes. We'll see where, who's in the room and if we get anybody new to show up, and then we'll go from there. So. I told you, Megan, I keep it real every single day. I don't sugarcoat anything. It's going to be a long year. You know what I mean? I'm glad that you get to go to USC and you go to Seattle, but it's going to be a long, rough year. And especially the main reason it's going to be rough, not just because of Russ and KJ Wright and Bobby Wagner, is the lack of depth with your second, third, fourth string. Because if you get any injuries with any of the main guys, Charles Cross, DK, Lockett, it's going to be even longer of a year. So it's a preseason game. It happens. You know what I mean? So. You just have to have proper expectations, That's why I always try to make sure I don't overhype or underhype. I just keep honest. Just honest words and truth. The amount of football that I watch and read, if I'm putting like 15, 16 hours a day on this, it actually is too much to ask, because you have to have the proper players to be competitive. You know what I mean? Like when you have Bobby Wagner, you have KJ Wright, you have Russell Wilson, and then the rest of the teams have depth, you're going to be competitive. And like I said, sometimes you're a bad team. I was a bad team from 2008 to 2019, where my season was over in October, and I was thinking about the draft. And, it's like, that's what my reality was. And you have to be able to have those kind of expectations where you might only win like 2, 3, 4 games this year. So it's just the truth. You know what I mean? I know you want to be competitive, but I had to go through 12 years of shit to be competitive with my Buccaneers. And I got Tom and Gronk and AB and, Bruce Arians. So sometimes it's not too much to ask to be competitive, but for the Bears and the Seahawks and the Jags and the Jets and the Lions, it's going to, you know what I mean? I've gone through it. I know what it is to be a shit team. When your team is good, and if your team is bad, you just have to own it. Just stick with them. You know what I mean? But you just have to understand you can't expect to score 30 points a game when you don't have the personnel to score 30 points a game. All you can do is just wear the jersey when you win, wear the jersey when you lose, and just be realistic, with the expectations, and hope that next week is better. That's all you can do as a fan.
Sitting on that fastball, but you got to respect the velocity. He took that split finger nice.
Because if you end up having really high expectations, you're going to get yourself depressed, and you're going to be sad as hell every week because your expectations are up here. Like when you had Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner and KJ Wright, then you lose 40-0, and you're like, what the hell? You know what I mean? So you have to make sure that you know where your team is. You know, that's going to help with your mental health so you don't get too sad and depressed. So, hey, you know what I mean? If you can wear the jersey after you lose, you know what I mean? It's all about just supporting the team, but not every team is going to be good forever unless you want to be a bandwagon fan and hop from team to team, which you're not, and I'm not. You're just going to have to understand it might be 5 years of hell before you get good. I'm giving you real expectations. Just because you get a good quarterback next year in the draft isn't going to solve all these problems. Bobby Wagner's don't grow on trees. KJ Wright's don't grow on trees. Russell Wilson's definitely do not grow on trees. I mean, you lost 2 Hall of Famers. You know what I mean? Like the 2 key components of the team. So just be realistic with the expectations and just keep the pride up. You know, you just have to go through the good, the bad, and the ugly. And obviously, when you're a fan of a shitty team, me, Buccaneers normally, Mariners normally, Blazers, you know, you just have to be able to appreciate the good stuff. So let's say you lose, but you got, 10 first downs. You just have to build on it. You know, on the first downs, the cool catch that you saw in the third quarter, the field goal kicker made 5 kicks, but you lost. You know what I mean? You got to be able to find other wins to keep yourself happy. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, we got our ass kicked. Hey, but our kicker made 5 field goals and went 5 for 5. And those little things will keep you going. Trust me, I know. I've had like 12 years of suck, you know. I got NXT on, watching it from earlier this week, and I got the Nationals versus the Padres, bottom of the 7th. Yeah, and like I said, I mean, if you can support your team, when it's bad, anyone can wear a jersey when your team won. But what about when your team gets their ass kicked? Can you go to work or can you go in public and wear your jersey with pride even after you lost 40-0? Most people can't, but I can. You know what I mean? I know you can too. So anybody can wear your shit when you're winning. But when your team loses and loses bad and you can still rock the merch even though you're hurt inside, that's what shows a true fan. Anybody can wear their shit when they're balling out, but what about when you lose 40-0? You got to be able to take the good, the bad, and the ugly. And you already went through 10 years of great, Now you're just going to have to go through the rebuilding process. I should know. I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. It hasn't been all peaches and cream for me. Lots of hell. I mean, Jameis Winston at quarterback, and he was blind, and we picked him number 1 overall. To go from Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp, John Lynch, Simeon Rice, Mike Allstott to crap. That wasn't fun for me. You know what I mean? But you just have to have hope that things can get better. Yeah, absolutely. But you see what I'm saying? If you get yourself too psyched up about how good the team's going to be or what you expect in your head is unrealistic expectations, and then you lose 40-0, then you're just going to be miserable for 3 days because you put your expectation level way too high. You not only have to compare your team to last year, you have to compare your team to the other teams in the division and the other teams in the NFC. And then you can kind of be like, damn, maybe we are going to suck. You know what I mean? You just have to compare it talent for talent. And you will steal some this year with a lot of heart, but there's going to be a lot of bad losses that will test a lot of the Seahawks fans from you not just giving up on the team. But, I mean, if you can watch a team when they're winning, you got to be able to go through the bad times too. That's what makes us real fans. And check it out. You went through 10 years of greatness, and then you won a Super Bowl, lost one, but it felt good to be on top, right? But imagine if you have 5 years of suck, right? And then you end up making the NFC Championship game in the next 10 years. Like after that, you have 5 years of suck and then 5 years of good football, and you're getting back to where you were. And then you finally win a playoff game or, get to the NFC Championship. You're going to cry and it's going to feel really good because you went through the trials and tribulations instead of just being like a bandwagon fan and only rooting for them when they're good. That's what makes fans special. Facts. Anytime you suck and get good again, you'll feel all the emotions. All right, I got NXT. We got 7 minutes for the 4-hour mark. Yeah, exactly. It's not like all our teams have been good. It's not like we're Patriot fans when you just had Brady and, even before that when they had Drew Bledsoe and, then they even made the Grogan, when they played the 85 Bears. So it's not like the Patriots have been like, horrible. They made a Super Bowl against the 85 Bears, lost, but, Grogan, QB. Then they ended up making a good run with Drew Bledsoe, you know what I mean, with those cool uniforms with Ty Law. And then Brady and Belichick got together and had 20 years of greatness. You're not going to see that. That's such a rare thing. And look how many Patriot fans decided to say, fuck you, and left. And they went to be Buccaneer fans, because they were fans of Brady and winning culture rather than sticking with the Patriots. Some of them did, you know what I mean? But Mac Jones is never going to be Tom Brady. And a lot of them can't handle losing. Yeah, when you've been spoiled for 20 years of winning, and cheating, and then all of a sudden you have Mac Jones and you suck now. Now you just have to hop off. That's not being a fan. It's called being bandwagon. So good, bad, ugly. And then, like I said, you can start seeing the positive things. Third round wide receiver ends up being the third option, or maybe Charles Cross ends up being a Pro Bowler. It's like you might win only 4 games all year, but if you can start seeing some, building blocks of being able to make the team hopefully like Cardinal competitive in a few years, because you're never going to catch up to the Niners and the Rams, but you might be able to catch up to the Cardinals if you can build properly in the next 5 years. So that's how it is, about being a fan. I should know. Blazers suck. Mariners normally suck. Buccaneers suck. I mean, there was a time where all my teams sucked except Oregon Ducks. And then I could get to a Rose Bowl, but we couldn't win the Natty. So that was a little disheartening, but at least, we got there. That's good for the Oregon Duck program. I want to see them win a Natty before I die, but you know what I mean? Every team's philosophy is different, and it really starts up above. If you got a good owner, a good GM, and then that'll lead to having a good head coach and then good OC, DC. But like I said, ever since Paul Allen died, the Seahawks and the Blazers have not been the same. You know what I mean? They haven't been able to address the problems. If Paul Allen was alive, they would have gotten O-line for us. And maybe he still would have left, but it wouldn't be as bad of a spot that you're in now if Paul Allen was still alive. And Blazers would be better too. So, yeah. Yeah, so if anything, it shows, that you love the team, because especially if the team's going to be bad for, who knows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, it's not being a bandwagon. Some people are just stupid, It's like people coming in here and trying to educate me on, players that, they've watched for 5 years of their life. You're like, yeah, I've been watching sports since 2017, and you're trying to have like a conversation with me, like, okay, well, I'll listen to what you have to say, but it's like, or you have people that are like, oh, I watch highlights, of Jordan, but yeah, he wasn't that good. I watch highlights of Kobe. LeBron's better. I mean, it's just, I can't take asinine comments like that. It's like you either were living a part of it or you weren't, Yeah. Just got to stick with your teams, good, bad, and ugly. That's what makes sports special, because when the team is good, you get excited. But once you go through the trials and tribulations of sucking ass and just being horrible, like a joke of the NFL, or any team, and you're just bad, like one of the worst. And then you get good, then the joy, like look at me as a Mariner fan, right? I've been in misery for 21 years. When it was Griffey and Randy Johnson, Ichiro. The last year I enjoyed a Mariner baseball was in 2001, and that was the last year we made the playoffs. And see how my reactions are now when I do Mariner games. You can tell it means a lot. You know what I mean? Because I never gave up. I could have just been like, fuck these guys. I'm a Dodger fan like my dad. I could have easily did that. Said, fuck that. The Ken Griffey Jr. experience didn't mean as much to me. I'm a bandwagon. I'm going to be a Dodger fan just like my dad. My dad's not bandwagon. My dad grew up in LA and lived in Oregon, and he's been a fan of the 50s, since the 50s. But I could have took that like, okay, I'm going to be a Dodger guy now. And even though I root for the Dodgers, that's my dad's team, not my team. But I act like they are my team, other than the Mariners. And I'll root for them to the death. So, hi, Holly. How are you? Crowd control statements. What are we talking about? How you doing, Holly? How's your day? Decided to stream the Bears and Seahawks. kind of a little bit of excitement early, and then there was a dead stretch in the middle. Then Seahawks poured it on at the end, but I know a lot of people weren't very interested in the game because it's the Bears and Seahawks, but I mean, it's football. So, but I am going to try to put in work. We got Dodgers. We got Mariners tomorrow. Dodgers played earlier today. Air and me were talking. They beat the Dodgers, and congratulations to Air for getting a nice dub. And we got NFL games on tomorrow. Panthers, Patriots, Saints, Packers, Texans, Rams. You'll probably get coverage of Saints, Packers, and Texans and Rams, as well as Dodgers and Mariner game. And then Saturday, Broncos, Bills in the morning, but they're not going to play a lot of their starters. And then the Commanders play the Chiefs at 1. I might stream that for the Chief fans. You know, I might be in that. And then the Buccaneers and Titans play at 4. So maybe I'll be in the building all day on Saturday. I don't know. 10 o'clock, Broncos, Bills. Chiefs, Commanders at 1. Bucks and Titans at 4. And then the evening game is Cowboys, Chargers. So I'm not sure if I can do 4 games in a day. But, I mean, I probably won't do the Broncos, Bills, but I'll watch it. But that Chiefs, Commanders game, I'll probably do that for the Chiefs fans because I do want to see the Chiefs and watch them play and see the rookies and the second stringers and third stringers and such. So how was your day, Holly? I hope everything is good. At least I got to throw up some cool pictures. Some Justin Fields, Khalil Herbert, David Montgomery. Look at the intensity in his eyes. Kind of reminds me of Jamal Williams there from the Lions. Montgomery. Mooney. Obviously got brand new photos for this stream. I didn't get a chance to use too many of them because the game was very slow there in the middle. And then obviously Drew Lock has COVID. Was looking forward to seeing him. And Gino. And Gino again. DK Metcalf. I like that one a lot. That's a really cool photo. And then this DK, never played that, showed that one. And then Tyler, get to the door and lock it, baby. And then that one. And then we talked about Deshaun and how disrespectful this decision was. 11 games is just pitiful. They didn't even get it right. And what makes it even worse, right, is that they decided to have him 11 games and he comes back against the Texans. You think that was a coincidence? No, it was because of this. So sad. If Calvin really suspended for a year, why the hell is he suspended for 11 games? It makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. I am so confused. 6 games to 11? And then the worst part about the whole thing, that Ridley should be suspended only 2 games, right? But he has no remorse. He's like, I apologize because the NFL media and the fans got triggered. I feel really bad for every woman on planet Earth to have this kind of fucking predator, not going to prison, not being suspended indefinitely, not suspended for 2 years, not even a year. Are you kidding me? And then he's like, yeah, I'm sorry how my actions were. But he's like, I still retain my innocence. So he doesn't have any fucking remorse. But most people are, if they are narcissists or if they're guilty, and they don't think they have a problem, then they act like that. So that's disgusting. So. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, you know what? My day is great because you're here. And my day is great because, hey, I'm watching you, Darvish, bro. I'm watching the game. It's on my computer. 1-1. Padres. And I got an NXT on right now, too. But I got the Padre game on. How are you? Elliot. Hari. It's like a horrible thing. It's a horrible standard to set. It's pretty much you're saying that, you can do drugs, you can drink, you can physically assault people, you can gamble. All these things have different repercussions. But if you hit a woman, if you have video, then you turn into Ray Rice and you're gone forever. But if there's not video, of hitting a woman or doing something fucked up, maybe you only get a few games. Or if you end up being a sexual predator and they care about money more than doing what's right, who gives a shit about the Browns and the Texans? Like, are you so worried about ratings and money that you have to make him come back for that particular game? That was on purpose. They want to talk about the NFL being rigged or doing something kind of bullshit. I mean, that's it. That was not by coincidence either. Very mad about that. It's a horrible precedence to set for Roger Goodell. Like, you should be able to veto that and say, no, 1 year minimum, $5 million. See, I got the $5 million part right. It should have been $5 million in 1 year. Really, $5 million in 2 years, or $5 million and forever, or prison. So, yeah, she's mad because Seahawks lost. You didn't miss much. Yeah. You know who it was? It was the owner. The owner and the GM were defending him. Yeah, you're a fucking grown man. You're a fucking predator. And obviously, Predator is one of my favorite movies with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Get to the chopper, right? Get to the chopper. But this fucking sexual predator, well, you're not going to do 10 years, bro. It's either going to be forever, 2 years, or prison time. And they're not going to do prison time. And you should have did 2 years, $5 million. You know what I mean? He said $500 million, take away all his money. Yeah, but he's not going to play in the league at that point. If you're 10 years past, and I think it's going to end up biting him because he won't be a good quarterback ever again. He was top 4, but now he's barely going to be playing in 3 years. He's never going to be a top 10 quarterback anymore. I think he'll be somewhere between like 11 through 20. You know what I mean? And he'll probably be decent, but it's so disgusting. Like, I feel for every fucking female, and I'm fucking outraged. Oh, let's just have him come back for the Texans. And then the owner's like, yeah, we're going to defend him. And then it's like, yeah, I apologize for my actions, even though he admitted that he did nothing wrong initially. And then he's like, well, only reason I apologize is because America was triggered. What the fuck is that? I only apologize because America was triggered? Yeah, disgusting. Of course it was the owner. Yeah. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. He makes some mistakes. He's supremely good. Hey, everybody deserves second chances. Yeah, if we're talking about one girl you did this to, and you were drunk or high, and you fucked up, and then maybe we can forgive you. And then there's second chances. But like 60 or 70 different women over a year and a half, I guarantee the real number is 100 to 200. Guaranteed. You know what I mean? This is not counting for other women that haven't stepped up. Hookers, prostitutes, dating apps, and other things. Because if you can only get your jollies off when you're getting massages from people that aren't even qualified, and you're going to their house, and then you wear a little towel and take it off, you know what I mean? Like, I imagine there's got to be some kind of footage by at least one of these girls telling him get the fuck out, or him being partially naked, or like, get the fuck out of here. And then they paid to not have that released, because then that would have been more damning evidence. You know what I mean? But I find it hard to believe that no one recorded this, situation. Maybe not the sexual act, because I know some of the women wanted to have sex with him or perform acts or whatever. But even if one girl out of 70 says, no, Deshaun, no, that's a crime, prison. If it was anybody else, prison. You know what I mean? I don't, oh, he's a quarterback, and we paid him a lot of money. It's just the Browns are just like Washington football team, the Commandos. It's just a disgrace of a fucking organization. You know what I mean? And it's like, certain organizations have good people at the top, but to even bring in Deshaun Watson, and now you're seeing how things are coming out. How can you look yourself in the mirror and feel proud about the Cleveland Browns? Honestly, like, even if they won a Super Bowl, it's tainted. If you win a playoff game, tainted. Like, you have a sexual predator as a face of your franchise. What message is that sending to little boys? Dad, little Johnny, who's 7 years old, what is Deshaun Watson on TV? Why is he apologizing? Why is he suspended? And what's the dad going to say? Who cares? He's suspended. Let's win a Super Bowl, baby. Browns, baby. Super Bowl or bust. And that's how the mentality is for some of these people in Cleveland or fans of Deshaun. Like, just sweep it under the rug before the season starts. Rape doesn't matter. Sexual stuff doesn't matter. Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck is our, you know what I mean? Like, I get ratings and stuff, you know what I mean, and money. But sometimes you have to do what's right. You have to do what is right. And this is not right. And even Vince McMahon, it took so long. Look how long it took. 30, 40 years to get him to step down. You know what I mean? And if it wasn't pressure from the shareholders and everybody else, he would still be doing. I mean, he already paid out I don't know what, $10 million based off affairs for them to shut the fuck up and not say anything. You know what I mean? Like, so I get it if you're not happy with Linda McMahon, but why do you have to, because of who you are? You know what I mean? Like, you just can't date like a regular person. And why do you have to get involved with a wrestler to give them false promises? Hey, I promise you're going to be women's champion. All you got to do is sleep with me. And then some of these ladies fell for it. They're like, oh, Vince has got the power and he's got the money. Fuck, I guess I'll just take one for the team. He's an old wrinkly man, whatever. I'm not into it. I'm not attracted to him. But he told me that I'm going to become women's champion. And then what happens when they didn't? Then what? He got what he wanted. And then they got mad. He's like, hey, shut up. Take this money. Bye. That's pretty much what Vince did. And if you have money and you have a lawyer, and you can get out of this. But the number one thing that pisses me off the most is that I still claim my innocence. I only said this because people are triggered. No remorse whatsoever. And people that are, narcissists and sexual predators and crazy, he honestly doesn't think he did anything wrong. Like it was dating, and people are coming for his money. It's clout. It's recognition in the media. No, you're a fucking rapist and a predator. It's like Bill Cosby. I loved you, but I can't love you anymore. You know what I mean? Just because you're a beloved figure in my life as a child, if you do fucked up things like put roofies in girls' drinks and you try to rape them when they're waking up or when they're not awake, that is so fucking wrong on like a billion levels. Prison for life, death. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is fucking crazy to me. Yeah. Yeah, and you guys got a great organization. Honestly, I am jealous of your guys' organization. I wish I could have the Hunt family and the way that you guys have been, over the years. You can be definitely proud of, being a Chiefs Kingdom member. 11. There should under any circumstance, right? 16 should have been the bare minimum, and it's not enough. 16, 2 years, indefinite prison. That's 1 year is not even enough to me. And he's not even sorry. And $5 million out of $250 million. Do you think he really cares? That's like $5 to him. He doesn't give a shit. $5 million, whatever. Counseling. You think he's going to be better? All he's going to do is going to be more sneaky on how he tries to do this now. And I believe in second chances, but not when you do this to 70 women, in 16 months. And who knows how many there were at Clemson? Who knows how many they were at Houston on the Texans? Fucking disgusting. Oh, absolutely. Deshaun, autograph. Yeah, I only had to apologize because America was triggered. He literally said that.
And we jumped at that opportunity. And we dedicated every fiber of our being.
All right, 1-1 Padres over. Are you watching the game, Elliot? I'm watching it right now. Oh, thank you so much, Holly. Today was a rough day on donos. I think we were only at, 44? Like, Sarah left early too. She had a headache or something and she wasn't feeling very good. Thank you so much for all your generosity. Yeah. So Watson was 6 games, and then Goodell was like, and then the lawyers and the NFLPA and Deshaun Watson's lawyers complained 1 year was too much. And then Goodell was like, he knows it should have been 1 year, but he wants money and ratings, for Texans games and Browns games. I mean, so 6, they didn't even double it. 6 to 11. They didn't even do 12. And the reason that they didn't do 12 is because they wanted to be 11 so he could play against his former team for a story in the NFL. I remember we were talking to her about working from home with all her back issues and muscle ache issues, going to all these jobs for like phone or customer service or chiropractic office or all these places. That's all fine and dandy. But I think with how her body is and, obviously the pain that she's in, I think she should work from home. You can definitely get dental and medical insurance from jobs from home, and it would suit her better. You know what I mean? Work at home, be able to lounge around from home. You can still get benefits from home. You just have to do like conference calls, Zoom calls. But other than that, you don't have to go anywhere. I told her from before, that is going to be the most ideal if she can find the proper workplace. But I think the driving and back and forth, I just think it would be better for her, but we just have to see if she does it or not. So And I feel bad that she's hurting, but I think home job would work best. She just has to look and be patient and find one that has dental, medical, good hours, and she can work from home. So that way she can work from home, hop on here, go to bed, not worry about stuff. Better not to have to deal with people face to face too, if you don't have to. That's facts, especially nowadays.
Everything I do is calculated. And I'm not going to keep going back and forth. I'm not going to play these games. I'm not going to keep talking about it. I'm going to show you instead.
Thank you so much, Holly. $26, baby. Yeah, and also too, when your color is the color of a crayon, brown, and you don't even have a dog, like dog pound on one side. See, if it was me, you would have a dog on one side and like a number on the other, like Alabama, or dog on both sides. You got to mix it up and even change the colors. Like, why does it have to be brown? Because you're the Cleveland Browns. Like, it can be brown, could be like the outline color, you know what I mean? But you can end up changing it a little bit, more yellow, white, with a little shade of a brown outline on the numbers. It doesn't have to be primarily brown, and you don't have to look like you've been rolling in dirt for 10 hours. It's already the ugliest, helmet and, jerseys in general. You got to spruce it up a little bit. But I guess it's the Browns being the Browns, Yeah, that's sad. Yeah. Oh, you did? Cool. What did you send? And the wrestling fanatic side? Oh, Giannis with the Young Bucks. That's cool. This is from earlier this year, wasn't it? Yeah, that's awesome. Wheeler Yuta. Orange Cassidy. Chris Statlander. Jericho Sting. Dr. Britt Baker. Of course, if you're a fucking Giannis, you want to get a picture. Oh, the last one is the best. With Kenny when he was still healthy. I need that belt, man. I need this. A belt costs a lot of money, you know what I mean? And I can't afford that, but I definitely think I'm going to go the AEW route before going maybe NWO belt. There's a possibility I go there. I've seen the Wolfpack one, which it looks insane with the red spray paint, and then the black and white with the black spray paint. And I like the WCW title, the Ric Flair, and I like the spinner belt with Cena. I like the smoking skull and the rock belt. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, if I end up winning the lottery or get super rich and you see me with like 5 wrestling belts, then I'm doing well. I'm well off at that point, but I can't really afford one yet. But I do want the AEW belt. I am AEW all the way, so. But I'll show the Omega and Giannis. Dude, that is so sweet. I need that belt ASAP, man. I need that. At first, when I first saw it compared to the WWE belts, I was like, my first initial look at it, I was like, that's ugly. I don't like it. But it's grown on me because it doesn't look like a WWE belt. And that's why I like it. And that's why I think at first, this looks weird. It's but it's AEW. It's their brand. It's their style. And I'm glad they made it their own and didn't copy WWE's belt style. Because then I'd be like, they just copied WWE. So now I really love it. And I can't wait to buy one at one point. But they just got to be able to be cheaper than fucking that much money. Awesome photos, dude. And great win today, bro. I'll throw up a McCutcheon here for you, too. Congratulations today, dude. It's like what? Brewers have won 2 out of 3 on the Dodgers. Cora Jade. All right, so I'm trying to get into this NXT. And like I was telling you, Air Whitey, You were right, man. Some of these people, girls and guys, they should not be on TV. There's just way too many females on there, and there's just too many inexperienced men and women that are on NXT. I know it's a developmental league, but some of them need to be in the training facility, and they don't deserve to be on TV yet. But, you know, they got 3 shows, and I think Dynamite needs to be 3 hours, and Rampage needs to be 2. They're starting to stack up too many people. And let's get some photos for Holly here for some support and love. And Kenny was Raw last night, but it was nice to see him out there. I mean, we're fans of wrestling, so we know. Tommy. Let me erase some of these Seahawk photos.
Denny's all-time favorite super slab is back. Get bacon, sausage, eggs, hash browns, and buttermilk pancakes for only $6.99. Give your wallet a break and send it on a summer slam.
I'm going to make room, and I'll get you some Tommy Love. And have you got any other Chiefs players you want me to show? Chief was in here earlier, but I think he left. So maybe he'll be back. But it was weird seeing him in here early. He came in at like 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, maybe because I was just doing the football game. But I was like, okay, well, we have, you know, Seahawks and, you know, okay. And we have Bears, Bears. But I was hoping it would be a little bit better, but let's show some Paisley Pup. Aw. Dad. I love you. Love you too. All right, let's get, dude, those were awesome, man. They partnered with Fanatics. I heard that was a rumor. It finalized. Wow. How long ago did they partner with Fanatics? Fanatics is ruining everything, dude. And I even know in sports cards, the certain, you know, companies are getting licensed. And so the card game is changing too, with like serial number and who has the rights to basketball, baseball, football, and hockey cards. Like, I mean, I know the business is booming for sports collectibles and the cards, but yeah. I mean, usually now you're looking at 300 to 500 for a belt, a good one, you know? Yeah, congratulations to the Brewers, dude. There you go. Yes, I agree. I'll get you. Okay, I got you. I appreciate your generosity. All right. Yeah, enough of this guy. I mean, I feel like even having 3 photos of him is too much. You know, I could have had like 8 or 9, but I mean, you know, certain situations for people getting in trouble, like Ridley, you know, playing just being an idiot, you know what I mean? But when you're calculated and you know what you're doing, and then you just get this little slap on the wrist, like same thing with him, you know? So I'm not happy with that whole situation. But I am happy that Triple H is taking over because Raw is good now. It's actually watchable. So yeah, Vince, you know, I don't got a whole lot of love for you, but you know what? Triple H, I always thought you were a great heel. I always liked you. You remember Triple H's first name? Terrorizing? Like terrorizing? That was his first name. Terrorizing. So bad, you know? And obviously, just amazing to have him and Stephanie and Khan doing creative. It's like so much better now. Bye-bye, Vince. Hello, Mr. H. All right, we got some females here going back and forth. Nikita Lyons. Who do you like in NXT, Air? Is there anyone that I should be specifically watching, like Braun Breaker and, you know, some of these other guys, like girls and guys who actually are going to be good and move up in SmackDown and Raw? Like, who should I be looking at? I've watched for 3 weeks and I haven't really, it's been hard for me to get into, but I'm trying to learn all the names of these wrestlers that I haven't paid attention to for a couple years, just because Raw, SmackDown, and NXT were ass under Vince. So So did you go to training camp just for that one day, or did you go today as well? It didn't sound like you went today. You were working on your art. And I saw you did a poll. So did Len Dawson win? Was that the next one? I voted Justin Reed just because I thought that, your connection and Butker, Reed, special teams. But I voted for Justin Reed. I mean, all the choices are amazing. There's no wrong answer on your poll. Nick Bolton, no relation to Michael Bolton. Appreciate you. There we go. Yeah, I think we're at 60. I think we were at 44, not 54. Yeah, $44. So 44. So yeah, we're at 60, 70. Yeah, 70. Good to see Elliot in the room. He said, yeah, he should get $500 million, 10-year suspension. Looking good in the photo. I like the pose. Got the shades on. Looking good, brother. I hope everything is going good in your life. Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of like flag football girls that are like super athletic, or if you ended up having a girl that made it in college, we've seen that as like, either like, let's say not really a punter, but usually it's going to be like a kicker, but if we ever got a placeholder as a woman or a kicker or a punter, you know what I mean? Punter would be tough because if a guy slam like full force, that could really injure a woman. And it could happen obviously at placeholder or a kicker, but someone going full speed when someone's punting, that could be definitely bad. Especially with men being, bigger and stronger and whatnot. But I could see placeholder or kicker one day. But I mean, what are you going to do? Have a separate locker room? Because they can't be in there with the guys, and the guys can't be in there with her. So, but you never know what might happen one day, I'm not sure if you're ever going to get like a female in Major League Baseball or hockey or NFL or NBA, or, you're going to have coaches, and the females have gotten better roles in GM, ownership, managers and, and different like coordinators and whatnot. And I like that. But being a player, like I would love to see a kicker, female kicker, like the best, like soccer player, kicker. And if it was like one of the best in, United States or whatever, or even globally. And then they got a shot, to play college and high school college and go to the NFL and, get drafted like 7th round or undrafted and then kick and make the team. I think that would be awesome. But with the Deshaun Watson stuff, I mean, what are we teaching our young men and our young women, our boys and girls, at this young age, that you can sexually abuse people, and if you have money, you can get away with it and only get 11-game suspension? Sad. All right, let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. What's the average price for WWE belts going on right now on WWE Shop? I've looked once in a while, but what are we looking at? $250 to $500 for a belt, or has it gone up to that more now, $300 and up? So, yes, congratulations to the Brew Crew. Congratulations to the Brew Crew. I had another picture for Air, and I'll get you some more players here.
Here's a lesson in big wireless hype. Those back-to-school phone plan deals are everywhere, but they usually don't add up to actual savings. Graduate to Straight Talk Wireless and get our silver unlimited.
Congratulations, Milwaukee Brew Crew.
Hotspot data for just $45 a month. Plus, get Samsung Galaxy A13 5G for just $149. All on America's best networks. Unlimited data, less money, no break. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart and Walmart.com.
Shotzi. Yeah, I like Shotzi. I know Odin's son loves Shotzi. Absolutely. I 100% agree with that. 100%. And just like, just for big wrestler love only, like Bobby Lashley, Brock Lesnar, Roman, like, I don't know. Trick and Mello are good. Roxanne and Cora. Okay. I'll be looking for those. Toxic Attraction. Okay. Well, Mandy Rose needed to go down to work on her mic skills. It's like, it's one thing that you can be, hot in most guys' eyes, but can you wrestle? And are you good on the mic, Oh, okay.
The $6 giveaway deal at Burger King is a triple win. Your choice of a bacon double cheeseburger or a rodeo double cheeseburger. Win. Plus fries, win. And chicken fries, win. All new $6 giveaway deal. It's a win-win-win only at Burger King.
Back live, and Roxanne Perez just getting her shoulders off the mat. It has been all Jade in this contest here at NXT Heatwave. And who could have predicted the timeline for these two after winning the aforementioned NXT Women's Tag Team titles?
I appreciate you. Service members, yeah. Well deserved. But then if you're not in the military, you're like, what about me? But, everyone's got to have their day, so I get it. Jameson Meza with a $5. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate you tremendously. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. And we can't forget about Holly's either. Holly Hundo, bang, bang. Jameson Meza, bang, bang. See if I can find something here new for you. What are they saying about Treylon Burks and Titans camp and everything? I've read a lot about Malik. Progressions are good. $5. Holla. I got more photos for you, Holly, as well.
Someone to become so egotistical. So egotistical, the egotist in this incident is the person. Egotistical, Mandy Rose, don't forget championship match coming up later. Egotist in this particular case is the person who wasn't satisfied by having won the championship.
All right, this is cool. This is like a Drake London, Treylon Burks side by side.
Perez is thinking that her friend took the biggest opportunity in her life away from her. Her friend took the NXT Tag Team titles away from her because she wanted the spotlight just for herself. And Perez now thinking about those moments and is starting to bring the heat right to Jay here at Heatwave.
Finally getting the second win, rode out the score from Cora Jade. And now in full control.
He believes all eyes should be on her, while the eyes of Perez are fixated on her former best friend. As Perez continuing to try to drive through Jade.
Absolutely giving a good hiding to Cora Jade at this point. Cora Jade in desperation.
Over into the cover, and Jade just able to get the shoulder up. Perez almost in disbelief. You got to imagine. For someone who said earlier tonight her stomach was in knots, she's got to be conflicted at some point with what she has to do to her former best friend. Into another cover, innovative offense, and again, Jade just able to get out. You can see that emotion boiling out, bubbling of Perez.
Yeah, Perez liked Cora Jade as much as she said she did. Perhaps she should know that Cora Jade is not going to lie down that easily. It's going to take something very special to put Cora Jade away this evening.
Wait for Pop Rocks, Jade though had it scouted. Oh, man. What a devastating knee. Oh, it's some more innovative offense. This time for Jade. Will it be enough? And Perez kicks out at 2.
near fall in this matchup. To your point you just made, what must we go to the line of Jake? Jake's got something up their sleeve. Let's face it, she normally
Just throwing up some pictures here for Jameson.
Trusty old favorite. You're the official. I don't think Corte cares about being disqualified. Swing and a miss. The tables have turned. This Roxanne. Think about it. So you know Perez wants to do the movie. Come on. Not like this. Ooh. Right down on
Yes, appreciate you.
Oh, come on. Say what you like about Corte, but that is the smartest thing you're going to see all evening. It's on.
Oh, I know. Gosh. Or anything to do with the empowerment of women if it ends up being week 11. Jesus. Punt or kick a field goal. I think kicking a field goal would be awesome. All right, I'll get you some Braves too. I just saw a couple Treylon Burks ones. I was like, ooh. All right, Ronald Acuna, and let me see if I can get a different one in here. Or maybe go Max Fried. Let's go there. Let's go via Max, Mad Max.
Because it's going to be Dallas boys on top. If they're not saying we've got those championships, they're coming home regardless. Anytime, anywhere, boys. Next weekend. Don't be in the building, we'll do the damn thing.
Got my Max Fried files next to French fries. There we go, baby. I got you. Appreciate you, man. Belts are $350 minimum. Wow, they went up. How much is the AEW belt? Is it still $800? That's just wild to me. I mean, if it's $500, I'm like, damn, but I would probably be able to get it. But another $3, like I could buy 3 belts for the price of 1 or 2 at least. They go up to like $2,000. Wow. Yeah, I've never gotten a call on there. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I let him borrow some money when he was in a tight space. But you know, like I said, I get it when you're in a tight space. But I mean, if you can't pay me back, you know what I mean, at a appropriate time or at all, you can't just keep asking me to borrow money. You know, I know you're in a tough situation. He's gone through like some hospital stuff and him and Moira losing the job and stuff like that. But I got to a point where, you know, he was asking me to borrow money and I just like, bro, I can't let you borrow money if you don't pay me back for the money I already gave you. Like, you know, it's like there should be other resources that you have instead of just trying to rely on, you know, Orion on YouTube. So, you know, yeah. Yeah, I mean, hopefully he's okay, but I mean, I kind of worry about him with money and money management and stuff, especially with this situation. I mean, I get it if you have depression and, him and Moira aren't in a good spot, but again, I can't just keep, lending people money if you're not going to pay me back. And I got to a point where I let him borrow a little bit and he wanted to borrow more. And I said, no, I said, listen, I was like, for the money that I let you borrow, we can just, I'll just, call it a loss on my end. And, but I can't let you borrow no more, dude. I just had to be honest. You know what I mean? You can't use me as a crutch. So, so whatever he owed me, I just said, just wash it, whatever. You don't have to pay me back, but I'm not going to let him borrow anymore. So, and it wasn't a lot, but it's, everyone's situation's different, but you got to pay me back before you ask for more. I mean, that's pretty standard. So, but I hope he's doing good. I mean, I know he was in a really rough patch, but like I said, sometimes you just got to step up and find other ways to make money and to be able to, make things happen. So can't rely on people on YouTube for sure. But I do hope he's well. I know he was in a bad place. So. Yes, you do. Let me get Jameson Meza another photo here, an old school one. I'm going to go like Greg Maddox. Yeah, but that is weird to get a call on Cash App, though. I mean, and also, too, it's like, you got to make sure that, you're not only hitting people up when you need money. Friendships is two ways. You know what I mean? And I know he doesn't live here in the States, but, it's like you shouldn't necessarily like message or call only when you need money. I mean, I got plenty of people that do that shit here in the States. You know what I mean? Like, you can always hit me up and say, what's up? How are you doing? But I guess, every situation's different, but I do hope the best for him. Here, I got you Maddox and Acuna. We got some Justin Reed, some Winch, some Nick Bolton. Yeah, that is weird, though, the whole Cash App thing. And then how about a Juan Thornhill? We can go that route.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America. For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're right here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from
Marcos Pineda. What up, bro? How are you doing? What's good, man? How's work? How's your mental health? How's everything going? We need a link for a beer and some tacos or something sometime. Like I literally have hung out with Marcos, and I've said this before. I don't think I've ever seen Marcos Pineda eat food before. Only thing I've ever seen Marcos do is drink alcohol. Like no joke. I know he does barbecues and he makes chicken and steaks and all that, but I'm never there for that. So I never see the food actually getting consumed. I know Marcos eats it, but yeah, it's always either Budweiser or Fireball or how are you, my man? I hope you're doing well, dude.
Like knights sworn to protect our kingdom. We knew it wouldn't last forever, but that's what made it special.
I know we'll be back tomorrow, right?
Yeah, but it'll never be today again.
What's good, Marcos? My boy. Oh, yeah, I would love that. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. But I promise you good things are going to come from that. Because like I said, if some people do you wrong, karma, if you're a good person, you know what I mean? It'll come back, maybe not from that person, you know what I mean? But there'll be an opportunity that something good will happen. I mean, like I said, with what's happened with Tommy and maybe buy a scratch off, once a month, or, you never know where that little luck can come from, especially if I talk it into the universe, maybe we can get some of those funds to come back to you in another way, like maybe a lottery ticket, not like Powerball or Megabucks, but maybe like a scratch off. So you have a better chance winning on a scratch off than you do Powerball and Megabucks, things like that. So yeah, it sucks, man. I've had people do that to me too. Trying to take my kindness for weakness, Yeah, absolutely. Oh, winch. Yeah, no, I hear you. No, I hear you. Some people don't like that. Marcos is fulfilling his calorie requirements with alcohol. Yes. All right, go scan it real quick. I'm excited to see it. Let me give Marcos some love here. I had some good Seahawks photos that I had up here. I'll get you a couple. I'll get you a couple DKs, a couple lockets. Braun Breaker.
That's an interesting showdown, but for Braun Breaker, he's got to stay focused tonight on the task at hand, which is JD McDonough, our main event here at Heat Wave.
NXT Heat Wave. They're always having these names for their shows. All right, Marcos. Woo-hoo! I'll give you the icy. Joseph Andrade. How are you, bro? How you doing, bro? How you doing mentally? How's your son? Raiders. What's good? Just did the fucking Seahawks game and just grinding it out, man. Did the Seahawks and the Bears. Wasn't the most exciting game, obviously. And let me give you some love here. I haven't heard anybody about watching your son. I just don't have anyone I feel I trust enough to do something with one of my friend's kids that I could like stamp, that I would, trust or whatever. But if I do hear anything, I will let you know. But watching a child obviously is an important thing, Just can't have anybody just do it. So.
Santos Escobar walking into war to restore his family, to honor his tradition. Can you imagine NXT without Escobar?
We had one final accord last week. Is this one final bingo?
How are you doing, bro? Probably the best that you can be with all the circumstances. I'll always show you some love, bro. I'll give you some Dodger love, too.
Started to get washed to the sea the day Santos Escobar's opponent tonight arrived in NXT.
There's no doubt who the NXT universe is standing behind tonight.
That's good, bro. Good. Yeah, Brewers kicked our ass. When McCutcheon goes, yard twice, you're not going to be able to win that game. We'll bounce back tomorrow. Okay. Church family might take care of him, or I have a friend coming from Sacramento. I just wish I had someone I could trust to do that for you. And I know, obviously, having to take care of your adult responsibilities is going to be tough. I know how much you love your son, and I know how much you love your time. And hopefully once this is done, the 60, are we talking everything is over with, or do you still have more things that you have to take care of? So now I was watching Quick Pitch and I was thinking all the players' post-game are terrible. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's on TV that's just fucking terrible. Like, I don't know if you probably didn't see the Mariners and the Angels. It was on the YouTube broadcast. Oh, my God. When they do YouTube exclusively, thank God they had the audio option for Angels broadcast and Mariners broadcast. And my ears bled for like 3 innings. Like, they had Logan Gilbert on an interview for like 20 minutes. And you could tell these guys know nothing about baseball. It's like, dude, if I'm watching baseball, I need to make sure that I got people that know what they're talking about. And yeah, it's rough, man. But hey, Dodgers looking good. Mariners are looking good. Wouldn't that be wild if we get Mariners Dodgers in like the next 5 years? I don't know if that'll ever happen, but Mariners are top 3. Dodgers are the best. We'll see where it goes. There's your guy, Fernando. Oh, baby. You know I got you, bro. So, yeah, it should be over just probation. 3 years probation with state counseling. Wow. Well, like I said, it's just, take every day as a new day just to get this shit over with and just be as positive as you possibly can be. And I know you are. You're one of the more mentally strong people, I feel. Sometimes if you get caught up with some stuff, you just need to be able just to, get through it. And, 1 day, 2 days, day 3, day 5. And then, it's going to be a little bit of time and whatnot. But, we'll definitely. So after you do that, are you allowed to smoke and drink after that? Do you even want to do that? Or are you going to be clean and sober? What is your thought process? Of like after you're done with all your stuff, can you not drink and can't smoke and they're going to like drug test you, or can you be free and just do whatever the fuck you want, or what? Yeah. Raider Nation, baby. I'll even throw a throwback up for you here too. Yeah, I watched the interview with Bo talking to one of these, sons of players back in the day, how he was like, describing how good he was at baseball and football. You could tell the kid had no idea. So you have to stay clean for 3 years, which might be a good thing for you. Yeah. Obviously, it's like one thing if you smoke weed or take gummies is one thing. But if beer and alcohol are, making things more difficult in your life, maybe that could be a good thing for you. So, well, you got no choice, right? You got to be positive and you got to hang around people that aren't getting fucked up all the time. And I've decided to cut back on a lot of the things that I was doing. I'm not partying anymore. I'm not hanging around with the Brad crowd. Even though I got people that want to do beer pong and drinking and drugs and all these fucking people that want me to, do the wrong thing. And so, yeah, I'll pray for you. And, if you need someone to be sober with, I won't even drink beer, and you can come over and we can just like watch a Dodger game together. And, once you get shit situated and stuff, you know what I mean? Or football or something. So I don't have to drink while I do the streams. And even when I do, I don't drink a whole lot. So yeah, but I hope everything gets better for you. I love you and I appreciate you, all your genuine support, lots of haters and fakes out there, but I always got a good feeling from you. And I pray that everything works out for you. And like I said, if alcohol has been a big part of your life, and then obviously things have happened since then, yeah, maybe it is good. You just got to be able to surround yourself around people that aren't getting fucked up, and then find things that keep you busy, and if you can do that and not hang around those people that are, going to possibly get you in trouble, then you'll be on your way. So
As part of $88 billion to support underserved communities, including loans for small businesses and
absolutely.
income areas. So everyone has a chance to move forward.
Could be worse for you. You could be Deshaun Watson and have no regret of anything that you do and in your entire life. He's like, me? Oh, apologize? I didn't even do anything. I'm still innocent. I mean, the only reason I apologize is because people fucking in America were triggered. That's what he said. Fucking idiot. 11 games, and then they have him coming back against the Texans. Yeah, we know what that's about. Ratings and this. Sickening. Yeah, Joe's my dude. Like I said, me and Joe already had the sport connection. He was one of the first ones that I talked to when I had to go to this warehouse job with like saws and shit. And there was like so much physical labor going on. It was just crazy. And there was some, fake people there. There were some real people. There were some cool people. And there was some douche canoes, that were there. But Joe was always cool and respectful with me. We already had a good connection with football and Dodgers. And, I've given him some of my Sandy Koufax and Drysdale stuff. He's given me, donations on the channel. Shit, he's even given me money at work because he didn't want YouTube to get any of it. I mean, that's love, man, to see what I'm doing. And especially when I'm trying to make my dreams come true. And, I do have a good show. I do have passion. I do have a good product. But a lot of times when you work with someone, they're just like, it's like telling someone you're a rapper or like a singer. Most people are just going to roll their eyes and not even give you a chance. But yeah. Yeah, no vice is living a subpar life. And Eagles was a drinker too. And Eagles John doesn't drink anymore either. So you can do it, bro. And like I said, there's the main reason when Preston comes over and I don't drink or do anything in front of him. Not that it's going to trigger him, but it's just a respect thing. So even if I want to drink a beer, I won't while he's here. It's just, you do that for friends that you love and you care about. We got a great community here, regardless if we have a couple people in the room or a lot. We have a lot of people that are really good quality people in here. So when do you go in? Because you got your court thing was Tuesday, Wednesday. So you start in September, right? Is that correct? Maybe we can link up for like a burger or something, non-alcoholic beverage, and we can maybe hang out before you have to do your thing. I mean, I would like to see you. Sometimes I feel that way too. Because I'm not even a heavy drinker, even though if I drink every day on the stream, I'm only drinking like a beer and I'm making sure I'm exercising like an hour or two every day to, get that off. I used to drink like 4 or 5. I don't do that anymore. You know what I mean? It's like these tall boy Modelo pineapple beers, 1 or 2 mango, 1 or 2 pineapple. Sometimes I'll do a 5-hour stream and I only drink 1 beer. So it's like, I don't need it. You know what I mean? But it's just nice to sip on, I guess, compared to like milk. I guess I could just start drinking water. It's better for me. I probably should be doing that. So, yeah, I love you, bro. Like I said, you don't meet too many people that you feel like you have a connection with, and I always liked you. You were always my favorite. You know what I mean? Jared and PJ, I worked with them. You know what I mean? And then I don't know. I just got kind of weird vibes from some people at work and stuff, but I never felt any different about you from the day I met you until even today. There's people that are going to support me. It's not like PJ's ever going to come in here and donate to me or Jared or any of the other people or Creeper who would come in here and watch me and never talk, riding the forklift and knocking shit over and blaming everybody else. Quinn. Shit. Yeah, September 6th, bro. If you have a chance, we can do something, no alcohol. Maybe meet up at Killer Burger or something and just hang out and talk and catch up. I can give you a gift before you go in, maybe motivate your spirits a little bit and try to get you something Dodgers or Raiders to lift your spirits. I would like to do that. You've done a lot for me already, and I appreciate everything that you've done because, like I said, when you work with people, some people will never donate to you or give you a chance. And, I already had a good bond with you with Dodgers and everything like that. And I always liked you from the start. So let's try to get together, man. Somehow, some way, message me. And I don't know where you're living right now. How far away are you living from Tualatin? Like Tualatin, Tigard, Beaverton area. Are you far away or no? Like how far away do you live from work, our old work at Soft Stop? How far away are you from there? He would though, right? Creep dog. Oh, thank you, Marcos. Marcos with a tenor. Go Hawks. Let's ride. Let's ride. Let's ride. Go Hawks. Marcos Pineda with a tenor. Now, did Marcos request $10 or send me $10? Now I got to message him. I think he's drunk. I think he actually was going to try to send me $10, and then he sent me a request. He's like, I need beer money. Marco, hold on. I don't think he gave me anything. Hold on. Hold on. Bro, you want me to give you money? Alcohol. So are you giving me money or are you donating to me? Yeah, we have to retract that. This was through Facebook app. Yeah, he sent me a $10 request. Marcos, do you need beer money? What's going on here, Marcos Pineda? I thought I got a $10 dono. He was asking me for $10. Ooh, McDuff. I like he. Can I post this on the stream or do you want me to wait? I like he. Thanks, Marcos. No, thanks. I just told Sarah that you're in the room, Holly. So she wasn't feeling good, and I don't know if she's gonna come back in. But I imagine if she's awake now, she can come in and say hi. She doesn't have to feel obligated to stay if she feels like poo. But okay, please, I will. Lake Oswego High School. Okay. Yeah. So if we can find a common place to meet, are you able to drive or no? Based off of your situation, like, are you able to drive a vehicle or are you not allowed to drive a vehicle? Like, what's your situation with driving? Yeah, I love it. Yeah. Well, because you're awesome. That's why. It's just practice. Practice makes perfect on everything that you do. Oh, I'm excited here. Every time Holly posts a portrait, I think I get more excited than her. Like, no joke. I know that's not like probably humanly possible, but if anyone gets excited as much as her, it's me. I love this. And I just love supporting people, especially people that have talent and that are hardworking and kind people. I love this. Okay. I didn't mean to sound like an idiot there, but obviously when you have certain legal things and, I didn't know if, you can or not, or, certain situations, license, no license, things like that. Car broken, car working, you know what I mean? So Holly's artwork here.
Really? That's so sweet. Honestly, that is what deserving. That means a lot, dude. Feeling one of these titles, I can't describe that. And no, it's indescribable, 100%. I remember that feeling. The good old days. I mean, do you miss being in a tag team? I love my tag team partners, and being by yourself is thrilling, but depending on yourself, it can be hard luck. This came in for you. Alright, we'll see how we do. Oh my god! What the hell?
Ooh, I like Trent McDuffie. I love that.
The future NXT Women's Champion.
What is going on? Here tonight as heat wave continues, Zoe Stark focused on the task at hand. We talk about the NXT Women's Championship. It's the biggest opportunity for Stark's career. But there is the woman who has held down the women's division. Stark rose next for the NXT Women's title at heavyweight.
Love it. And like I said, sometimes the stuff that's like the first sketch, I like just as much as the final product. Just like to see where your, your curiosity and your talent and just brainstorming on how you want to put things together. And obviously you can use like a picture for reference, but just trying to put your own style to it. And I love it. Love it. McDuff. I love it.
It's not peanut butter. I know, but every time the box comes, we get the peanut butter. Yes, because Mom takes the mix out of the box and puts them in the peanut butter. Sounds like we're getting peanut butter. Yes, but that is the Chewy Pharmacy box. Peanut butter boxes.
Get prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy.
We should tell everyone we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's the best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America. For $30 a line,
Love it.
and you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if we can get like Marcus Peters action with him. Like, Marcus Peters is obviously a special breed of talent, lots of gambling, going for picks and whatnot. But just to be able to have corners that you can respect and corners that you can root for instead of just guys that are getting fucking burnt every time on the corner and safety position. That's like the worst. It's like when you just want to be able to contain and guard someone, and then you have guys that are going to be like a liability, and that's tough, Awesome. Good old McDuff. Cash App should be working. Yeah, I got a couple Cash Apps here now. Thank you, Joe. Joe, you're the man, dude. Yeah, I got it, dude. Thank you so much. Joe with the 20, Holly with a 15er. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much for all your love and support for me. I love you guys as much as you love me, and maybe I love you more. I mean, I can't do it without you guys, so. Have I been to Beach Deli? No. Is it a sandwich shop? I've never been there. Nice. See, no, you know how I'm your biggest fan. I'll be very honest. And like I said, I know you've had a lot of inspiration from other Chiefs artists and other people on Instagram and Twitter and Grossi Posse and NWSF Fanatic family. But yeah, I'm always going to support you to the very end, and I'm happy and proud of you that you decided to get back into something that you loved when you were a kid, and you definitely have a story to tell, and I'm here to read it. I'm here to look at the pictures and go through your journey, just like I'm going through my journey here. We're going through the Holly Hundo 2022 journey and beyond for your artwork, so I'm excited about that. Thank you, Joe. You're the man. You're one of the realest motherfuckers I know, and that's why I know I'm going to get along with you for life. We'll have to definitely do a Raiders game or Dodgers game. No alcohol, though. Just hanging out. I would like to give you a gift to meet up with you, though, before you have to do your situation. So that's a real one. Joe, baby. Joe, baby. Joe Andrade. Raiders. Dodgers. Let's go. I appreciate you, dude. And then we got Holly Hundo with the 15. Walker Buehler going out for the year is not ideal, but I still think we can win it all. We can win for Ben, man. I was telling my dad, and talking to him, and you know what I mean? Like, I just feel that, yeah, I know the Dodgers are there, and we got Mets and Braves and, Cardinals and a few other teams, but I think the Dodgers absolutely are going to win the National League, no question. I don't care if Walker Buehler's out for the year. We got plenty of other guys. Gonsolin, Anderson, Kershaw, when he comes back, we got plenty. Julio, we're good. And on the flip side, you got Yankees and Astros, but Mariners are the third best. And I'm just happy for this season, and we can break the streak, of not making the playoffs for 21 years. And I'm all about that life. So thank you so much, Joe, for your generosity. I appreciate you very, very much. Hey, Clayton Kershaw, K's all day, LA, baby. Okay. And then we got Holly. Coliseum 50-yard line. We should go to a game together, bro. I think we would have a lot of fun together. I think sometimes when you go to a game, you can go by yourself or you can go with family or like a friend. But it all depends on who you go with the memories that you make. Because I mean, shit, if you go to a game with me, I'm gonna get a baseball. I got one with my dad. I got one with Justin, and I got one with Preston. So maybe the next time, I end up going to me and Joe go, and then maybe another baseball is in our future. We're gonna have a good time. Holly Hundo with the 15. Tommy Bolton. Tommy. I appreciate you guys so much. Oh, yeah. Tommy. I'm going to be watching a lot of Florida football this year, so I'll let you know about the kicker and punter situation, too. I'll be watching that very, very closely. And that little McDuff. You got a particular player, Joe, that you want me to pull up? Any Dodger player, old or new? Or if you want some more Fernando Valenzuela, I can throw that up on there. And then I'll get Holly some more pictures of Chiefs players and rookies and whatnot. Some more Justin Reed. Obviously, Chiefs Kingdom is the number one supporter of the NWSF. Eagles are up there. Saints are up there. Denver Broncos. I mean, there's fans of all teams, but there's certain fan bases that support me a little bit more, and I appreciate that. The GOATs, where are you? There you are. And I will always work hard. I will always give you guys my all. And I definitely will be the example of work ethic. Once in a while, we'll hop in the DeLorean and we'll go back in time in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. It's like I love going back in time. And, I'm always going to bring the heat and I'm going to bring the fire. And I'm always going to get excited spending time with you guys. And then we'll stone cold stun the haters. We'll give them the big boot like the bots that usually come in. And we're going to have a fabulous time every single night. And you guys are much appreciated. You know how much I appreciate you guys tremendously because we're balling. Mariners. Julio, baby. Man, I've just been so miserable for a Mariner fan in 21 years. And there's just certain things that have made me feel better. You guys and Paisley Pup changed my life forever. Like, I can't even describe to you my emotions. Dad, I'm going to eat your Damian Lillard custom Oregon Duck shoes. Is that okay? Yep, sure. That with a face like that, what am I supposed to do? Say no? You know who needs to say no? Deshaun Watson. All he does is not apologize genuinely. Come on, Deshaun. The only reason I apologize is because America got triggered. Well, no shit. No one else has ever been on planet Earth with 70 women in fucking a year and a half and then trying to act like you're innocent. Fucking idiot. So this needs to go down to 0, Calvin Ridley. Just some people nowadays, not a good time for Vince McMahon and Deshaun Watson. They're like, we got money. We get away with everything. Well, apparently Deshaun Watson does, but Vince had to step away. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hold on. Bang, bang. Cactus Jack loves that, baby. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. All right, man. I love you and I appreciate you. Fly, Eagles, fly. Hey, Eagles John, you still here? Eagles John, are you still here? Comment if you're still here. Are you still here? Well, I hope he's still here. If not, I'm still throwing it up anyways. I'm going to throw my Eagle photo. He might have left already, but I'll still throw it up anyways. Let's go old school, 80s. Good old Jerome Brown. 3 hours if you drive. I went with Preston and we drove. But when I go with Justin Graves, we take the train. So we'll take a Lyft or Uber to the Portland train station. And then we get out and then we, go on the train. And it takes 3 hours and 30 minutes, an extra 30 minutes because of the train stopping at a few spots, along the way. But it's so worth it. Saves a lot of money and time. And I usually stay in Seattle for like a night or two. Like when I went up to Seattle to go to see the Royals and see Julio, that's when I got too drunk the first night and drank like almost we didn't drink a whole fifth of Jaeger, but maybe half or 3/4. And that was a bad idea. Then we had like a 12 rack of Bud Light, barely ate anything. And then went to the game and bought like 10 tall boys for like $150. And by the time the 7th inning hit, I was not doing well. We got this. The Edgar Martinez statue. And I just completely fucked the box up. And, I spilled beer, kicked beer over on the box. And initially when we first walked up, I had one little ding in the box because I'm a collector. I said, nope, I want a different one. And they switched me. And it's ironic. At the end of the night, I have it in the closet here. The box was blown out at the bottom. And we had to walk because our lift canceled on us. And I was sick. I didn't throw up, but I felt sick from 7th, 8th, 9th inning, had no opportunities for foul balls. I wanted to go back to the hotel room. And then the worst part was I didn't feel good. And I was just going to lay down on the pavement like a bum. I was like just not feeling it. You know what I mean? But I was like, no, I can't be a Seattle bum. I got to keep going. And then we had to walk back to the hotel because there was like 10,000 people leaving the game, all getting lifted at the same time at like 11 at night. And then I walked, probably a 30-minute walk, and I wasn't feeling it. And then we got into the hotel, took my jersey off, washed my hands, swigged some water, passed out in like 30 seconds. Like Justin said, he's never seen me pass out that fast ever. And I took a shitload of gummies too. So, I mean, that might have had something to do with it also. But yeah, gummies, beer, alcohol, bad, you know. And then we drank water, had a good breakfast, sober, and I ended up having 5 opportunities for a baseball the second game, and I got the Julio in the 9th inning. So moral of the story, okay, don't drink a lot of alcohol, don't overdo it. You can enjoy your vacation without booze and gummies and stuff, and then you'll end up with a Julio Rodriguez ball like me. Oh, I absolutely can find you Steve Garvey. He said, Siri, find me a picture of Steve Garvey. I got you, dude. Yeah, going on a road trip together would be fun. Like next time Dodgers come into town, we go together. I try to go with my dad or Justin and stuff, but yeah, I got you, bro. And thank you, Megan. I just saw that. Thank you so much. Hey, it's all about perspective. So I know, like I said early on, you know, when you hear other channels talk shit about the Seahawks or just the players, you know, they might be doing it in a mean way. But if I tell you, you know, we're going over different topics and players, I'll give you a perspective that's not biased, that's real, and it will make you calm down because you can see things from my point of view. I mean, just look back on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you know, from 2008 to 2019. I mean, I was horrible. Bottom 3 team every year. It was embarrassing. And I won't even lie. I was looking forward to the draft in October 1st every year. When October hit, I started doing my draft research, and I started watching college film to see like who we could get maybe. So let me get you a Steve Garvey. I'm gonna get you like a recent Steve Garvey, and then I'll give you like an old like baseball when he was playing. I'll go above and beyond. So I don't think. Let's see here. Leave you on Bo for now, so that way you can see that. But I'm telling you, man, getting the 3 baseballs in like 7 games, that's unreal. I don't think anyone else. And you might as well call me fucking Zach Hampel, man. That's the only other guy that gets more baseballs than me. But he goes to like a game a day and travels the country. So, but I honestly feel if I was rich enough and I went to a ballpark every day, I could get a ball almost every day I go. Like, you just have to know where to sit. You have to know what to say. You have to be lucky, but you also have to be alert, and you have to be in that ready position. You have to, you know, a lot of things have to line up. But I've been incredibly blessed. And I've been violated twice out of the 3 times. So there's that too. There's Steve. Great choice, by the way.
Zoe Stark has to remember what she's been pushing herself for. She's got to remember who put her on the show. It was Mandy Rose. It was toxic attraction that cost her nearly a year of her career. It's the second time it ain't going to be a year. It's going to be an entire career that goes up in smoke. Wendy Jacks, Stark trying to build a little bit back into this matchup. Stark is stringing together some offense. And now for Zoe Stark, getting that second win we talked about. So this Stark is still looking good.
I got some ones that aren't going to fit the screen nicely, but I don't care. They're just cool. So, you know, of course you want stuff to format to the screen, but sometimes photos are just taking sideways, up and down. You know, there's different cameras, and sometimes I can't reformat them to fit the screen. Sometimes I can, depending if I can find the right size, because there's a certain specification that I have to make it work. But I have some cool ones that will be like tall in the middle of the screen, but they're still cool. So like this one. And I got one more for you. I appreciate you tremendously. And I'm sorry that you have to go through these trials and tribulations, but I promise when you come out on the other side, things will be better. You just need to find sober friends to hang out with. I know, you've lived a lot longer than I have, you know what I mean? And you know a lot more than me based off your age on certain things. And all I can say is that if you need someone sober to hang out with, I'm here. There's another one. Old school Steve Garvey. I got one more. A really old one when he was in his playing days. Plus, I like when people give me obscure names because then it's always, it's not the same names over and over. Like I can get something new. And when it's new to me, it's exciting, something different. And I love history of the game. And obviously my dad has taught me a lot about Dodgers. I've learned a lot of my own as well. And if it's Dodgers related, I love that. This one's like baseball card. It's not a baseball card, but it's like a baseball card could be based off this. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Love that. I got you. Oh, you definitely want to catch a Mariner game in Seattle. If you're going to be there, you can get seats for less than $100. You know what I mean? Best seats in the house are off first base, section 119 to 121, about 15 to 20 rows back. Probably about $100 for the seat, unless you can, if you want to sit farther away. But those are where I sit. Lenny the Cool, nice. $95. Now we're at $100. Yeah, you just got to be able to understand, sports and proper expectations. And for me, like I said, I watch more than most people. I cover more than most people. I read more. I watch a lot of film. And sometimes you just have to have another perspective to kind of just ease you in to your feelings, so that you're like, okay, am I overreacting? Or, what I mean? Because like mental health, especially like if you watch sports and you already have like ups and downs with mental health, you don't want to trigger it based off your team losing, thinking that you're, going to win, or, think it's going to be close and you're going to lose by 7 and then you lose by 40 and you have a meltdown for 3 days. You don't want that. So you just have to be able to control your emotions. So I appreciate you. All right. Prepare yourself to grab a bib or something. It's chest time. Megan needs a bib. Bibber. Ain't nothing but a bib party, because bib parties don't stop. All the drool. It's a drool dog. Drool party. There's going to be good teams and there's going to be bad teams. I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. Okay. Before this whole Brady thing, I mean, the definition of suck was me, Blazers, Mariners, Tampa. It wasn't fun for me for a long fucking time, but I kept the faith, what I mean? Now I'm on the other side and things are fucking absolutely beautiful. Like I said, I think my 40s are going to be the best in my life. I really think that way. I know Holly, once you get to your 30s and 40s, sometimes it can be better than your 20s.
There's a snake. It's quiet at this moment in my mind. One of you guys is a snake. Well, the real snake, please stand up.
I got you. I got you the trifecta. Pete, Steve, Chest. I mean, Jim. I got you. Megan with a $5 dono. Bang, 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 bang. Baby. Appreciate you. Thank you. $5 goes a long ways on this channel. $5 can't even get you a hamburger in most places, but hey, $5 here, you get a lot more for your dollar here than any other YouTube channel on planet Earth, and it'll always be that way. 115. Are we at 115 or 100? We went from 95 to 5 to 100, and then Jameson says we're at 115. I'm confused. What's going on here? Are we at 115 or at 100? I think we're at 100. Garvey's the first Dodger ever to break my heart when I was so young. I didn't understand why they got traded. Yeah. You're like, why? You're like, business? Fuck that. I felt that way when Warren Sapp and John Lynch left. Are you kidding me? I was like, Raiders? And I know it's like, you're not going to get the same production. Warren was, kind of, I knew he was, he already was in his prime, and I knew what he was going to do with the Raiders. Maybe he'd have one more good year, a couple mediocre years. But John Lynch was still going. And when he was on Denver, I was not happy. So I got you. Yes. Indoor cat that wants to be an outdoor cat. I got you. Yes, I think me too. Me too. 30s and 40s have been better for me. Get out. Help. Help. How are you, bro? Dodgers lost today, but we'll bounce back. Holly did a new photo, new drawing. Amazing as ever. This guy's a dirtbag. I will apologize for nothing. I did nothing wrong. The only reason I apologize is because America got triggered. Well, I wonder why. Okay, you bought yourself out of that. You got a good lawyer, but it's not fair. It's not fair. I'm going to get you some space kitties here. Space cats. Space cats are calming. Nothing like an astronaut cat to calm you down.
You cannot get this from a microwave. Tavala, your secret weapon for impossibly convenient home cooking. Browse this week's meals at tavala.com.
Peacock picks the Premier League season is a high year. The biggest game of English football. Manchester United, Liverpool, Monday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Streaming exclusively on Peacock. Massive smackdown and score. Roman Reigns is in the building. All I want is to get my hands on you and I tweet. We have the speed of WWE Universal Champion and another one contender Drew McIntyre face to face. Friday Night SmackDown live this Friday at 7 Central only on Fox.
Paisley. Hi. Come here.
I'm Quincy Elliott.
Come here.
And I have a confession to make.
Here.
I'm bringing all of this to NXT.
Come here.
I look to my left.
Yeah. Come here.
I look to my right. I see people with all different walks of life, and it excites me. And you may be shocked at this, but I ain't never struggled with being different. I own it. I work it because I am it. And everyone in NXT may be superstars, but Quincy Elliott, I am the super.
Okay. Come here. Pace is in here, but she doesn't want me to grab. She doesn't want me to grab her.
It seems like you have to see everyone
you and Apollo Crews last week. We're not.
Mr. Williams. Do some dodges.
Back down. I'm gonna jump in right there. But then you would have said it was unfair because you just had a 20-minute war with Roderick Strong. I just can't win with you. You know, let's be real about this situation. Everyone is too scared to say it.
All right, Mr. Williams is trapped in the office working like a madman. Let's give him some love. Ooh, yeah. Cooper Cup. Appreciate you. How are you doing, man?
His words, not mine. It says you want to walk around on eggshells and no one wants to ask the tough questions. I will, because next week is the debut of the Grayson.
Always.
The only honest talk show in
I want to be able to pick her up and kiss her a little bit, but she probably needs a walk and stuff. So we'll probably go for another like 26 minutes. We'll go for 6 hours and then we'll just call it a day. And then I'm going to go take her for a late walk and then I'll watch like Simpsons and, you know, do my regular routine. Bro, I know I've barely seen you. I know you've been working. So I'm going to go to my coworker did my application for me. So that helped tremendously. Nice. You can do anything you put your mind to. The haters will be out there and they're going to, you know, try to look over your shoulder, but you know, you just got to be able to stay in that right mindset, grind, earn that extra dollars. And if you do want to get another position there, I know you can do it, man. If you want it, you can get it. Yeah, but we do miss you in the room, but it's glad that you can stop by and say what's up. Let me get you some Dodger representation.
WWE superstar Ricochet on an all-new episode of American Ninja Warrior streaming now on Peacock.
We lost today, but we'll bounce back. Dodges. Let me give you some Trey Turner and some Mookie. Yeah, Trey Turner and Freddie Freeman are leading the league in hits. I don't know if that's surprising to a lot of people or not, but win for Vin, man. Win for Vin. Not the Yankees, not the Astros, Dodgers. Win for Vin. There's no other outcome that's acceptable. But the Brewers played good. I mean, McCutchen went yard twice, so what can you do? I mean, fuck, if Andrew McCutchen is old as fuck and he's going to go yard twice, well, I guess we don't deserve to win then. And we didn't really have one of our best pitchers pitching either, so shit happens. But I'll give love to Air and a little love for McCutchen. A very rare performance, but he did go yard the day before as well, so he's got like 3 home runs in like 2 or 3 days. And we got Braun Breaker on my TV. Definitely looks like Scott and Rick Steiner. Braun Breaker would be awesome in NWO. Like if he was alive when NWO was going, he would just be like a Scott Norton or, you know, one of those guys, just like, you know, Big Papa Pump. That's cool that he's NXT champ. He's got the look. I don't know about his mic skills, though. Let's throw up a Mookie. Championship. Yeah, we miss you too, man. And you fucking saved me when I did that NASCAR stream, bro. When I was at $30 after like 4 or 5 hours, I was like, shit, dude. And I had like so many things coming up with Paisley's birthday, my cell phone. And then when you ended up dropping that 111, bro, after that helped me survive for a couple days. So it's a kid, you know, I rely on all of you. And hey, absolutely. I think we all do mental health wise, you know. It's just nice to be able to know that you can come somewhere, look at dope pictures, talk to the most amazing people, support the hell out of each other, and you know, and being able to learn about favorites of each person, you know, whether it be wrestling. You know, I know absolutely we don't. This isn't nobody's favorite. I mean, Deshaun isn't even Deshaun's favorite anymore. Well, maybe it is to him, but shame on the NFL for only 11 games. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. But, and obviously you guys can see my fandom and love for not only Julio, but the Mariners. And it's just nice to be able to see us be relevant. And we are going to make the playoffs. And I appreciate you guys tremendously. Kenny Omega came back last night. That was a dream. 9 months away from wrestling. And I still love doing NASCAR streams, though. That's one of the things I didn't ever really think I would get into. But, I mean, hey, anything is possible. And I love that I'm doing NASCAR and baseball full time. Just more opportunities to meet amazing people and add people to the Fanatic family. And that's facts. Yeah, it's hard for me to able to enjoy or interact. Yeah, I know you're being watched, so don't ever get in trouble. If you're on break or lunch, it's one thing. There'll be other times and days, but I just want to let you know that you definitely saved me, man. Like, okay, we are at 115. But yeah, sitting at $30 and I'm just busting my ass, because NASCAR streams are the hardest. And because I have to click on so many buttons. On the average stream, I click maybe 200 times. On NASCAR, it's like 500. So I'm always constantly updating the top 5 and the top 10. And I do enjoy, I don't have to do that, but I like to do that. And, you just want to make sure you hopefully can get to at least like a hundo if you're doing 4 or 5 hours of work, like at least $20 an hour. But Riggs didn't show up, and Riggs is our number one donator for NASCAR, and he usually does like 50 to 150. So I already kind of knew it was going to be a little bit lighter, but you can always count on goats to step up. And it was funny too, because I actually talked to my girlfriend after the stream ended, and I was like, fuck, it's like if you make $30 and 20 of it is on super chat and you have $10 and you need like 100, it's not a good feeling. You're like, fuck, I tried to work my hardest and put everything into everything I do. And, sometimes you just fall a little short, and you just have to take your L and then just dust yourself off and come back the next day. And hopefully you get more people to show up. And you came through at the end. I know you caught like the last 5 seconds, and you didn't have any obligation to donate to me whatsoever, but you did, and I needed it. And normally I don't need donos, every day. Like, it's like I'm trying to just grind it out. But sometimes when you're dead broke and you paid all your bills and then something unexpected comes up, sometimes you just need cash like immediately to buy groceries or, buy shit for Paisley's birthday. And I just want to say thank you so much. Holly, Sarah definitely stepped up also for Paisley's birthday, because if it wasn't for them and their Cash App, Paisley would have not had a birthday. So that made me feel good. I appreciate you guys. Gratitude is always going to be a lot for me. So thank you guys. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I mean, like a lot of us, we work really, really hard. And like I said, I knew that we would be able to see you. Shep showed up super late one night when I already streamed like 5 or 6 hours. And just to have him in the room, like I could have ended the stream and then just, I'll stay in the stream if it ends up being one of the goats and they haven't been in the room in a while. Just that extra 30 minutes of conversation with me and the other people, I think that really goes above and beyond. Because I know before Shep, I was feeling good. When Shep showed up after I haven't seen him and talked to him in a while, it felt good. And I'll sometimes go an extra 30 minutes or an hour, even if I'm exhausted, even if I don't get anything on the dono side, just to make sure we have a good vibe. And I know we like talking to Chief and Shep and a lot of these people, Mr. Williams and Holly. And, it's just nice to be able to have that interaction, especially if we haven't talked to you guys in a little bit. So. Yeah, no obligations. Like I said, I'm going to grind it out. You can peek your head in, say hi, do your thing. You know what I mean? Like right now, I got 9 mods. So, that's probably more than I need, but I wanted to make sure that I had to substitute a couple of them for people that are actually here. But I feel with all the mods that I have, those are the right 9. The other ones, I did it kind of just being nice. And, I do like those other people like Brute Saint. But if you're not here every day, I can't really afford to make you a mod. I need people here because if I have 9 mods, I'm probably not going to have all 9 in the room at the same time. I might have 1, maybe 2, maybe none, maybe 5, maybe 6, maybe all mods, so no worries about that. But I appreciate you guys tremendously. I need to charge my phone here real quick if I'm going to take Paisley for a walk. So 1 sec, and we'll look at something incredible. What should we look at? Something incredible. Could be. What?
She's not interested. I get it. Not everyone wants to save money. Renters and homeowners can bundle and save.
Okay.
For what? Bora boring.
Okay, you know what? I'm in.
She's all yours. Want some tacos?
I'm not really about it.
Yeah, you're right. It's so messy. All the napkins, there's different toppings.
Actually, I'm in.
Yeah, you are.
You are uniquely you, and your Starbucks coffee should be too. So if you like your coffee rich,
buttery, and full of caramel flavor, then Starbucks caramel flavored coffee is made to be yours.
You're so heavy. Okay, lean over. Oh. Paisley Pup.
The challengers at 911 on Now on USA. So, what happens next? 911 next on USA.
Back live on NXT, it is Heatwave. This our main event, NXT Championship Online Champion Braun Breaker. Right now, up top. Oh! And a nasty landing as the challenger now taken into effect. What we saw during the commercial break almost looked like JD McDonough was enjoying popping his shoulder back into place.
I'm going to tell you, I'm not surprised by that. I put it like one a few weeks ago and laughed at the sight. It was blood coming from his mouth. The guy.
Oh, that was nasty. Neck breaker over that steel.
All right, one sec.
Turnbuckle in place where Braun's neck went crashing down right on the table. And I'll tell you this, looking at a state of Braun Breaker on the floor, that is at best a stinger and at worst a broken neck.
I was looking over at McDonough, who almost had a Hannibal Lecter type smile on his face, and McDonough knows Breaker's got to get back in the ring. The only place McDonough can win the NXT title, as he predicted a few weeks ago, the winds of change were blowing into NXT. As now McDonough relentless, raining down on the neck of Braun Breaker, and it seems McDonough has switched body parts on the champion.
I'm not sure Braun Breaker can even feel his hands right now. This referee taking a very close look. I have to call it if this has been a severe mischief to the neck of Braun Breaker. Of course, a ton of nerves involved in that area.
NXT Championship match tonight, but how about next week? It is official. NXT UK Tag Team titles on the line. Brooks and Jensen defending against Gallus, who shot this all here tonight. But now it is McDonough looking for a submission for Braun Breaker to get his focusing in on the neck. And it was McDonough who said there's only so much pain the body can endure before the brain shuts off.
I'll tell you, Braun Breaker is no quitter, but even he might get this taken out of his own hands the way this is going. I know for a fact that JD McDonough would want nothing more, not just to beat Braun Breaker, but to humiliate him by making him tap out and take the NXT Championship in the process.
McDonough's gone from the shoulder now to the neck, and you got to wonder when it comes to the neck with Braun Breaker. You already mentioned his hands. How's he going to be able to lift up JD McDonough? How's he going to be able to use his strength to his advantage as this matchup goes on?
Calls himself the necessary evil of NXT. I'm not sure I agree with the necessary part, so the evil part can't be doubted. There is a blue-eyed devil loose in the ring right now, and that should strike fear into all of us.
Breaker able to create a little bit of separation, and Breaker starting to fight back. Block out whatever pain looks like the feeling back in the hands of Breaker. Breaker taken to the air, and now we see that 4-3 speed.
All right, so Paisley is in here, and yeah, I had to make sure that we had an appearance with her, and I want to make sure I take her for a walk. Oh, you have no idea, man. I don't think I've ever been this happy in my entire life. I've been through some bad times and good times, bad times, but I feel like my 40s are going to be the best of my life. I don't know how long I'm going to live on this planet Earth, but I know as long as I can make a difference in other people's lives, whatever I put into, this dream, I know that you guys have affected my mood in a positive way. And I know that I try to be disciplined and just try to be positive and just to be an inspiration. But it's just nice to have a community where we can all support each other and, have good times with each other, especially when times are tough. And that's really what it's about. And yeah, Paisley Pup and you guys are tremendous to my mental health. And yeah, I appreciate you, Joe. Let's go get a sandwich. Message me when you have some time. Obviously I stream, so if we can do it during the day, that would be better rather than night, because I usually start streaming at 5 p.m. or 7 p.m. until, late at night or whatever. But if we can do a morning or afternoon meetup, that would be awesome. So yes, I can't draw. I'm not stick figure dog. Yeah.
Well, it was a near 3 count for McDonough. Just insane regenerative abilities of Bron Breakker once again. Take another look at this when you think it's down. He pulls out something out of that crazy hypothesis from the size of Bron Breakker, even more so after the damage he's incurred in this match.
Want to answer right back. You hear that kick ringing through the NXT universe, and now it's McDonough who's maybe looking for an exclamation point. What's McDonough thinking? Breakker trying his best to block, trying to sit down. McDonough muscling up Breakker. You're gonna be kidding me. This is gonna be McDonough's moment. Brainbuster. Right to the cover. For the title, Breakker kicks out at 2. Whoa.
Oh my word.
Damn, that was close.
Damage incurred by the neck of Bron.
Well, I appreciate you guys very, 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 very much. Okay, thank you so much. We're gonna go for 10 more minutes, and then we'll call it a stream. I need to take Paisley on a walk, so I got her vest on and whatnot. So thank you so much, and I know how that goes, and appreciate all your generosity and support. You're always going above and beyond, and like I said, with the Cyberpunk not being in the streams, and you guys are my top 2 donators. Usually, Mr. Williams is up there as well. So obviously. Donos have definitely taken a pretty big hit when some of the people are in the room and some of the people are not. But one thing is constant, even when life gives you lemons, you still find a way to support me. And I appreciate that. And I think you're good for not only my mental health, but I think you're good for everybody's. Because I'll tell you what, when you're not in the room and like Cyberpunk and Mr. Williams and certain people, the vibe is different. As soon as you show up, the stream gets 1,000 times better every single time. You know what I mean? Like I can still stream and enjoy, watching baseball or wrestling or Gordon Ramsay or whatever. But it's just, there's just certain people that I think not only do I look forward to talking to, but, other people in the room as well. And it's just nice to be able to have conversations with people that are like-minded. And like I said, I really do appreciate all the hard work that you put in to your artwork, and I will always support you. Hey, McDuff, I love it. And I can't wait to see your next one with the Len Dawson. That's going to be sweet. Good old Trent McDuffie. Oh, I got another McDuff for you. College McDuff. All right, let me see if I can throw up some last photos up here for you. We'll keep it on that. That's pretty calming. All right, man. You keep grinding. I'll talk to you on Instagram like I always do. So, howdy 5,000, boy. Oh, you do. Ask anybody. Yeah, you just have to find the right people. You can, because like I said, obviously, if we were face to face or in a group setting, sometimes people are extroverts or introverts. Everyone's going to be either shy or outgoing. But your presence is definitely very welcome. And regardless if there's donos or not, you know what I mean? I think these people enjoy you and what you bring to the channel, and we appreciate you tremendously. So, because like I said, I can tell sometimes the streams will be a little flat, and I can keep going, but you know what I mean? Like, it's just always nice to be able to have someone that can bring up topics and talk about like-minded, similar things. And, it's not like other people in the room are boring or anything, but they're just certain people that, bring the heat. And It's always good conversation, and I appreciate every single person in the room 100%. But the honest truth is there's just certain people that bring a little bit more to the channel, and I appreciate that. It's nice to be able to have great conversations with great people that, read and have similar interests to me, and you guys are awesome. I appreciate you guys very much.
Watson is eligible for are on the road with his home debut likely to come week 15 against Lamar Jackson and the Ravens.
Lots more sports are coming up from here in Los Angeles. We got the latest on Tom Brady's whereabouts.
All right, we got 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes, Paisley, and we'll go. I promise. I'll give you some cookies, and we'll go. We're going to go on a late walk here. So it was supposed to be 95 today. Hi. Yeah, I just never, I didn't know that. I knew there was other sport fans out there like me, that were out there. But when you're doing reaction videos, you can't even have any, friendships really that way. People comment on a video, but you don't know who the hell they are, And it's just nice to be able to do these live streams where you guys can get to know me and I can get to know you, and we can end up making a show that is great. It's like when Vince McMahon was running it, not good. Now it's fantastic. And, I just, you guys have, brought a new love, to me too, being able to hear about your favorites and me being able to root for those favorites. And it's just nice, to be able to have other athletes and wrestlers that, I, respected and I liked, but, obviously if I know it's your guys' favorites, it's always nice to be able to show that love back. Cause I know if I was a Chiefs fan, I would want to see all kinds of Chiefs figures, all kinds of pictures and all kinds of options. And I like to be able to take care of you guys. So let me see here.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
We need a clutch hit. There.
Good old Justin Reed, Tommy.
There, Jeter.
And I'm so happy that he liked your. I'm so, it sucks that he ended up having a death in the family and everything, but I'm glad that he came to his senses and looked at his Twitter. Because, most people that have Twitter, if they get tagged, it pops up on their phone immediately. So, and for whatever reason, if he doesn't have Twitter on his phone, I doubt it. If he only has it on his computer, then he's only going to see the notification on his computer only. And some people are on their computer every day and some people aren't. But even if he did see it initially and didn't respond, I'm glad that he did, because you deserve all the praise with everything that you do. So it's crazy though, right? Coming from the Grossi posse, and you probably have some friends that are mods there and stuff, but I think when Grossi's streaming, there's so many people in there, you can't really have like conversations with someone else in the chat because the chat goes by so quickly. So I feel good that, we can, have it maybe be a little bit slower, a little bit less people, and we can kind of focus on each individual person in the room. And I think for the time being, we needed that. All of us needed that, a little bit extra attention. And I think it's really special. So, yeah, I always try to make sure I can cheer you guys up, and I know who you guys like, where you're from, what's your favorite teams. And like I said, I feel that I can make a mood better than most people just because I do care. And, I think I have the most interactive stream really that's there. And regardless if you donate or not, I'm still going to be able to, make you smile and put up amazing photos. And, you'll be able to learn something from me, maybe on the wrestling side, and I can learn something from you, maybe on the Chiefs side, or your favorite team. And I appreciate you guys very, very much. Let me get you a Titans Malik here before we go to Jameson. We don't do enough representation for Titans for you in here. I know you see a lot of different opportunities with other teams, but you are just as important as everybody else. And I will make it an effort to be able to do more for you. Not that you don't care about looking at Chiefs stuff or Buccaneers stuff or all the other teams, but hey, if the Titans and Braves are your favorite team and you're in here all the time, I want to make sure that everyone feels that representation, regardless if they donate or not. You guys, if you're a mod and you're special to me, it's not, I don't take that shit lightly. You know what I mean? Like, I really do appreciate, and I want to make sure the mods don't have to mod. Honestly, I just want to be able to have them to have conversations so that way that they don't have to worry about going into a bigger stream and just clicking buttons and timing people out and booting people the whole time. And I know sometimes in Grossi's stream and bigger channels, they have that problem where it's all you're doing is facilitating the whole time and you can't even really enjoy the stream. It's almost like a job, you know, and I don't want it to be like that. So, all right, we got 1 minute to go before I take Paisley on a walk. I appreciate you guys very, very much. You guys are the fucking best. So I'm sure Tommy and I know you will meet again. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And then, you know, you will have an opportunity to give it to him and it'll be the right time. So. Yeah, I figured. And Grossi's going to, you know, have plenty of mods and he's going to have plenty of donos coming in. And, you know, obviously he appreciates everything that you do, but I think you're definitely more appreciated here on a daily basis just because I think we know you better here than maybe. I'm not sure how often you talk with Tom outside the streams, you know, a little bit or not at all. But I know that a lot of us have gotten much closer here. And that's what it is. It's about the connection and the bonds. You know, there's going to be people that make a lot of money. There's going to be a lot of people that make a lot of subs, have a lot of views. But really, for me, money is great and I need to survive. But I really love the connection. And if I can have a connection with you guys, I mean, that's really what the best part of YouTube is being able to connect with people. And then we can, you know, give the bots the big boot and the haters, and we can just enjoy each other and each other's company and our thoughts and our artwork and, you know, whatever it is. We're having a shitty day. You can come in here and things can be a little bit better. So I appreciate you guys so much. We made it to the 6 hour mark. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I'll be back. Obviously, we got tomorrow Dodgers, Mariners, football games. A full slate. So I'll be streaming either at 5 p.m. for the Packers and the Saints, or around 6 or 7 for Dodgers, Mariners, and then Packers, Saints, Rams. I mean, we'll just decide and see what's going on. But we'll be streaming for at least 5 hours tomorrow. So I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. I hope you guys have a great one. I'm going to take Paisley on a late walk. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. I love you and I appreciate you as Paisley's looking at me. Have a great night. I love you, gang.